Hello, Gory Hole. I'm Gory B Movie. This is Danny Knightmare. And tonight we have what are we calling it?
Survivor Series?
Survivor Series! A horror death battle. Final girls, final boys, duking it out to the death. They're not actually fighting the monsters that they survived, but they're going to fight each other to see who's the most survivorist of them all.
Yeah. I'm wearing a shirt. It's got, Jean from Ghostbusters and April O'Neil, but most importantly, it has Ellen Ripley on it.
I don't know when Becky's going to be here, but for the time being, I'll scoot over so you can get your sweet ass in here. Yeah, wait, where am I going? Over here. There we go. I have a really cute spider shirt that says so many arms for hugging. Because we like spiders here, guys. We like spiders. Let's see who is hanging out with us today. Denisha Lane, hi, what's up? VHS Mikey, really good channel there. Horror Addicts, dead sexy host, dead sexy. Jim, the Joseph Hopper video vlog guy, what up? Mr. Flickster, my buddy. Zigma51, my brother. Kevin from Haunted by Horror, great channel, another great channel. Maverick Media. And yeah, I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How you feeling today?
I'm feeling like I could survive a horror movie.
Very nice, very evil. Very nice. How are all of you weirdos in the Gory Hole feeling today? Let me know. We saw Nope this weekend. That was pretty good. We reviewed it over on Horror Addicts. If you want to hear all our thoughts on that, it was pretty good. Also, Freaky Girls Live came back, which is super cool. You can look in my collaborations playlist if you want to check that out. Me and a bunch of other women of horror, we do a stream over on the Freaky Girls Live channel once a month. It's pretty awesome, and I'm glad it's back. Oh, Now It's Dark is here, too.
And Exon.
Yeah.
5150.
Accent 5150.
Yeah.
5150. All right, I am ready.
I got gangsta.
I'm straight up gangster. I am possibly the most gangster person on YouTube.
Probably.
It's true. That's the rumor that's been going around. I'm straight up gangster.
Yeah.
It's true. Pop a bottle cap in your ass.
You and probably like the odd ones out.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to get this ready. My mouse is being dodgy today, dude. It's like more of a me problem than a you problem, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. Just, feel bad for me.
I can get you a cat to take care of that mouse problem.
Thank you, honey. All right. Am I far enough over? I'm always like...
You could maybe tilt the camera. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, true that. God, you're so smart, dude.
There we go.
Holy shitballs. Look how fucking smart you are. You're like MIT smart. Get down with the smartness. My mummy is here. So everybody, I need you all to do this along with me. Step 1, grab the bottom of your shirt. Step 2, pull it up over your belly button. Step 3, point your belly button to the sky, roughly in the Pacific Northwest area. That's what you're shooting for. And shoot some positive healing vibes towards my Mummy B Movie, because she is having surgery tomorrow. So we all want her to be well, to have a safe surgery, to come out the other end feeling better than ever. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, that was a good stare. That was a good stare, guys. I felt that over here. Well done. Mommy, I hope you feel good. I hope you're not too worried about tomorrow. It's going to be okay.
You got this, Mom.
Yes. Mummy's tough.
If I was a Care Bear, I'd be like cool shirt bear, and I'd just have a cool pattern on my chest.
You probably
stomach
would.
every day. It'd just be a different one.
All right.
And I'd be like, stare at my cool shirt and cry about it, because you probably just are like Happy Bear and have some smiley face on your shit.
Probably. I'm trying to fix this thingy here. There we go. Maybe. All right. We'll see how that goes. Devin is here. My other little brother. All of my family's here today.
You.
A little poop came out when Zigma did his stare. That means you're doing it right. You are doing it correct, little brother. Nice to see Popping the Popcorn, another great channel here today. We've got some very talented people in the Gory Hole. Very talented people. Thank you, Accent5150, for the well wishes for Mummy. Oh, she felt it, guys. She felt it. That's good. It means you're doing a good job. You're doing it right. Thanks, Mr. Flickster. What kind of belly button magic did we just do? It's very witchy, top secret stuff. I can't really explain it all to you.
You're still up
but,
in Care Bears.
Yeah, they're a neighboring coven that I get along well with, and we exchange recipes and spells.
They are kind of their own pagan religion. I mean, they're like in the clouds where heaven would be, but it's just a bunch of bears, so...
Yeah, we don't really believe in the whole heaven thing.
Yeah.
They're witches, Dan. They're witches. The Care Bear cousins are witches. Exactly. I'm a witch. We all get along.
I'm just saying, it ain't angels up there. It's teddy bears.
Also, My Little Ponies, witches. We could have a whole stream talking about this some other day.
Oh, we have a My Little Pony on your witch one, so there you go.
That's your fault.
Yeah, well, you just straight up said they're witches, so...
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. The bracket. Hey, that's a cat. The bracket. So here is the bracket. I'm going to go through what your fighters are for tonight. What you have to look forward to. So we've got... In our first fight, Laurie Strode from Halloween versus Nancy Thompson from A Nightmare on Elm Street. Then we have a Scream doubleheader of Sydney Prescott versus Gayle Weathers. Then Shaun of the Dead versus Tommy Jarvis from Friday the 13th. Grace from Ready or Not versus Andy Barkley from the Child's Play series. Kirsty from Hellraiser versus Stretch from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Cherry Darling, our favorite gal with a leg gun, versus Mary Beth from Hatchet. Crystal from The Hunt versus Aaron from Your Next. And then the main event tonight is going to be Santa Connor from the Terminator franchise versus Ellen Ripley from the Alien franchise. Who will win? We'll find out when we get there. All right, so without further ado-dos, let's get started. I did, actually, honey. I did. I'm glad you're paying attention. So our very first fighter, let's talk a little bit about this fighter in case nobody's ever heard of her.
Well, she survived the boogeyman. Most times she's gone up against him, and we don't want to count resurrection so much.
That was the boogeyman, wasn't it?
It was, and I shot him 6 times.
That's a good channel, too. So Laurie Strode, she debuted in 1978 in Halloween, and yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about Laurie Strode in that first movie. Yes, she is a teenager, and what John Carpenter said about why Laurie Strode survives, it's not because she's a virgin. She does smoke a little.
Oh,
It's because she's paying attention. She's paying attention to her surroundings. So she notices there's a creeper hanging around, and her buddies don't because they're going to go get some. So good for them. Not so good for Laurie Strode, but then kind of good because she survives. Laurie Strode, let's see, what does she have for skills? Well, she does have awareness in her corner.
Yep.
A big caveat with Laurie Strode in that first movie is whenever she has used her weapon, she gets rid of it. You don't do that. When you play a video game, you put that shit in your inventory.
Yeah.
You save that for later.
Yeah.
So when we do these death battles, we are all encompassing with the character. So we're also going to consider Halloween 2. Now, what does she do in Halloween 2?
She lies in bed most of the time. She manages to charm the last Starfighter, but...
Yeah. So I think we're just going to skip right over Halloween 2 because she does a whole lot of nothing. So far, things are not looking good for our Laurie. Laurie Strode does a voiceover in Halloween 3. Not really going to help her here.
No, in part 2, doesn't she manage to shoot Michael in the eyes? That's a pretty good
Loomis does.
Oh, Loomis does, right above the eyes, actually.
Yeah. At least I think so. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't her.
Oh.
I thought she was the one who had, like, the oxygen tanks.
She was doing that, too.
I don't know. Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat. So, what really helps Laurie Strode, I think, when finally, become a contender in this thing, she could have been a contender, is Halloween H2O. That's when shit gets real. Laurie Strode does some serious ass kicking in this movie. She's hanging from the banister. She's kicking shit. She's driving ambulances. She's doing all the things. She's got some good hand-to-hand combat, and we see then in her reboot in 2018, she's also pretty good with guns, like all of the guns and shooting mannequins.
Yeah, she's really good with that. She even blows off Michael's fingers with a shotgun, I believe.
Yeah, and let's see, booby traps.
Yeah, she's got her whole house rigged to be a fiery box funeral for Michael. Though firefighters are pesky, they save the day.
Though I will say in these movies, she goes down pretty easy.
She gets stabbed
and then she's out for a whole movie.
Well, yeah, but before she got out in the whole movie, she finished that first movie. Well,
I agree.
She tanked it for a while.
But yeah, so did a pretty good job with the booby trap. She also, as far as weaknesses, has PTSD. So let's just not mention the Michael Myers word around her. And then she should be good to go against her opponent. Let's hear it for dun 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 dun. Wait, that is not her opponent. What the actual?
You're my girlfriend.
All
now,
right.
Man.
One of my favorite final girls of all time, possibly. I think my second favorite final girl, Nancy frickin' Thompson. Badass.
Now, she also is great at booby trapping her house, but I'd even say she has the edge because maybe she didn't turn her whole house into a fiery death pit, but she had less than 10 minutes to set that shit up, and she managed to do it.
She got a booby trap book. Like, she didn't just make a little trap door. She got a booby trap book, and she did all the booby traps in the book. Like, Boy Scouts be watching her through the windows, and they're like, what the actual fuck? How did she learn this so quickly? Because she's a fucking genius, yeah. She's falling asleep during class. She's still getting them straight A's. Mm-hmm. So much so that she becomes a psychologist in part 3. She did that well in the school, that well at kicking Freddy's ass, stood up to him, absolutely no fear of Freddy by the end of that movie. She is a badass.
Pulled him into the real world, which a few people have managed to do, but she made it pretty easily. Like I said, she told her dad to meet her in the house in 20 minutes. And she went to go talk to her mom. She managed to set up all those traps and fall asleep within 20 minutes. That means it's about 10 minutes max on setting up all those traps.
She is so good at falling asleep when she wants to fall asleep. I wish I had that ability.
Me too. I have actually.
And honestly, I'm going to be honest. If my dad was John Saxton, I would just sit this one out. I would bench myself. Be like, my dad's John Saxton. He was in Enter the Dragon. I don't need to do nothing. But it's a good thing she did. It helped her survive and tell Dream Warriors, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Part 3. She's back. She's like, the sage come to teach the young kids how to fight the Freddys. And she does a pretty good job until she dies, which really sucks. But Freddy is a formidable foe. We're also going to count Heather Langenkamp in Wes Craven's New Nightmare, where she's just awesome at being a mom and evading Freddy and keeping kids alive and going through weird portals in her kid's bed. Yeah. It's not as bad as it sounds.
It's some weird ass, Freddy hell that she visits in that one with a really long ass tongue, but she's used to that tongue from phone calls and whatnot. She managed to survive that, so she is I guess 2 out of 2 and 1 when it comes to Freddy. And that's not a bad record, but she did die. While Laurie, she's what? 5 and 1 with Michael.
So their opponents are obviously very different. Michael Myers may be the boogeyman. For the most part, he is considered to be a flesh and bone, possibly somewhat superpowered human being.
But his powers don't usually involve much other than he comes at you and he stabs you.
And he's mostly in Haddonfield.
Yeah.
Whereas Freddy, mostly on Elm Street.
Hey, every town has an Elm Street.
He's gone to other towns. He gets you in your sleep. He can change his body around. He can go into the real world. He can do all kinds of stuff. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, boy! Okay. Anyway.
No worries.
So, I have to say, if I had to choose to go up against, I would pick Michael over Freddy, just because Freddy freaks the shit out of me.
Yeah, Freddy can mutate himself. He has been dragged in the real world and killed, but then you find out he's not actually dead. So
before we say who we would win, let's check in with the chat.
Movie Massacre says Laurie is incredibly overrated.
I gotta highlight them, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, there's a system here.
There's this microphone in my face.
Okay. Mr. Flickster and Katie, you did a good job on the live stream. Thanks, Tanisha. Yeah, they did a great job. Nightmare on Sesame Street, you know it. Good to see our buddy, the Movie Massacre show here. Zigma says, I think she survived since she got too old. Freddy like 'em young. Unfortunately, that is true, and it's just so gross.
But then she had a kid, and that's why he came after her kid.
Gross. Still gross. So, Maverick Media says 78 Laurie wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for Loomis. I agree.
Yeah.
So, Edge goes to Nancy. However, 2018 Laurie would smoke Nancy.
Possibly.
Rich says, Lori is incredibly overrated to me. She makes a lot of bad decisions and runs around screaming. Accent Fitty 150 says, Nancy had to survive the mental onslaught, i.e. having to stay up for days. Agreed. Like, Nancy mentally, I would say, is tougher than Lori any day. In the third movie, she's mentally sound. She doesn't appear to be suffering from PTSD. She's faced one of the scariest slasher villains out there, and she comes out the other end strong, like mentally strong. Whereas Lori, she's pretty messed up after that first one. We see that in Halloween 2. In H2O, she's struggling. She's an alcoholic. In 2018, she has severe PTSD that's like ruined all of her relationships. So I will say mentally, Nancy, without a doubt, is the stronger opponent here. What do you think?
Mentally, I would say definitely.
Now, what about physically?
Well, if you're just going by both their first movies, I would still say Nancy is physically stronger.
We're not going just by their first movies. I'm just saying physically.
As they get older...
Overall, if they're fighting, they're meeting at the same age. So it doesn't matter what age we're talking about. I'm just saying, overall, I'm going to break it down with booby traps. Again, Nancy's going to smoke Lori. Her booby traps are way better than Lori's.
She can set them up like that.
And she's fast. She's
Kevin McAllister
really
don't
fast.
have shit on that.
However, what Lori has that Nancy doesn't is Lori is great with guns. I've never seen Nancy use a gun. So you bring guns into this battle, you're bringing a booby trap into a gunfight. That's a little harder to handle. However, Nancy has gone up against somebody who's fought her in her fucking dreams, who's fought her with like insane, like almost Toon Force abilities.
Magic.
And she has been able to figure out how to overcome it, whether it's burning herself, coming up with traps. She finds a lot of different ways to survive. So I think if her only problem here is a gun, I personally think, because Nancy is the smarter person here, I think Nancy's going to be able to figure it out. She's either going to, learn how to shoot a gun, because she's just really good at learning how to do stuff fast, guys. I feel like she get a book on how to shoot a gun, and she's already going to be an expert shotsman. B, she's going to figure out how to evade somebody with a gun, how to hide from somebody with a gun, and lure them into a very effective booby trap.
Like, when we're going when they're older, from, like, basically H2O to New Knightmare, I would say by that point, Lori is probably physically stronger. And a little more just kind of prepared for that kind of shit. But then Lori gets a lot of grit by the time she's an old lady. I wouldn't say she's physically stronger as an old lady, but she is a lot probably tougher, if that makes any sense.
And also I want to point out that Nancy didn't die because she was inefficient. Nancy basically sacrificed herself to help those kids.
Yeah.
I think had she been on her own, she would have been fine. She's trying to keep 5 fucking kids alive as well. Which, again, not something Lori's great at, keeping the people around her alive.
Ask her daughter.
Most of the other people in these movies
Both her
with
daughters.
her don't survive. So, yeah, I think a lot of times smarts tends to trump, weapons. And the only thing Lori has here is weapons. Like I said, Lori has severe PTSD. I think Nancy, being a psychologist, is smart enough that she could exploit that. Whether it be having like little Michael Myers dummies or, just other ways to trigger her PTSD and run her into a booby trap. Ultimately, I feel, possibly unpopular opinion here, that Nancy would win. I think she is mentally more sound, and I think she's smarter.
I feel like she's more balanced when it comes to the attributes. Lori, I would say, has maybe possibly some greater strengths, but also some greater weaknesses. So it's kind of like that. I'm going to go with Nancy, but not by a whole lot. I think if you consider all the versions of Nancy and all the versions of Lori, it's not by that much. But I'm just going to say she's more balanced, and that's just a little more reliable.
Rich says she adapts to her surroundings and which benefits her in fights. Mavericks is overall leaning towards Nancy. My mom, you've not watched Freddy. So when you're recovering from surgery tomorrow, guess what we're doing, Mommy? I have the whole set.
A Nightmare on Elm Street.
What if Nancy booby traps Lori's gun? Again, I think she could come up with a very clever booby trap to trap her gun. Because I think, basically, Freddy's a bigger opponent than Laurie Strode, and she's overcome him. Zombie says Nancy was tougher, but she was killed. Laurie is still alive, isn't she? Rich says Laurie's been killed too. She been killed.
She died in Resurrection. So like I said,
she died pretty easily in Resurrection.
They've both been killed. They've both been brought back.
And she has sat 2 of her movies out from injury. She sat out all of Halloween 2 in bed almost, and she sat out nearly all of Halloween Kills in a hospital bed. So her fortitude isn't that great. All Nancy has to do is get her into a good trap and get her good. You know, get her with one of those mallets that hits her in the belly like she did to Freddy. Get her in a trap with fire. And yeah, I think she's got this. She just needs to get one good one in there, because we've seen one good one on Laurie Strode is all it takes to keep her out of the fight for a while. And then when she's bedridden, I'm sure I'm going to count that as a KO.
Yeah. She's gone up against Michael 6 times and survived 5 of those times. Nancy's gone up against Freddy 3 times and survived 2 of those times. I mean, it'd be great if we could see Halloween Ends to give a little more perspective on Laurie, but we can't wait that long, obviously. We're doing it today, so we can't speculate on what's going to happen in that movie. I'm just going with Nancy because I feel like out of all the attributes, she is a little more balanced and a little more reliable.
I will say, remember, this isn't a popularity contest. This is who would win. So vote for who you would genuinely win, not who you like better. They are fighting now in the polls, so go ahead and vote. And, I think, regardless, there are no wrong answers here. This is a really close fight. A really close fight. I also want to point out one more thing is Nancy from Stranger Things is based on Nancy Thompson. So that doesn't really change this fight a lot, but I think it does go to show that she is this icon for, like, tough women, for tough teenage women. Nancy Thompson, she seems like a girl you could just push over, but you really can't. Not even if you're Freddy Krueger. All right, where's the vote? Where's the vote?
No, I mean, it just all kind of would depend on who wrote the story, because I honestly could see either one of them winning. It's just, I'm going for Nancy.
Hey, Lion Queen's here. It's hot in this room.
That's because you're in this room.
It's because you're in this room. All right, I'm voting for Nancy. Who'd you vote for?
I said I was going
turning
for
up
Nancy.
the fan.
Going for Nancy.
Yeah, that's what he said,
But
Rich. No voting out of favoritism.
I think there is plenty of reasons where Laurie could win. Like, if they fought 100 times, I'm sure Laurie'd get plenty of wins. I'm just thinking, in my head, Nancy's a little more balanced and reliable.
Fairpoint Station is here, one of our buddies. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a close fight. And I think, 1 out of 10 times, Laurie might get that lucky shot in. But it's going to be a lot harder to keep Nancy unawares. And remember what John Carpenter said about what made a great Final Girl is that she's aware. She's paying attention. And I think in that regard, Nancy does that better. Laurie did a great job in the first movie, but she's kind of broken in both of her timelines after that, whether it be, physically or mentally. And I think it's a lot harder to be aware of your surroundings when you're dealing with severe mental issues like PTSD or alcoholism.
Yeah. Her timeline's just broken regardless. It's all over the place.
We'll see you in a bit, Lion Queen. All right, let's see how many people are watching. And then okay, we have 16 people watching.
13 votes. You all right? What'd you do?
I can't breathe.
Why? What happened?
I don't know. I burped and then I got an air bubble trapped in my throat, and then I almost died.
Your esophagus.
I'm like a final girl.
Yeah, you survived that burp. Good job, love.
I survived that burp that was. You know what it was like? Oh shit! I can't tell anybody about it without spoiling the movie. But let's just say it reminded me of Nope. Zigma says if they're gonna fight in the dream world, then I'd say she would win. But this is the real world. Actually, Nancy grabs hold of Freddy Krueger, and their whole entire final fight is in the real world.
Yeah.
So I don't think that would make much of a difference.
Yeah.
That's where she lights Freddy on fire, which, by the way, was a record stunt at the time for a stuntman being on fire. The guy was supposed to stop at the bottom of the stairs.
He went right back up.
And he just kept going. They're like, dude, you're on fire. So, really, really cool stunt there.
Cheers to that stunt, man.
Very cool. Yeah, we gotta talk more about stunt people in movies. Axon5150 says, I love New Nightmare because the characters became their movie characters towards the end. All right, I think we have a special guest. So Danny will take care of that. And I'm just gonna sit here and wait for them. Is she ready?
I think
So we have a very special guest tonight. My best friend, Bekki. Get the door, my love.
Just call me creepy in there.
Creepy?
Creepy.
Creepy. We'll call you creepy.
Keeping it creepy.
I wasn't sure what we were going to call you tonight.
Creeping it clean.
All right, so you got your phone? Oh.
I don't have a phone.
You look adorable today.
Oh, thank you.
Very cute. I love the earrings. Oh, show off your overall dress.
Did I? Oops, wrong way.
And if the chair's not good, if it's too low, I can grab you another one.
It is kind of low, but
All right, will you go find her a better one?
Thing.
Caden's got an adjustable chair in his room that he's not using.
Okay, I get it.
All right, we're getting this all sorted out. In the meantime, here, you can sit in this chair.
All right.
All right, so 15 votes. How many people are watching? We got 14 people watching. I'm going to call it dun 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 dun. All right, so you missed the first one, but guess who won?
Who?
Nancy Thompson versus Laurie Strode. Nancy Thompson won. It was close. It was neck and neck. But Nancy Thompson was like, boo, booby trapping your face, bitch. And Laurie Strode was like, oh my God, I'm hurt. I got to go lay in bed for a whole movie now. So that's what's going on.
Okay.
I love Laurie Strode, guys. I love her. But damn. I've seen enough of her in bed.
Oh.
Like so much of her in bed. Which is weird because Nancy's in the movie where she's attacked by a guy in her dreams.
Oh.
But I've seen Laurie in bed more.
That's true.
It's weird.
It is weird.
Anyway, let's check out your awesome earrings. And I'm wearing the ones you got me for my birthday.
They're so cute.
I know! Anyway, oh, How Cheetah Will View has shown up representing that old dude vampire.
Honey, did I lock you in here?
Oh, no, he's happy. He wants to be here.
Okay.
And my brother's here. He says he knows you.
Hello.
So, done. Oh, no, what did I do? I broke it. So we're going to wait for Danny, kind of. Not really. Starting the tournament. Now, Nancy Thompson is going into the second round. So you've seen this before, right? You watched last week's.
Yes. I don't know if I saw last week's. I saw.
You saw one of the recent
I
ones.
saw the last one where you guys were arguing about Predator versus the Mummy, and I kind of have a little thing. I think the Mummy would have.
Tell us all about it, dude.
Well, okay, so it's kind of scientific. So
It's kind of sign. Like,
well, it is because I
Gory,
was
you
thinking
dumb.
about this. So
You
if the
dumb,
Mummy
Gory.
can make, can control the sand.
Oh yes.
Well,
okay,
there's tons and tons and tons of sand. So, say Predator gets, encapsulated by the sand, but the Mummy just keeps going bigger and bigger and bigger, and like it's like 5 miles thick. This ball that he's in, and so Predator wants to throw off the nuclear weapon. He does that. The problem is, the sand is one thing that absorbs force the most. So the concussive force would actually kill the Predator and not the Mummy.
Pretty good argument, dude. Pretty good. All right, we need more of that tonight with our fighters who are fighting. Ow, 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 ow.
You okay?
My eye's doing a thing.
Oh.
All right. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so Echo Cero is here. And
Pepsi for you.
thank you, Danny.
I love it. You're so nice.
Eyeball things are happening. All right, so Nancy won, honey bunny.
That makes sense.
Okay, so Danny is back. All right, do you got enough room?
Yes, I do.
Everybody, it's kind of a tight squeeze, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit like.
But I can make it work. So y'all get in here. It's like years in.
Gayle.
Oh, hi. That's a whole different stream. That's my OnlyFans stream. Okay. All right. There's a little bit of Danny action. All right.
You're going the wrong way.
It's too much Danny. We don't need that much Danny.
Sorry, you guys. I'm making this all kinds of awkward.
All right.
It's
I think
all
you're
good.
here. Danny can squeeze in with his little
Yeah, I'm
sweet
fine.
ass.
I'm fine.
Oh. Zigma changed my mummy's name to Mummy Be Movie. That is my mummy's name.
Nice.
My mummy is an
cute.
actual mummy. She was in a sarcophagus and everything. I'm like losing all my hair, dude.
Thank
What's
you.
going on? It's fine. You're welcome. It's like a party favor. Come to my
It's Haley
stream.
it's Gory
Take
glitter.
my hair. Come to my house. There you go. All right, I'm sure everyone's excited to get to our next battle. It is the battle of the Scream Queens, and I mean that literally. Sydney Prescott versus Gayle Weathers. Going the wrong way. So let's introduce Sydney Prescott. Sydney Prescott debuted in 1996's Scream, and the cool thing about that movie is the poster advertised Drew Barrymore, so nobody really knew Sydney Prescott or Neve Campbell. They were not household names yet. She'd done The Craft and Party of Five, but this movie put her on the map. Sydney Prescott is arguably one of the best final girls of all time. She has been in the first 5 Scream movies. And let's break it down. What are Sydney's strengths?
She's really
She has
clever.
a ghost mom.
Oh.
Focus, Danny. Focus.
We'll
We'll get
smart.
to that in a second with weaknesses. That's more of a weaknesses. So I will say, one, Sydney is really smart. We talked about being aware. Sydney is definitely aware of her surroundings. And, like, you know, even after she's pretty well convinced that Billy is innocent, she's still thinking, oh, wait, he could have used his phone call. Like, she's always thinking and putting stuff together. She's quick. She's got fast reflexes. By the second movie, she's pretty good with a gun. And as she says in part 5, I'm Sydney Prescott. Of course I have a gun. So she's good with a gun. She's no bullshit. Even by 5, she is, you know, she's pretty sturdy. Like, she's still handling herself. She doesn't seem any weaker for being older. She doesn't seem like she's mentally all that damaged. There was a period of time when she was hallucinating, seeing her mom and stuff. But what's really cool about Sydney Prescott is she is a true survivor. In part 3, she finally faces her mom. She faces her past. She faces, you know, PTSD and all those things, her brother, and she comes out the other end stronger. I think the Sydney we see in part 4 is no longer suffering from PTSD. She's dealt with her past, and she can handle anything that comes at her.
At that point, she's just like, don't fuck with the original.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And if you ask Gayle, she has those quick reflexes and a nice hook, you know.
She does. She can lay a girl out. She's also really good for somebody untrained at hand-to-hand combat. There's that scene at the bottom of the stairs where she straight up like flips Ghostface over like wrestling style.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say sometimes in the moment, I don't know if she always makes what she would consider to be the best decision, because she just got off the phone saying, you know, they always go up the stairs when they should be going out the door, and the door's right there. Mm-hmm. But, you know, you could argue in that situation Ghostface was blocking the door, so maybe that was the best decision.
Maybe. She does get a little emotional, if anything. That is a weakness. But
So, into weaknesses.
she's a little emotional. She started off a little trusting. I don't think that's really the case anymore.
No.
But,
Definitely the
know,
one thing is broken.
she's
is
got
trust.
mommy issues.
I don't think so anymore.
Not anymore.
I don't think
She's
that's
gone
fair.
through them.
I would say,
She must have a way of like coping with them now.
I would say, do
mean,
not
they're killing
expect
people.
to survive just because you're Sydney's friend. Like, you're gonna fucking die.
But I have to...
She is good at keeping herself alive. She's not necessarily good at keeping anybody else alive.
I do have to say, though, for a final girl, her friends live a lot. In fact, that's why Gayle's even in this, because Gayle has also been just as much a final girl of all those movies. She has not died in any of them as either.
I would
that's
argue
true.
because the friends of hers who do survive have survivor qualities of their own. Dewey can handle himself for the most part. Gayle can handle herself. That's why she's in this. So they are not alive because Sydney saved them.
No, that's true, but I'm just
They're
saying.
alive because they're strong. Sydney did not save Randy. Sydney did not save Tatum. Sydney did not save I think it's Angelina. She didn't save a lot of people. In fact, there's not anybody I can think of that she's actually saved.
That's actually kind of my point, though. She doesn't actually go around saving people. She's not spending a lot of time doing that. She's surrounded by some strong people as well, and that kind of makes it harder for the killer when there's a bunch of strong people who can handle themselves.
But theoretically, in this fight, it's what if Sid's the killer? What if Gayle's the killer? What would happen? Which one of them's gonna take out the other one?
I'd say Gayle is sneakier. Gayle is got a little less morals on when it comes to winning a fight.
We're not to Gayle yet.
All right, fine.
Bam! I'll send you a copy. Sid, super bitch.
I agree.
think we've done enough
Okay,
on Sydney, though.
since Danny is so ready to move along and just take over my show because he's better at hosting, whatever. Let's move on to you're adorable and handsome, but you just have to deal with me and my less handsomeness and less adorableness because it's the Gory movie show and that's just what you're gonna get. Anyway, moving on to Gayle Weathers. So hit me with it, Bekki. Any thoughts on Gayle?
I never really liked Gayle, so I was always Nev Campbell's was my favorite. I'm with Dan. She's very sneaky. I mean, she's a reporter to start off with, and they always are willing to get the dirt, do the dirt to get the dirt. So she's got that on her side. I mean, she'd push somebody else in front of somebody else so she would be
They
saved.
say that in part 2. She's an opportunist. She sees an opportunity, she takes it. And it's part of how she's managed to stay alive is she always sees her out. And she does not, I mean, later on in the movies it does change, but especially in the beginning, she will throw you in front of her to save herself.
Yeah, exactly.
Towards the end, I think she would still do that to a degree with the exception of her people. I don't think she'd do that to Sydney. She obviously would not do that to Dewey. But, like, some of those kids in the new one, Mindy, I'm sorry, Mindy, you're fucked, all right? Gayle Weathers is going to push you in front of her to save herself and Dewey if she's got to. Because with Gayle, it's like, it's her people and people who are not her people. And if you're not part of that, you're as good as dead. That does not mean that she can always keep them alive. She has seen Dewey be taken out in a number of different occasions, but she is, by all means, a survivor. In the first movie, she manages to get that good shot in, and she's not good with a gun. She doesn't even know how to turn off the safety in the first movie, but she's still a good shot. Her shots improve with each movie, and both of these women have a body count. They have killed people. Like, that's pretty good for somebody who's a hero.
Yeah.
I'd say she's good with a gun now. I mean, obviously, once she got that safety issue done. She's willing to sneak around better. She probably is better with surveillance because she knows how to use cameras and set them up wherever she wants.
That's a good point.
I think she's a little more willing to kind of do what it takes, and she's also a little more willing to jump into the action. She is a little braver, I think, in a sense. Not saying that Sydney's not brave, but even in that,
more cautious.
Exactly. In that last movie, though, Sydney's like, I'm not going there. Right? She's like, I'm not. When Dewey calls her, she does. She ends up changing her mind, apparently, but she's like, I don't want to. Where Gayle's like, Gayle knows,
Dog. I've done that before.
But Gayle, I don't think it would take much convincing to get Gayle. Hey, there's a scream killer. Let's get the scoop. Gayle's just in the trenches right away on her own. So I think it might not be necessarily a good thing, but she is more willing to go head on.
She's hyper-focused. When she wants something, she will get it. And if what she wants is her survival, there's really nothing to stop her. However, I will say hand-to-hand, I think Sydney is better. I mean, Sydney's laid out Gayle a couple times now. And Sydney, we've seen her against Ghostface, and she's kicked Ghostface's ass just with, kicks and punches. So hand-to-hand, I'm going to give it to Sydney. With a gun, who do you think is better?
It'd be kind of hard to say, but I will say that Sydney...
I would probably say Gayle.
I'm going to say Gayle can also... Maybe she might not be necessarily better at hand-to-hand, but I think the mental game, she would be a little better. The reason why she got hit by Sydney is because she knows how to get under Sydney's skin. She got Sydney emotional, and I think she could... And if you use that, you can make people make mistakes. So
That's a good point.
That is a really good
I
point.
will say, with a gun, I think they're pretty here, honey. I think they're pretty even.
Yeah.
However, here's what I'm going to throw out there, and it's combining weaknesses with strengths together. What I'm going to throw out there is if they were to fight today, and that's what I'm going to go for. Let's say, a new Scream movie, one of them's the Ghostface, and they have to go against each other. I feel like Sydney battled her demons in part 3. And I feel like any way to get under Sydney's skin, she's fortified herself. She is stronger. Whereas Gayle has kind of kept her walls up for all of these movies. And now, we're going to read the comments in a
I
second.
know, I'm paying attention. That was like...
Now, Gayle has finally got hit in the way Sydney's been hit multiple times. She's lost Dewey. I think that having a serious loss happen to Gayle is going to be a detriment. I think that's putting her kind of where Gayle or where Sydney was in the first movie, and I think Sydney emotionally is stronger now. I think mentally they're both very, very sharp. But I will say, after watching Scream 5, Sydney has not lost any of her momentum, whereas Gayle kind of hung back in that one. She's got a little less teeth. So I think it's really fucking close, but I'm going to go with Sydney. What do you guys think?
I think Gayle hung back because she got shot like right away.
I'm going to go with Sydney because I don't really like Gayle.
You got to speak up, though.
Oh, I'm going to go with Sydney because I don't really like Gayle.
But you got to, not about favoritism.
Oh,
Just who do you think would win?
Who would win? I think Sydney would win.
You cheeky monkey. All right, Danny.
I'm not saying exactly who I think would win, but I think Gayle is more still, when it comes out to trash talk, Gayle's got it. Sydney's good at retorts, though, so if anything.
But in a fight, hun.
I know, in a fight here. I think the reason why, though, I'm saying Gayle got shot pretty quickly in that, so I think that's the reason why she hung back.
No, it's fine. I fidget.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm a fidgeter.
But also, Gayle has nothing to lose right now. Sydney has a lot to lose. She's got little daughters that could be exploited. I mean, seriously, if Gayle wanted to be evil, she could be very evil about all this. Like, if this was just straight up a death battle where every moral was thrown out of the thing, I think she has leverage. Where
Good
Sydney
points
doesn't.
all around. I'm going to check in with the chat here. Fear Point Station says she can take a punch. Tommy
can.
Guns is here.
Tommy Guns.
Rich says Sid is the greatest of all time in my opinion. She's smart, tough, always aware of her surroundings. She can take a beating, and she's mentally tough too. She's also taken out not one but multiple killers. And yeah, she's gotten beaten up, but she's never been taken out of a fight. Gayle was taken out of a fight in 5. She gets shot and she's down. Sydney has had her ass handed to her, and she's never been down. She's never been down for the count. Sydney is murder bait, though. Not true.
Well, Gayle wasn't taken out of that fight, though. She lit, what's her name, on fire.
Yeah, but she hung back.
That's just for fun.
Maverick Media says Sid is the GOAT. And if you're old like me, that's the greatest of all time. It took me a long time to learn that one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. When the kids say someone's the GOAT,
Meh.
it's the greatest of all time.
Or if the,
What?
or
Who's got
the,
hip?
they can also say boat, best of all time.
Wow, Danny, stop trying to one-up us with the hipness. Like, jeez. Through no fault of her own, she's one of the few to survive her franchise. That is absolutely true, but so far, so has Gayle.
They both survived
And
the same franchise.
currently, it looks like Gayle may be in more Scream movies than Sid, since Sid's not supposed to be in the next one. But that's not because she's killed off. She's just not in the next
That we
one.
know of, unless they're like, oh, she died in a car wreck. Here's her daughter.
Lame. Gayle doesn't have great morals, says Fairpoint Station. Sydney has punched Gayle and got her good, so Gayle wants payback. This is Survivor Series, not payback, guys. Focus.
Well, like if Sydney did if Gayle did mess with one of Sydney's kids, I think Sydney would definitely cream her into the ground because that
Well,
mama
yeah,
bear thing
exactly.
coming
I don't
out.
think she would, though. 'Cause
I don't
she's
think
still
she
not
would
a
either.
But
bad
I'm just saying because
person.
you're
Hypothetically.
talking about emotions and like playing with people the right way, pull their little puppet strings.
Yeah.
Fairpoint says, I heard Gayle likes to fart during a large counterings and blame it on the protection group.
That's what I was.
What?
That's gross.
The only person Gayle would save is her camera person.
We need to fact check that.
We do. The movie Massacre, I'm all for Sid. Gayle is amazing, but she's easy to lure into traps, and she can't help herself when a story pops up. I think she did, though, in the last one. I mean, the last one, she said, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to write a book about this. I'm going to write a book about Dewey. Fuck them.
Grady was. Yeah.
And fuck any notoriety they would get from me. They're not going to get it. So I think she's grown. Zigma says it can go either way. I think it comes down to who can get the weapon first. Good point.
That is a very good point.
Gayle took a bullet like a champ. Zombie Whisperer, not a Scream fan, but I think Sydney would beat the crap out of Gayle. Ariel, nice to see you, buddy. Look, I seen Scream on Paramount Plus. Gory B, you know, it is on Paramount Plus, and it's pretty awesome. I just rewatched Scream the other day with my son in 4K because it's his favorite horror movie, and it was a lot of fun. All right, so the vote is up. The vote is happening. So vote. Guys, it's tough. I'm gonna go with Sydney.
How am I gonna vote? I'm gonna go. I'm voting for Sydney. Just add that to add one to the count. Ilana.
All right, we'll use you for tiebreakers.
Okay.
So if there's a tiebreaker,
No pressure.
because sometimes they get really close. This one looks pretty in favor of Sid, but we've had a couple where they've been really close. So if we need a tiebreaker, it comes down to you.
All right.
But right now, that would even help Sydney's case. But definitely let them know because, they're all like, oh, I want to do what Creepy's doing. She's super cool. She's setting the trends. So,
My love, shush.
did I mention that we were derby wives for a very long time?
Yeah, we never got a divorce, so
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
We were married
I'm
before
married
I
to
married
your
him.
woman too.
Yeah, still married.
You were at her wedding.
I'm the other wedding. I'm the
Bride
other
of honor.
woman. I was also your guys' maid of honor. Well, your
Exactly.
maid of honor.
This is
Maid
true.
of honor.
All right, 16. How many people do we have watching? 18s. I think we can get at least one more vote in there, guys. I think you can do it. You know what? I'm going to call it just because Sydney is so far ahead. We got 18 votes. Sydney Prescott, you're going into round 2. Let's take a look at that beautiful bracket.
I don't know. Gayle survived Master of the Universe, and her career still didn't go to shit.
Masters
after
of
that.
the Universe?
Yeah.
The He-Man movie.
Oh, I didn't.
She
watch
was in
that
it.
one.
You should.
It was
Is it
before
good?
Friends.
I loved He-Man as a kid.
It was
So,
before Friends. Old school.
Ariel, this is my best friend, Bekki. You would totally love her. She's just like me. And nice to see Sandy Absolute and Extron Gaming here. We missed you guys. So if you take a look at our beautiful bracket, it looks like Nancy Thompson and Sydney Prescott will be facing off in round 2.
Nice.
Let's move on. We're going to have a battle of the dongs, guys. I said that so wrong. But, yeah, some dudes. Because you know what? Surviving isn't just about the ladies. Most of the time, being a lady, for whatever reason, helps you survive. But sometimes, just sometimes, dudes survive. Case in point, my boy, Sean. Sean from Shaun of the Dead. I believe his name's Sean Riley, but I'm not positive. Anyway, so this is Sean.
Got a little red on him.
He's British. He likes cornettos. They're scrumptious. What else? He's good with a cricket bat.
Yeah, his weapon of choice is a cricket bat. He likes to get high and DJ it up with his friends and play video games. That's about what he likes to do. He loves to go to the pub, and he's in love with a girl who's not really big into those things. But other than that, he likes her.
Sean is a very easy to like person, and what I love about Sean is his loyalty. He may not like the man his mom married, but he still looks out for her. He even looks out for him.
Yeah.
His best friend may cause him a lot of issues with his roommate, with his job, but he stands by that guy even after he turns into a zombie. His girlfriend tries to break up with him. He's like, yeah, nah, I ain't gonna have him, girl.
That's problematic.
Which is totally problematic. But Sean does not give up on people, whether it be death, a breakup, nothing. Sean doesn't give up on people. He's like it in all things in his life. He's pretty dogged, and we see that in this movie. He's presented pretty early on with a zombie apocalypse, and he fares well. Now, I will say, I'm going to bring up a weakness right away. Sean has no understanding of his surroundings. There's evidence of zombies all around at the beginning of this movie, and Sean does not notice. Granted, Sean is hungover. But where Sean makes up for a lack of awareness, I think, is Sean is... He's quick to act. He's quick to throw a record. He's quick to grab that mallet. He's quick to jump in the car. He's quick to come up with a plan B when plan A fails. What do you guys think?
Yeah, like I said, he's maybe not the strongest, but he's quick. He thinks on his feet really well. And sometimes, even if he's not, like, understanding all of that's going around, sometimes it's for the best. And I think that might have actually why he survived as long as he did, by kind of ignoring the zombie apocalypse just because he was oblivious to it.
Sounds like a lucky guy. I actually haven't seen this one.
He's got
Really?
a lot.
Oh
He's
my
got a
gosh.
lot.
I
a
don't
lot.
really like zombie movies that
Oh,
much.
This is
a
not even... Don't
this
even
is-
call it... It's a romantic comedy that happens
Okay.
to have zombies in it. It's a movie about friendship.
It's a
It's a movie about
bromance,
love.
too.
It's a movie about loving your
It's got
mama.
everything in it.
It's got Christmas.
It's a movie about
It does.
being British. It's a movie about the love of Purple Rain.
And dogs do look.
And obviously taking cricket bats to zombie heads.
And dogs
Yes.
do look up.
Dogs don't look up.
That'd be like bloody pinata.
But yeah, Shaun is a great character. This was a great movie. If you haven't seen Shaun of the Dead, absolutely check it out. But I also think Shaun is able to push through even when horrible things do happen. His girlfriend breaks up with him in the beginning. That does not stop him from, gearing up for a zombie battle. He loses people very close to him in this movie, and he still manages to push on to the end. And he doesn't give up. He always pushes forward and ultimately survives. And this is one of the few zombie movies that I would say has a happy ending.
Hi, Ariel.
Yeah.
Ariel says hi. She says it's very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
My mummy says, Mummy B Movie, my mom, she says Shaun is the best. This is true. Shaun is absolutely the best. Also British, so already a bonus there. He's got Ed, and Ed's got Wood. Good points. Sid versus Nancy is a WrestleMania main event. Oh my God, you're so right. If he wins this, goes into the semifinals against Nancy, Rich, mwah. It's poetry, Rich. It's poetry. Shaun of the Dead is a fun movie. I agree. One of my favorites. In America, we call cricket grasshopper. I didn't even know you guys had cricket here. But that's good to know. Cornetos are gorgeous. They're gorgeous, Rick. Gorgeous. They are gorgeous, especially with a flake in them. Oh, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Shaun is not good with ranged weapons. It's true.
Yeah, when they're throwing records at the zombie, they're not the best at hitting it, and it doesn't do much damage.
She's so charming. When do you want to watch this? If you have time after, we're going to watch it. Okay. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, Ariel says, I just watched the new Peacock show 404. The main character reminds me of Nick Angel from Hot Fuzz. That's really cool. That's awesome. I really like that character.
Nick Frost who plays Nick Angel.
Yeah. Movie Masker, he's great with ranged weapons. He has a phenomenal record throwing skills. He's laughing. He's laughing. Gory B, do you like romantic comedy? I do like romantic comedy. I love romantic comedy with a bit of horror in it. I love Shaun of the Dead, but I was talking to Danny about this the other day. Like, I think there's a lot of great ones. I like 10 Things I Hate About You. I like Clueless. I like Notting Hill. Girl, come on.
I absolutely detest romantic comedies. They are just annoying.
They're not high on
don't
my
like
list,
them.
but I would choose them over. I would say
I just think they're too syrupy. Ugh.
To me, the two genres that have remained like pretty unchanged, where most of the movies are the same, are action movies and romantic comedies. And I would choose a romantic comedy over an action movie.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the action movies either. Like, some of them are
But,
stupid,
I would still prefer a romantic comedy with zombies.
That might be okay.
True.
That's not as syrupy. I just don't like the girl who's like, I need
There's this movie Spontaneous about, there's this thing that's making kids' heads spontaneously explode.
Not just their bodies, their whole body.
That movie was hilarious and sweet, and it's not syrupy at all. There's good ones.
Syrupy with corn syrup all over the place.
Rich says he's an English Ash Williams. Too
much.
right. Bloody good show. Movie Masker says a movie about love, friendship, and zombies. This is true. You can't get between Shaun and his pint. Exactly. That's a liquid gold right there. Ariel says, I saw his anime of High School of the Dead. He has the Walking Dead cross with Shaun of the Dead. That's cool. I've seen Shaun of the Dead and enjoyed it the heck out of space. Spaced is where a lot of the jokes from Shaun of the Dead originated from, like the dogs don't look up thing. And it's really awesome if you can check it out.
That's why he meets up with her, and she's got like a very similar crew, and they just kind of walk by each other going, hey, hey, what's up?
And also, the woman who plays one of his friends, I'm drawing a total blank, but she was in The Office. She's been in Wonder Woman. She was in Sabrina. She went on to do a lot of cool stuff. Ariel loves them. Teenage rom-coms, romantic comedies can be good. I agree. I forgot Scream 4. They were watching this movie. Okay. Yeah, they are watching this movie in Scream 4. It's true. All right, guys. I think we are ready. Are you ready for a miracle? No. Are you ready for the next fighter? Are you ready for a miracle?
Tommy Jarvis.
Remember I told you we should get a gong so that when we get we bone, we hit it and then you'd hear it
from across the river.
We should do that.
The thorn in Jason Voorhees' paw. He is Tommy Jarvis.
Honey, can I ask you a huge, huge favor?
What?
I'll let you introduce Tommy Jarvis and then would you fill this up?
With what?
Liquid.
Turkey juice.
What do you want? Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Thank you. You say thank you.
Thank you, baby.
That's better.
Thanks for teaching me the manners. Okay. Oh, look at that cute dog. Oh,
so adorable.
He's a man. He's gorgeous. That's how my friend Rich talks to dogs. It's the best.
He's a man.
It's changing the way I speak to animals, and it's working. All right, Tommy Jarvis is a 10 out of 10, says Extron Gaming. So let's talk about Tommy Jarvis. So Tommy Jarvis is interesting because there are 3 distinctly different Tommy Jarvi. Jarvises?
I think Jarvis is.
Jarvis.
Jarvi, I don't know.
Jarvis. So we are introduced to Tommy Jarvis in Friday the 13th Part 4, where he's played by Corey Feldman, and he's pretty cool. The character is based loosely on Tom Savini. He's a kid who loves monsters, who makes his own really awesome latex masks. He's smart. He figures out how to use psychology the same way that Ginny did to get Jason to pause a moment. You know, he pretends that he's essentially a younger version of Jason, using his makeup skills to look like him. Yeah, he's a pretty smart kid. He's pretty able to come up with a plan short notice.
Yeah.
Cannot handle skinny dipping. Cannot handle naked.
He's in the
I love it
beginning of puberty though.
I
Like,
love it when
imagine
he
he's,
sees the naked girl. He's like, he's under his bed, like all kicking and shit.
jumping around like
He's the
best
best.
thing I've ever seen.
He's the best.
And the mom
Thank
comes
you.
over.
When Corey Feldman's perviness was still cute.
Yeah, now it's just creepy.
Yeah.
And it's still there.
It's worse than it used to ever be.
Moving on to an underrated Tommy Jarvis, guys. Underrated. He's not as good as the other ones, I admit, but underrated. And honestly, where a lot of his skills are going to come into play. In Part 5. So in Part 5, he is a very scarred Tommy Jarvis.
Still makes masks.
He still has masks. I don't think he makes any in the movie.
No, I don't know.
But he's very emotionally damaged. Emotional damage. And he doesn't speak much, but he does these freaking WWE wrestling moves. Like, at one point, a guy goes at him, he just chucks him over his shoulder like the man is nothing. Like, this is wrestling Tommy Jarvis. This is like Thunderdome Tommy Jarvis. Like, do not fuck with this Tommy Jarvis, because he will just, like, throw you. He will chuck you like you are nothing. Like, he's the brawny man, and you're a roll of teepee. That is what he will do.
Though, when it comes to Roy, he doesn't do much.
Stupid thing came off.
It's not that kind of stream, Bekki.
He
I
killed
know, I'm
Jason
trying to keep it
Voorhees as a
clean.
child. He also reanimates him later. But then, yeah, he survived Roy Burns. Kind of helped kill him.
So, in Part 6, I think that's when we get our best Tommy Jarvis.
Except for the fact that he's the reason that Jason Voorhees is now an animated corpse.
Ignoring that, after he
Little
resurrects
thing, you know.
Jason, he decides he's
He's an
going to
idiot.
put him back into the grave.
Yeah.
So he's extremely fast. He runs a whole lot in this movie. He's fast. He's got a gun. He's the reason why you
Good
call
with it.
Tommy Jarvis in the video game, because he shows up with that shotgun.
Yep.
He can run a
That
boat.
game.
That
was a great game.
He can run a boat. I will say the thing is with both of these fighters, and I'm going to talk about comparing them head to head. They're not the smartest guys. They're not. These are not intelligent men.
Quick on their feet, though.
But I will say they are quick-witted, as in maybe they fuck up, maybe they make mistakes, maybe they resurrect Jason, maybe their plan goes wrong and they get all their friends stuck in the Winchester. Maybe they do the wrong thing, but they always have a good plan B. They don't give up. Both of them get back up on that metaphorical horse and try again. So, weapons, you've got Sean with his cricket bat. I've never seen him use a gun. But, he's great with a cricket bat. He's great. Sean is great with anything that's laying around, be it a pool cue, cricket bat, whatever is around, he will use. A children's slide, a trampoline. He will use his environment to his advantage.
Lawn darts.
I'm just trying to picture the trampoline, and I'm like,
You gotta see the movie.
yeah.
Whereas Tommy Jarvis, he pretty much has the shotgun. So I do think shotgun is a good weapon. But what happens if he loses the shotgun? I think Sean, in that instance, Sean would be better, because Sean doesn't need a shotgun. Sean can take my microphone. Sean can take Danny and chuck him at somebody. Sean just does all the things.
But
I do
John
think in
also
a
has a lot of
fist
dumb
fight-
luck, from what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does. I think
They
Tommy's
both
a little better, like with his
Well, the
fists.
other one's
Probably
more,
he probably could win a fist
intense,
faster.
you
He's
know what I
better
mean?
in a car.
Yeah, I would say Tommy has those wrestling moves.
Yeah, his fist
So
fighting.
hand to hand, I give it to Tommy.
He's a better driver.
With a gun, I give it to Tommy. I think he's good with the vehicles, like the boats and the cars. But Sean is really good at thinking on his feet and using his environment. So I think this is going to be a close fight.
I also, even though it never appeared in a movie, originally Tommy Jarvis defeated Jason Voorhees with a ray gun that he built, like an actual laser ray gun.
He is
Gotta love
he
the
is
80s.
good at inventions. Before I put the vote up, let's check in with the chat. I will vote for Corey Feldman, Tommy, not the other two.
Okay.
All right. TJ is the GOAT. 2 and 0 versus Jason. Tommy survived a guy who got fastest pace with a brisk walk. Wait, what? Whose fastest pace was a brisk walk? That's true, Jason. So, Bekki, what's your favorite horror icon? Mine is Corey Feldman, The Lost Boys.
I'll have to come back to that. I gotta think that for a minute.
Mine probably is Corey Feldman from this one, Friday the 13th. Maybe Goonies, Corey. Maybe. His mouth. Mouth.
I liked Corey in Lost Boys.
Oh, no. My favorite one is the Donatello from the Ninja Turtle movie. There you go.
There you go.
He voiced Donatello. Not my favorite version of Donatello, though.
I think that, Extron says he was kind of annoying at times, but I liked the route they went with his character. He was interesting. He became a hero in the end. I think he's talking about Sean, but I'm not sure. Tommy is one dumb son of a bitch. He beats Jason and he brings him back to life. He also leans into going crazy. I agree. He does get sent to a special home. Yeah, Mandy's here. I adore Mandy. I missed you last week, bro. I'm sorry. I'm having so many of the burps today, so it might sound like I'm verklempt, but no, I'm just burping. No, dude, I'm totally happy you're here. The Movie
Lucky
Massacre
us.
Show. I'm a disgusting human being. I burp and I fart and I
love
do
you
all the
for it.
things. I'm just really glad they can't smell me on this show. Like, that's-
Smell-o-vision.
I haven't smelled you yet tonight, so that's great.
You will later.
YouTube's working on that feature, don't worry.
So, Brewster and Brocky are gorgeous. They're dog models. They don't have to go to Crufts because they've already won. Sweet, sexy boys. I just love them. Yeah, oh my god, you will love him. I cannot wait till you meet Rich. You're going to adore him. Yeah, Rich, this is my best friend, Bekki. You will adore her when you meet her. Zigma says, Sean tosses a Playboy mag at Tommy, then knocks him over the head with his cricket bat. I don't think Tommy would be that distracted by a Playboy magazine. Like, girls are not a high priority for Tommy.
More opportunity when he's...
And you got to continue that he's been, like, foiling and hunting Jason his entire life, because he's still in the Never Hike Alone series as well.
Yeah, that's true. He's more obsessed with Jason than he is interested in girls. I mean, we know he likes girls because he has Megan in his lap and he's like, oh, what the fuck? That's
Hell
cool.
yeah.
But honestly, like, his sex life takes a back seat to his desire to kill Jason Voorhees.
Yeah.
I'm doing that every time I'm trying to take a drink. You make something funny. I'm about to...
Where I would say with Sean, his romantic life does not take a backseat. The zombies is second. to
Sorry,
him.
honey, is that in the way?
No, I'm
I
fine.
can
I'm
move it.
fine. I'm just
There's
fidgety.
so little room here. I'm so sorry.
I'm just fidgety.
Mandy says, hello, ghouls. Say hi.
Hey.
And hello, Nightmare.
Howdy.
Good job. Tommy Jarvis is better than Tommy Doyle. I agree.
Yeah.
This Tommy's really cute. Yeah, why not? I think he's cute in Return of the Living Dead, too. I've met him, too. We've both met him.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Are we still getting the fight with the Frog Brothers, Gory? I think they're coming up in a Hunter's one,
Yeah.
Ariel. So check in on the Hunter's deathbed. I believe they're there. More like Daddy Jarvis. You know what's up, Mandy. Megan was a sim for Tommy. She was pretty useless. Agreed. Part 5, Tommy could fight and no walking involved. He bodied Jason out in his living room.
She helped him escape jail, if anything.
Mandy says, hubba hubba, wink wink, nudge nudge. I'm digging it. Tommy is such a badass. He killed Jason as a kid, and because he's bored, reanimates Jason like Frankenstein's monster so he can kill him
I'd like
again.
to think that's why.
That's my favorite take.
You're my favorite toy, Jason.
Hey, maggot brain.
Bored.
I'll bring him
In fact,
back.
yeah, I have his autograph up there and it says, hey, maggot brains.
Yeah.
Maverick, that is my favorite take. I love it. Sean does use a gun. He uses a Winchester rifle. Rich, you were 100% correct.
Yeah. He has
All right.
He has the rifle from the Winchester.
But how long does he keep it?
He's not very good
He's
with it,
in
though.
one movie, dude. Give him a break.
They, like...
It's not his fault that
He's
he
really
can't-
bad with it. In fact, he's missing most of the zombies.
That's what I'm gathering about this guy. I haven't seen the movie, but I'm getting that he's
Be
kind
nice
of a
to
goof.
Sean.
He's a nice goof.
He's a good planner.
He's a nice
but
goof.
bad on execution. What was that? Sean all the way, says Flixer. Sean knows how to run. Tommy will not be ready for that. Tommy can run too, guys. This is a close one. He did almost die in Friday the 13th Part 6. I was
Almost.
talking about Tommy. Oh, good to know. I go with Sean. She also spits on people.
What?
So we went on a road trip with Rich, the movie
Oh.
Massacre.
Yeah.
And I'm telling him all these stories on the road trip. And I realize I'm like gleeking on him. I'm like, how long have I been doing that? He's like, you've been doing that for like an hour. I was just too nice to tell him.
I thought Rich was just sweaty back there.
Like,
Am I spitting on you?
no, I was just joking. Like
I think I was
he was talking to me,
dehydrated,
and he's
but
like,
I was just like, careful, she spits.
she's just excited.
You've gleeked on me in a couple of the earlier these streams of the death battles.
Honey, you signed up for my fluids
know.
when we got married.
Just letting you know, it's been like a thing that's been going on for about a month
Tommy was a little sus, to be honest.
now.
Just saying, both you mess up. Jason, both mess you up. Jason is an overpowered zombie. Sean can take out hordes of zombies. Sean for the win for me. Did you see the trailer for season 2 of Chucky? I did. Okay, guys, this is a tough one. I don't know. What are you gonna go with?
I'm going with Tommy.
Tommy, huh?
I do think Sean's great, but
I know Tommy. I mean, I remember him from movies. I haven't seen Sean. So
he
I
lives
gotta-
out in the woods. He's ready to kick some ass at all times. Sean, I think, honestly, has gotten kind of just lazy playing video games after the
I
zombie
feel
thing
like
went over.
Sean, actually won his movie, though, and didn't even need a sequel.
Tommy would have won his movie if he wouldn't have brought him back. We got bored, like he said. I think, though, that's also Sean's just been sitting around on the couch playing video games with a zombie. I don't think
also
he's been,
would
like,
say
honing his skills since then, where
Sean-
Tommy's still out there doing that.
Sean is able to fight drunk pretty well, honestly.
Well, I mean, he is from, he is British.
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
Means you're a bully boy.
I'm going with Tommy, but I like Sean. I think I like Sean more, to be honest. I'm going with Tommy.
I mean, I it's hard because I usually go with whoever's smarter, and they're both dumb. And I adore that. I think they're both...
He's like Dr. Frankenstein.
how
He
you
brought
would
Jason
say-
back to life with lightning. How is he not smart?
How someone's street smart, they got street smarts. Like, they're quick-witted. But I feel like their plan A's are always wrong. I'm just trying to think of who I would give the edge to.
The Mountain
I mean,
Man.
here's what I'm going to say. So Tommy Jarvis in part 4 does kill Jason. He kills him.
Yeah. Straight up murks him. As a child.
Then he resurrects him. And he doesn't kill him.
Killed my mom.
He
and
survived
my
Roy
sister,
Burns
but-
as well.
I'll bring
And
you
he
back.
survived
Helped
Roy
kill.
Burns.
Helped kill
But
Roy Burns.
Sean did survive a horde of fucking zombies.
But
Like, a lot.
they were too busy eating most of his
mean,
friends.
Tommy barely survived one zombie. Jason.
Sean would have died if
Is
the
he a
government
zombie,
didn't
or is
save
he
his
like
ass
a
at the end of the
demon?
movie, though.
Dude, he's some other kind of shit.
He's something, because he
But
keeps coming
in
back.
6, I think he's pretty much a zombie. Like, because he's brought back from the dead. I'm
But-
going to check on the chat, because I don't know. Gory wants to pre-digest Rich. Ew!
Ed sacrificed himself so Sean could survive, and Sean honestly was still about to die, but the government stepped in and saved him.
Sean's bad with a gun because he's been drinking. When he's sober, he did good with a gun. Jason is a fish golem, a.k.a. Frankenstein monster, more than a zombie, so he's a revenant. I have Ariel. Looks great, way darker. Hey, Captain Jerk. Good to see you. Long time no see. If Tommy wins, dogs can still look up.
Yeah.
Even if Tommy wins, he will bring back Sean, and Sean will win.
Well, there you go.
Brilliant.
And then he can also be a zombie
Full
playing video
circle.
games with other zombies.
I like that. Sean's story is that he's useless because he's dragged down by people around him, when in reality he's a badass when he steps up. Tommy starts off tough and goes downhill. Next year is the 100th anniversary of Warner Brothers, because in October we can still have a witch coven, right, Gory? We can always have a witch coven, Ariel. Guys,
Said Sean only survived his movie because the government saves him at the end, like Ex Machina that.
No, I'm urban.
Nobody came in to save Tommy.
okay, but them fighting against each other, who's gonna win?
Tommy the Mountain Man. who's honing his skills as we speak.
Versus
Still
Sean,
fighting Jason.
It's not gonna work.
It was tough for me, but I went with Tommy Jarvis just because I think hand to hand, Tommy's gonna win. I think Tommy's better with a gun, and yeah, I think he's gonna beat him up. But it's gonna be close, guys. It's
I
gonna
love
be
Sean.
so close. They're both in this fight gonna do something fucking stupid.
Oh yeah.
Where the other one could have won.
Yeah.
And this would be a hilarious fight. This would be a slapsticky Three Stooges kind of fight. It will be so close. But I do think Tommy wins. Alrighty. So, checking in with our bracket. How many people do we have watching? 15. So, I'm going to call it. It was close. It was close, but Tommy Jarvis is moving on to the next round, guys. Okay, so, checking in. What?
I'm just doing that.
Oh.
Whole thing. Being silly.
Take it. We need more drinks.
I can go get you guys some
I
since
can
I'll
do
be
it.
the turn. I'll take a turn.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. We love you. Toodles.
I brought treats.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, treats. I gotta say, Tommy's sidekick died right away. Truth. Sean looks after Ed even when he's a zombie. That's true friendship. Agreed. Tommy can fight. No, his girlfriend came in with the win at the end. Final girl's got best skills. Sean's way more badass. The zombies would annihilate Tommy. That was a tough one, guys. It was a tough one. I think I just gleeked. That's because I saw Rich in the chat. Okay, so the next one is, have you seen Ready or Not?
Ready or not? No, I haven't.
Girl,
I know. I've been like under a rock for a long time.
girl, you need to come over here and watch more movies with me.
And you know how you let me use your whatchamacallit?
Plex?
No, Shutter.
Shutter?
They won't let me in again now. So I haven't been able to watch the movies.
Just sign in again.
Anyways, it's enough of that. But I will.
All right, so I'll have to take this one. Danny will jump on in when he's back. But if you guys missed Ready or Not, it was the best movie of the year it came out. It's a terrific movie. So the premise of this movie is that this gal, played by Samara Weaving, who's true just horror movie gold, she's marrying a guy who is an heir to a massive board game empire. A very rich family. And they don't particularly like her. But they have a tradition that on the wedding night of somebody new to the family, you draw a card and you play that game. If the game happens to be hide and seek, which it is, then the entire family needs to hunt down the new bride or groom. Otherwise, the entire family will be evaporated at sunrise. So this movie is pretty badass. Samara Weaving's character, we don't know much about Grace outside of what we see in the movie, but she is quick. She quickly learns that they're out to get her, and she is great at escaping. She's great with weapons. She's great with a gun. I mean, look at her with that bandolier. Like, she is... I would put her up there with, like, Die Hard. Like, honestly, in this movie, she reminds me of, like, Die Hard, where...
Just in a rich, fancy environment.
She's not prepared to have to fight for her life, but when push comes to shove, she is instantly there. So, yeah, like, she reminds me a lot of, like, you know, John McClane.
Okay. I think I might have seen this now
Yeah?
now that you were talking about it.
So
I didn't remember the evaporating part, but I remember them all hunting her, and
Yeah, dude.
it was so.
All right,
Don't
so
mind me, I'm a
let's
little slow.
check in with the chat. I think Sean would wreck Jason and not bring him back from the dead. You did Sean bad, you fools. I'm sorry, Rich. Where's Danny going? He's getting his drinks. Tommy would have a necklace of zombie ears. You guys, I love how passionate you are.
There you go.
Nice
Thank
to
you
see
very
you,
much.
Jim. I've seen Ready or Not and didn't like it. And I don't like horror. Yeah, he doesn't really like horror, but he's seen it. I think it's a good movie. I agree. Sean should have won, said my mommy. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm ready for Halloween ends. Me too. Mummy be movie. Yes, Mummy be movie. Mummy be movie. You're British, Rich. Get with it. Who here saw Nope? We did actually reviewed it over on Horror Addicts.
So go check out our review after this.
The creator is in the chat. Laugh out loud. Me and my sister watched it together, got drunk, and had a ghoulishly great night. That sounds awesome, Mandy. I hope Lauren and Michael do great. I am the creator of Gory movie. You didn't create. You didn't create me. You found me under a gooseberry bush. How is that creating me?
Is that what they told
Maybe
you?
she.
That's what my
originally-
mother has told me from birth. That she found me beneath a gooseberry bush and was like, why not?
But maybe she created you and then lost you under the gooseberry bush and then found you there again.
Is that where you found Lols?
No, dude.
Made a
I
deal with a
summoned
demon
him.
for
I made a
lols.
demon with a demon.
Deal with the demon.
Halloween Ends
Deal
better
with the
be
deal.
good. Halloween Kills was great. Be back at 10. All right. All right, so I gave them a kind of preliminary. We talked about Ready or Not a bit, the movie. We talked about how she responded and how I compared her basically to John McClane from Die Hard.
Yeah.
Where she was not prepared for a fight.
No.
But when push came to shove, she basically defied the odds. Like John McClane in that first movie, you think he's just a
Well, I
regular
mean,
guy.
he's police training.
Yeah, but he's not going in there with
No.
weapons prepared for a fight. He's
No.
not prepared at all. He's
No.
prepared for a Christmas
Very
party.
underprepared.
And he manages to push through. Even when his feet are cut up and stuff, he does the impossible. And
Yeah.
that's how I feel like Grace is. Even when she gets her ass kicked, she still manages to get the upper hand. Even though she is outnumbered, outgunned, she still comes out on top. Like, she is quick. She is smart. I think she's a badass. What do you think?
Grace kicked a lot of ass. She's really good at hide and go seek, I'll tell you that much.
Anything else you want to add?
They all had it coming. Good for her.
Assholes.
And she is going against Andy Barkley. Andy.
A boy who loves to play with dolls and survives. Good for him.
I'd like to play with Andy.
Oh, I'm so sad I was supposed to meet him.
I
at
know.
Prescott.
But he
I was like,
went to
9 Inch Nails
yeah,
concert.
9 Inch Nails concerts. He went to 7 of them. Oh, he should have went to 9 of them. But yeah.
That makes him extra cute. Like that part.
So I will say this about Andy. Andy makes a shit breakfast. A shit.
As a kid, he did.
Shit breakfast. However, he is able to hold his own even as a young child for 2 fucking movies. His doll comes to life. Nobody fucking believes him until the end of that movie. He doesn't get the help from the cops and his mom until the end. Up until then, he's going around, the bad part of town. He's around voodoo guys.
Oh, yeah.
He's around exploding houses. And Andy holds his damn own. Andy gets locked up. Andy's mom gets sent to a mental institution at the end of the movie. He is on his own and sent into foster care. And Andy is not fucking around. He's not going to buy this whole, it's a Tommy doll. No, it's a freaking Chucky doll. Andy doesn't play with that shit, okay? Andy doesn't play with good guys. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Andy doesn't play with good guys, all right? Andy doesn't fuck around. They lock Andy up, Andy gets out. Chucky comes after Andy. Andy's like, nah, dude, not today. I'm gonna freaking put you into like a Chucky factory and blow your plastic ass up out of here.
Melt into a glob of
Yeah.
gelatinous
Andy
ooze.
goes to military school, bro.
Survives military school.
Military school. And actually, like meet someone there. I mean, how often do you meet somebody at military school? I have never been to military
I
school.
haven't either.
Anyway, he is quick on the draw. He learns military training, so that's where he learns how to handle guns and such. And that's something that he carries into the later movies where he is an adult. He is ready with a gun. He does not celebrate his birthday anymore. He actually has the cojones after torturing a Chucky doll for information and just to see how they can be destroyed. He has the cojones to get himself locked into a mental institution so he can help Nika take down not one but multiple Chuckies. And as of now, even after appearing in 2 movies as a child, 1 movie as a teenager, the end of a movie as an adult, another movie as an adult, and the first season of a TV show, he's still alive.
Yeah.
He's still kicking ass.
Hunting down Chucky dolls.
Absolutely. Hell, he had hidden his weapon inside of a Chucky doll. He's smart. He thinks outside of the good guy box.
Yeah.
This is a tough one, guys.
Oh.
This is a tough one. I need to hear from you guys. What do you guys, give me your thoughts.
I think initially, maybe Grace is a little more just instinctively badass, but Andy has so much experience.
He has experience, and he's also got a little sick, twisted side
He
to him
does.
that makes it more tangible to want to go and hurt people. Like, she didn't want to go and hurt people, but Andy, you know, he's like, I'm gonna fuck this guy
Now,
up.
they were trying to kill her because of a deal they made with the devil. So there is magic involved, but he's gone up. That devil magic wasn't ever used on her. Like, she didn't have to fight devil magic, where he's fighting voodoo here.
Yeah.
He's fighting dolls and stuff, and he's still going. So I think overall, I'm going with Andy, but I do think maybe, like, in a situation, Grace might be able to kick him in the dick. But
We've talked a lot about surviving.
That's just like...
We've talked a lot about surviving mental trauma, and obviously Andy has that. He's pretty fucked up from his childhood. You know, his mom was taken away from him, and, you know, he does get her back, you know, as an adult, but, you know, he went through a lot of shit. And I still don't think anything that he's gone through has broken him. He's never been broken. Even as a child, he was never broken. He's a little scarred, but he's never been broken. He is still able to get back out there to the point that he's almost kind of like shut down a little bit in the TV show. Like, you know, Kyle, you know, kind of has to talk to him like, dude, you know, like, learn how to talk to human beings. Because he's like, where's the Chucky doll? Where's the Chucky doll? Like, he does not fuck around. But yeah, Andy has gone from a little boy to quite the badass.
yeah. So
I love
think
that he has that Chucky head. That's like my favorite part of like almost all of them. He's sitting there just messing with it. Oh, what a great stress reliever, right?
I love it. Definitely, he's definitely not into redheads anymore.
No.
All right, I'm gonna check in with the
It's good 'cause
chat
I don't
before
got
I
my
vote. Yeah, you know, we rocking that black. Who's ready for season 5 of Stranger Things? I am. I just finished season 4, dude. That was awesome. If Ready or Not was going to be on Hulu, I'd so watch it. I'm not sure where it's at, but always go to Just Watch. It's a website that tells you everywhere you can find a movie. My Zigma says my sister, that's me, is the horror fan of the family. I'm more sci-fi. This is true. Ready or Not better be on Netflix. I'm not sure, guys. Home Alone 2, Electric Boogaloo. Andy is the reason his dad left the family. He's that bad. Oh, that cuts deep, Fairpoint. That cuts deep, man. Andy is a beast. That is... Ariel, I love it. You said it perfectly. Andy has a dull head fetish. You guys are on fire. This is awesome. Andy and I share a birthday, so I have a soft spot for him. Dude, that's awesome. I saw the trailer for season 2. Yeah, it's awesome. I gotta go to bed. Good night, Jim. It's common to meet and get married in military school, mostly done to get that extra money and benefits. Oh, I did not know that. I'm sorry, I thought he was in prison in an episode of Chucky. Andy's mom said George and Gracie went to live in the far future. Andy can say people's names backwards. I don't know. Okay, guys, I'm gonna...
like a voodoo?
I have no idea. I watch a lot of Chucky. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna go with Andy just because I don't know what Grace would be like had she been attacked as a child. Maybe she has been, and that's why she's so badass. I don't know what she would be like if she was attacked for years and years and years. But Andy, it's been well over a decade. It's been his entire life. He's been targeted since he was a small kid. And he's still managed to, I think, maintain, you know, himself, like not get broken. He's still going out there trying to have dates. He's still, you know, prepared for Chucky. I think he's grown into somebody who's a real badass. And I still think that, you know, Andy, like, you can throw him into anything new, a new situation, whether it be now there's a whole bunch of Chuckies, or, you know, maybe there's a super uber Terminator Chucky, and I think Andy can always adapt. He's had to with his life, so I went with Andy.
Yeah, I'm giving him just the experience and edge. Plus, Grace.
Actually, you're fine because I don't have to see it. Okay.
I mean, as long as it's not taking place on Grace's wedding day, I think Andy's got the best chance at winning this fight.
All right, 20 votes, and we only got 15 people watching, so I'm going to call it. And it goes to Andy, who's going on to the next round. Andy will be going against Tommy Jarvis in round 2.
That'll be a good one.
That will be.
That's going to be awesome, guys.
Equal.
It's going to be awesome. So, let's take a look at our bracket. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so Andy and Tommy Jarvis will be in round 2. Nancy Thompson and Sydney Prescott We got 2 more fights round 2 we got to figure out. So let's go and see who's next. Kirsty Cotton. Ashley freaking Lawrence. Amazing character. I love that Kirsty is badass even before bad shit happens to her. Kirsty does not put up with shit, okay? Yeah. Kirsty does not put up with this new mom bullshit. Kirsty does not fuck with puzzle boxes. That's what's up with Kirsty.
She opened the box.
She is really...
For a reason.
Yeah, she had to.
Yeah.
She's really clever. She figures out pretty early on something's wrong with her new stepmother. She spies on her. She figures out what's going on. She is able to manipulate the puzzle box in order to get the Cenobites onto Frank and her stepmother's, scent, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And then, even then, they're like, you called us, we need to take you. That's how it works. She still talks her way out of it. I don't know how you do that with Pinhead, but Kirsty has done this multiple times to the point where in part 2, he's like, no more games. Because she always finds a way to get herself out of being ripped to shreds by the Cenobites. She's able to almost use them as a tool to take down the people that she needs to take down. She comes back twice as strong in part 2, and she goes into like this hell dimension where she again kicks ass, survives the fucking movie. She's one of a few final girls who has survived her franchise because she does show up again in Hellseeker, where she uses the puzzle box to get at her cheating husband. And she still survives. I would not have the cojones to use the lament configuration against anybody because it goes wrong. It always goes wrong.
Just not for her.
And then you get Cenobited. And it sucks. But not for Kirsty Cotton because she's a bamf. All right.
1, she goes to hell and back. And like a boss. And 2, hell hath no scorn as a woman. Like Kirsty, don't fuck with Kirsty.
Don't fuck with Kirsty Cotton.
Hell had no fury like a woman scorn.
Yeah, which her cheating husband found out about later on. So
he was doing
like
other
she
bad
almost
shit.
uses tries how she gets at the Cenobites and Pinhead is she uses their humanity against them. Like somehow she brings out them thinking about their actual humanity. And that's what gets them. And it's weird because you think you're not using any weapons, but I wouldn't say love, but you know what I mean. Like
she's gonna go into a car lot with the shadiest car dealer out there and walk away with a free nice car. Like
she's able to outsmart her opponents, and Julia isn't an idiot. Her stepmother Julia, who's also the bad guy in part 2, she's not an idiot, and Kirsty outsmarts her. Kirsty outsmarts Pinhead, who. Pinhead is like the master of games, is the master of, manipulating people in order to get what he wants, which is their soul. They want her soul, but she is always able to be like, but wouldn't you rather have Frank? Like, she knows what they want. She knows what people want. And she's able to use that to survive, and she's able to use that to win. And... all right. Anybody have anything else they want to say on Kirsty Cotton? All right. So, another one of my favorite final girls. This is Stretch, played by Caroline Williams, who is just an icon in horror. She's in Leprechaun 3. She's in a whole shitload of movies.
Devil's Rejects. All those.
Yeah, Stepfather 2. But her best role, I think, is Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2. If you've read the book that defined the final girl, which is Men, Women, and Chainsaws, there's almost an entire chapter in there dedicated to Stretch. So it may be a sequel, but Stretch is far more memorable and badass than even Sally, who was the final girl of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Sally is broken. Sally is destroyed by the end of that movie. Like, mentally, she may be physically alive, but she lost. Yeah. They broke that poor girl. Yeah. Not Stretch.
No.
Stretch is not intimidated. She finds out during a radio call that someone is killed, and she's intrigued. She wants to help people. She wants to solve the mystery. She can handle dual chainsaw-wielding Dennis Hopper. She tracks down the Sawyer family, and she's able to, again, why she's great to go against Kirsty Cotton, she is able to figure out what people want and manipulate them Most people could not handle Leatherface having a chainsaw in between their fucking legs. But she's like, you're not mad at me, right? You're not mad at me. Like, I would be pissing myself, but not Stretch. She's like, she's flirting with him a little bit. Like, come on, you're not mad at me. You want some of this, right, buddy? You want some of this. Like, she's able to convince Leatherface that she's his girlfriend. It's adorable, but she's really smart, guys. She's really good at manipulating him. She almost gets invited into the Sawyer family. She's able to convince Dennis Hopper's character to work with her, even though he doesn't want her involved. She holds her own in this amusement park of horrors with the Sawyer clan, and at the end of this movie, she is not broken. We talked a lot about Laurie Strode throwing away the weapon when she's done with it, not Stretch. Stretch is unique in that she, at the end of this movie, she doesn't let go of her weapon. She has that chainsaw that she uses to save her own life, and she's doing the chainsaw dance. If the weapons killer's news are metaphorical penises, as they're often considered to be in scholarly, essays and such. If this is a metaphorical penis, Stretch is waving her dick at the end of this movie because she has fucking won. She is not broken. She will never be broken. And she's a fucking icon. She's a badass. There's a reason, like I said, that whole chapter is dedicated to her because she's goals, guys. She is goals. They need to bring her back in a sequel. I know Netflix is making a few more Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies.
I'm still going to write one.
They need to bring Stretch in, and they need to take Danny's idea and have them go to space.
Yeah, Houston, we have a problem.
This is a tough one, guys.
I'm going to have to, in my opinion, I'm going to go with Stretch.
All right, tell us why you want to go Stretch.
Well, exactly. Hi,
baby. Baby. Oh, you're gorgeous.
Just because
you're gorgeous.
she has the mental, awareness to be, on top of her game and not being freaked out. Because there's no way who else in the world is going to be able to reason with Leatherface?
Yeah.
And another...
He doesn't seem to me like he has much reasoning in his head to begin with, so I don't know, that's my
and kind of piling on to what you're saying there, at one point her best friend who has a thing for her, his fucking face is taken off by Leatherface. They're wearing his face. That would break most people. Put them in a fucking pool of jelly, and she holds her own. She does not break. This woman has
no choice.
Fortitude, but a lot of people would. A lot of other people on this list would. Laurie Strode would, I think.
I think she's...
especially if you put on her daughter's face.
I used to always say watching horror movies to survive them is to, sometimes just be crazier than what's crazy. And she does. She takes it right back to him. Not where she's broken, but she does insane shit. And she does it while being cool. You can tell, obviously it's not easy things to do, but she just does it because she knows that that's what it takes. I think they honestly both have what it takes, but I think Stretch just honestly is a little physically more scrappy. Physically a little, strong.
She's physically scrappy. She's good with a chainsaw, which is one of the hardest to wield weapons there are. She's great. She's a badass, and she's smart. She's good, able to manipulate her opponents, and she's quick. Stretch is a bamf. She outshines Dennis Hopper with 2 fucking chainsaws in this movie, guys. It's glorious. It is a thing of beauty, and I love Christy Cotton, but I, too, am going to go with Stretch on this one.
Well, does Christy get to use the box?
She uses the box to get her husband
would she be able to use
hell.
the box in this fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a difference.
That does help.
But if Christy can outsmart Pinhead, could Stretch?
I think Stretch could, because she was able to... Yeah. No, I agree. I think Stretch.
Plus, Pinhead has no real reason to want Stretch, so I don't think that when you rather... Because she's not, a bad soul, by any means.
No.
It's not like somebody who's
just
destined
really
to go to
bad
hell.
Spot.
So I don't think the box would do much other than they'd be like, well, we've been kind of wanting you for a while now, Christy, so it's time to cash in on that.
And they do that in part 2. They're like, yeah, no more bullshit. But yeah, Christy's great, but I still think, I think Stretch could out-manipulate Kirsty. And she's, physically, I think she would kick Kirsty's ass, even though Kirsty's a badass. And yeah, she's just a little bit quicker than her, I think.
Yeah.
Checking in with the chat. Will the Tiffany doll be there for season 2? I don't know. Wait, nobody remembers when Kyle to tell me. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Good to see you, Rich. Hey, Sean Blue Digital. Good to see you. Natasha Henstridge would destroy them all. Natasha Henstridge was already in a battle, and sadly
She's an alien, so she was
in the creatures
She's
battle.
not a human, so
Sadly, she did really well. Go back and check out that fight. She's in the creatures fight.
She did really
She
well.
kicked some ass. I believe she killed Dr. Wolfula.
Yeah.
But yeah, she did awesome. Yes, Hellraiser. I remember watching this movie. It's a good one. Respect, Mummy Gory. I am not the moderator. Did I do something wrong, Gory? Actually, no, Ariel. I got rid of pretty much all of my moderators that are anybody who doesn't work on the show behind the scenes that I know in person. I got rid of just because I had way too many moderators. So it's nothing personal. Everybody lost their wrenches unless they actually work on the show.
She was wrench happy the other day.
Oh, it's fine. Grace is a huge contender to win this whole tournament for me. Plus, I also want everyone to have fun and not feel like they have to work. So that's the other thing, too. Grace is a huge contender for me to win this whole tournament. She's intelligent, badass, and a savage. Pinhead is the masturbator. Nice one, Dusty. Kirsty, yes. Why are you doing this to me? Because I'm mean. Yes, Zigma is not the best with the horror knowledge. He has referred to Leatherface as Skinface in the past, and I think it's hilarious.
That's a fan film movie we need to make.
I adore Andy, but he does have a lot of help. I always thought Caroline Williams was in Leprechaun 3. She is in Leprechaun 3. Whoa, talk about a final girl transition. Mommy like, what? I have no idea what's going on. What? Tilt Scales and Grace with Grace for me. We already did Grace, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, we're just behind.
Grace Law.
If you go by the comics, Kirsty Cotton becomes the new Pinhead. Holy shit, I did not know that. That's cool. I need to read the comics. I just realized that I'm 12 minutes behind. I got caught up. Kirsty was really good at bargaining with the Cenobites. Look what happened to her husband and all those women she had an issue with. That's true. Haunted raises some good points. I still think being able to manipulate fucking Leatherface, that's impressive.
He's kind of a child in that movie, though. In that
He
particular
is.
one.
Yeah, but like a child that's, I don't know.
But how many
I don't
people
wanna say
would think to do that with a chainsaw between their fucking legs?
that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like, and I wouldn't. I'd be screaming.
I
But
would
how
too.
many people would be able to think knowing that, chains are going to come out of the wall? And because she's seen him use it, so she knows that they're waiting
He
to rip
means
her
business.
I don't know. It's really kind of a flip of the coin for me.
It's a close one, but yeah, I would say stretch. I respect that the chat is saying Kirsty Cotton, so Kirsty Cotton.
She did survive more movies.
Every time you say Kirsty Cotton, I don't know why, but it makes me think of a tampon.
Kirsty?
Kirsty
Kirsty
Cotton.
Cotton?
It makes me think like I got cotton mouth. Cotton
All
mouth.
right, Kirsty Cotton is going on to the next round. Let's find out who she's going to go up against. Damn, it's hot in here.
That's just you.
It's getting hot in here.
That's so sweet.
He is very sweet. All right, Kirsty, well done. This is one of my favorites. I'm super excited about this. I'm actually kind of bummed that we didn't have Ash in this one instead of the Hunter one, because I would love to see her go up against Ash.
That would be something.
But this is Cherry Darling. I got the poster up here. This is one of my favorite characters in movies ever. I fucking love Cherry Darling. One, Cherry has a billion skills. She has a billion skills before zombies attack. She can strip. She can do tons of stuff. Like, it's one of her things in the beginning of the movie. She's always talking
Great
about
stripper.
She's always talking about useless skill number whatever. She has a billion useless skills that end up coming to play. But yeah, she is attacked by zombies, and she is bitten, and yeah, most people that would be the end of the movie, but no, her leg is taken off. And she is in the hospital when it's being attacked. Her boyfriend comes along and rigs her with a gun, a leg gun. Now, I don't understand the science of this,
Other than it's awesome.
but it's fucking awesome.
That's what
It doesn't need to be reloaded. You know what, dude? Just get into this grindhouse
No,
mentality.
it has a clip. There's a clip
It
for
does?
reload. Yeah, there's a clip.
Okay, well, there you go.
I don't know how she's pulling the trigger though.
Like, doesn't she do like somersaults and then with her own leg?
I don't know. She does some badass shit. Have you seen this movie? This movie's fucking
But
awesome.
I'm
even-
getting embarrassed because there's a lot of movies
This
I
movie is
haven't seen.
amazing. It's on the
Like,
wall, girl.
But I don't know
Just
how
turn
Ash
it
is like
nuts.
pulling the trigger on his chainsaw to rev it either. So I mean, it's kind of like
Okay,
just there.
yeah, before
But
this,
she has
we're
a
not
good
gonna,
leg.
we're not
Yeah.
arguing whether or not it can happen. It happened in Planet Terror,
And that's all that matters.
and that's all that matters. So
Works
fuck
in that.
the
It works
logic.
in the spite.
She has a gun that doesn't seem to run out of ammo that she can shoot with her leg. That's all you need to fucking know. And it's awesome. She can like jump through the air and do awesome shit. She uses all of her dancing abilities to be super maneuverable in a fight. She doesn't care that she has one leg. Like she can still get around better than me with 2 legs. She's a fucking awesome, badass, kick-ass lady. She like gets exploded and then she's like
Explode.
through the air. She's able to handle zombies with like a baby strapped to her back. She can ride a fucking horse.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
She has
She's
a dop-
fucking awesome.
She has a doppelganger, but that doppelganger was not death proof. So she's
She
the good
can
one.
be on the back of a motorcycle and like use her leg to just shoot at a whole bunch of people. And yeah, she's sassy while she does it. She's awesome. They pretty much have lose all hope of all their sciencey people. Their sciencey guy is killed. She's in some bad situations. She gets a guy who has a crazy zombie dick attacker, and you know what?
Quentin Tarantino.
She still manages to survive. This is a survivor. This is a fighter.
What exactly is a zombie dick? I would
Well,
like to
Quentin
know about
Tarantino's
this.
in the midst of turning
Okay, if
into a
your
zombie,
zombie
and his dick falls
just
off.
grows and becomes like Resident Evil-y and attacks people.
Yeah, it falls
Oh.
off, and then
So
yeah.
it literally is its own.
Yeah,
it's
little
attached to
monster.
Quentin Tarantino, and he's gonna like rape her.
but his dick
And
falls
then his
off.
dick falls off and becomes all zombified, and then she kicks his ass. That's what she does.
Awesome.
It's
Yeah.
so awesome. You need to see this.
I
It's so
haven't seen
good. She's amazing. She's absolutely fucking amazing. Somebody else say something about how great she is.
I think you covered it. She,
I think
she can dance
I
around
know
and
who
shoot you with
Lori's
her
voting
leg gun.
for.
She's fucking awesome. All right, so I'm gonna skip. Cherry loses sweep the leg. No, she doesn't, Rich.
Sweep the gun.
Hell yeah, Cherry D, my favorite girl. Errol, you know what's up.
I think though, walking around in the dirt
Who's
like
got her
that, the
key
barrel of her
muscles?
gun is
Huh?
gonna.
So Kevin says she fires the gun with her Kegel muscles. Bitches, this is why you need to do your Kegels, because you never
Yeah.
know. You never know.
Though I do want to say
And they're great because you
hypothetically,
can do them and nobody knows you're doing them.
walking around in the dirt like that though, the barrel of her gun would get clogged up. But whatever.
I thought we agreed we'd stop. Stop, or you're getting kicked out of this round.
Saying,
No
always
mercy, you
check.
got a problem with that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it works. It works. It's fucking magic, all right? I don't know how Ash's chainsaw freaking arm
That's
works.
what I just said, but that won't get clogged up on dirt.
You stop it. You stop it.
It might though, because like if he gets too much gravel under the chain of the chainsaw, then it
He
could
doesn't
cause it
walk
to
on
seize
it.
up.
Guys, is this Mythbusters or is this a death battle?
I can't help it.
Knock it the crap off, both y'all. All right. Cherry has took powers. Cherry has toon powers.
Kind of, yeah.
I remember
kind of.
watching Planet Terror, my favorite horror movie to watch on a summer party, and there's a sex scene that's cut out by the film. Yeah, it's really funny. It's awesome. Plus, her gun gets an upgrade. It does.
Mm-hmm.
My boy Brookie. Yeah, this is Brookie.
Baba dog.
All right, guys. Cherry Darling's
Yo.
awesome. She should take this whole thing home. She's amazing.
She could. I could see her honestly getting there.
She's fucking awesome. All right, moving on to Mary Beth. Now, I will be honest, the Hatchet franchise, I am not the biggest fan of.
I
I
love
do love Victor Crowley, though. I think Hatchet one's okay, but unfortunately, a lot of the ones with Mary Beth in it, I have a hard time remembering, so I'm going to need Danny to help me out here with Mary Beth's abilities.
She fucking cuts Victor Crowley down the fucking middle in half with a chainsaw. She is a badass. She wants revenge for her dad and brother getting killed. Her dad was like Freddy Krueger, well, Robert Englund. And so she goes into the swamp willingly to try and find him. And then the dude from Grandma's Boy, like, you know, kind of charms her, but he ends up dying, and she kind of gets tormented. And then she survives, but becomes Daniel Harris in the sequel. And I think she really becomes more of a badass there. She not only, like, basically fucks up Victor Crowley, but when she comes back into town, they arrest her because of all the blood she's covered in. But then she still doesn't think Victor Crowley's dead, so they go back, and yeah, he's not dead. Even if he gets cut in half, he just goes back together because he's magic. He's like a magic Jason Voorhees, and he's insanely hard to kill. But she finally does figure out if, you use, like, I think, his ashes from his dead dad or some shit, like, that she can kill him. But then someone resurrects him in Victor Crowley, and even though we thought she died because she got impaled on a tree branch, she didn't die, and she's coming back for him at the end of Victor Crowley. She pumps her shotgun, and she's going to go back into the swamp and kill him all over again.
I will say Victor Crowley is one of the most badass killers there are. I mean, I've seen the man take someone's jaws and rip them in half.
Yeah.
I've seen him, like, straight up, like turn someone into a human puppet.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Crowley is intense, and so being able to survive him is a feat of magic. However, for me, nothing Mary Beth does is all that particularly memorable, but props to her for being able to survive such an insurmountable killer. And I do believe she's survived all her movies, right?
Yeah, she's still alive.
Like, that's pretty badass. And who doesn't love Danielle Harris? But again, this isn't a popularity contest. This is who would win. So, Mary Beth is good with a gun.
She's very good with a gun. She's good with a chainsaw as well. She's good with, like, basically all your kind of weapons. Yeah, like, this guy runs around ripping people's arms off like he's in a Guar concert, and it's nothing but paper mache for him. But somehow she cuts him off, like, in half. She, like, really takes the fight to him, and even though she should be dead, she's not. She survives mortal wounds herself. She is just a straight up badass, and when she finds out he is still alive, she's ready to go back into the swamp and fight him, and I'm waiting for that sequel to see what happens.
So yeah, she's got a multitude of weapons, whereas Cherry primarily just uses her leg gun, which seems to be enough. I mean,
Yeah,
this
it
is
is
like
a very powerful weapon.
It's a very powerful gun. It shoots fast. She's good. And she's able to get around quickly, so that's good. Hand to hand, I probably would give it to Mary Beth, but then you got that freaking leg gun. Like, she could pistol whip somebody with her legs. So, I think they're both badass, but I'm going to go with Cherry Darling on this one. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think her gun is...
You got your own baby?
Yes.
I think her gun is the more powerful weapon, but I think Danielle Harris's Mary Beth has a more variety of weapons, and like you said, hand-to-hand in close combat, she would probably win.
I disagree, though, because Cherry Darling's got that leg gun. She could kick her with that, and it would do more damage than Mary Beth punching her with her little fleshy hand.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're that close, she's probably using a chainsaw.
You want to just relax.
And if she could fight that close hand-to-hand with Victor Crowley and cut him all the way down in half when he is just an unstoppable tank, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to give the range to Cherry Darling, but I think up close I would give it to Mary Beth. I don't know. It's a hard one for me. I think it depends on where they're fighting too, but
Sorry, I'm just like all up in here.
I don't know. I'm gonna probably lean towards Cherry Darling, even though I think Mary Beth would have a lot of reasons where she could win.
What do you think?
Cherry Darling.
Cherry Darling's awesome.
She is pretty cool.
All right, we got 15 people here. 16 people. 15.
Let me vote. I haven't voted.
15 people watching.
I haven't voted
11 votes.
I haven't voted yet.
So let's see how many votes we can get. And you're voting for Cherry?
Mm-hmm.
Cherry's awesome, dude. You need to see this movie.
Yeah.
We're watching movies after this.
Okay.
We have to watch Shaun of the Dead.
All right.
We have to watch Planet Terror.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
You should stay over today.
Well, see, I told Bob I'd be home though, because I gotta.
In the morning, you'll be home.
I gotta deal with the Clover.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll talk later.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Clover's my dog.
Yes. All right. So 13 votes. Let me check in with the chat. Rich says he thinks Cherry's way overpowered. She has cartoonish power, so she wins. I don't think it's quite cartoonish, except for maybe when the explosion goes off and she's like going through the sky. She just has a great weapon. And, you know, in all fairness, in a lot of action movies, we don't see them reloading and stuff a lot. So I don't know how she's doing it, but she is doing it.
I mean, it shows a clip on her gun, so I'm assuming that clip's there for a reason. But yeah, you don't have to ever watch her do it.
If she farts, does the gun misfire?
Probably. But she can also probably like jump higher if she shoots the ground, right? I don't know.
Rich says, is her brother dead, though? I don't know whose brother. I guess Mary Beth's, right?
Yeah, he's dead, and so's her dad.
She's still alive after every movie.
She is.
Fun fact, the director of the Hatchet movies worked on the show Bone Chillers. It was a Saturday morning show on ABC. That's cool. The director of the Hatchet movies is Adam Green.
Yeah. Well,
he's awesome.
All of them except for part 3.
And he did Holliston, which we watched with Rich last time when he was over.
Yeah.
So we got 15 people in the chat, 17 votes. I'm calling it. It was close, guys. It was close.
As it
Yeah,
would
that
be.
one was really close.
It would be in real life.
But Cherry Darling took the lead. I'm happy. So Cherry Darling is going to go against Kirsty from Hellraiser in the next round. And if you're getting tired, don't worry. The second and third rounds go a lot faster because we've already talked about their powers and stuff. So it's just a matter of who would win.
Usually.
We got 2 more fights in this first round and some really good ones coming up for you. Our next fighter is Crystal from The Hunt. Did you see The Hunt?
Mm-mm.
What the fuck, dude?
She's more recent.
I don't watch movies all the time.
It's all good. You can borrow it.
You guys have so many. Like,
You
I
can
don't know how
borrow
you
'em.
keep that all in your head. Your head should be like
Because
this
I
big.
dropped like childhood memories to fit movie knowledge. I don't even remember like half of like, the things of the childhood.
Oh, okay.
I don't even remember like a lot of words.
So, for anybody who hasn't seen The Hunt, the premise is like a bunch of people are kidnapped and put out into the woods where they are quickly realizing that they are being hunted. It turns out that a bunch, I guess, some
Kinda
liberal,
like surviving the game.
I guess some like liberal influencers that are
Sorta.
high up in their job got fired for making a joke about doing this to some racist, redneck, right-wing type people. And they ended, that's what happens. They said, we got fired for doing it, so they basically just make it happen. But unfortunately, they got Crystal here, who's not political at all. She actually isn't. They missed her. She just
They
had
got
the,
their own girl.
they had the same name. Sometimes she gets the male of the one that they were looking for. So she ends up not, first of all, not deserving to be there at all in any way, like no matter what your political views are. But then it ends up being really backfire because she's a badass. She's not some welfare mom that they thought she was. She actually has some military training, and she kicks the living shit out of the people hunting her.
You get the impression from watching the movie that she's had a really rough life. She talks about her mom a lot, and the stuff that the stories she shares are pretty graphic. It sounds like she's had a hard fucking life, and they just got the wrong woman for this thing. Because Crystal's badass. She can use a weapon. In the beginning, it's kind of a free-for-all. There's weapons in like a box. There's people dying everywhere. Crystal keeps her head together. What's up?
No, I'm just looking around. Sorry.
It's kind of like
I get fidgety.
she survives like almost a Saving Private Ryan scenario where there's
Yeah.
all this chaos going on and people's heads exploding around her and stuff, and she manages to keep her wits around her until she can kind of get out of it and figure out what's going on.
She's able to quickly assess the situation, figure out where the weapons are, what she needs to do. She can take down multiple opponents at once. At one point, I think she takes down 5 guys in a scenario. She's able to quickly escape. She's able to work with other people. She goes through an all-out brawl in the end with Hilary Swank, as in $1 Million Baby Hilary Swank. And she gets her ass wrecked, but she still maintains herself through the whole fight and kicks a lot of fucking ass and survives the movie.
I want to point out though, the people that are hunting her are not very experienced and they're very bad at what they do, except for their like one guy that they hired to kind of teach them how to do this stuff.
All right, are you ready for the next one?
Yep.
Our next fighter is Erin. So Erin's situation is kind of similar, kind of the wrong place at the wrong time. She's with her boyfriend going to meet the family, and the family's fucking awful, and they're all arguing. And she ends up finding out that they're in a home invasion situation that was set up by one of the family members. And they done fucked up, because Erin grew up on a compound where a survivalist compound, so she's great with any fucking weapon. She can turn something like a blender into a weapon. She can turn anything lethal. She could take this microphone and make it a lethal weapon. She is great hand to hand. She's fast. She's smart. She's quickly able to figure out that she was, who essentially set them up. And able to figure out the situation. Erin is honestly one of the toughest final girls in any horror movie ever.
Yeah. And she's got an awesome, brutal kill involving, a blender. So, fucking love that. Yeah, she's just not, they weren't expecting her. Once again, though, the killers aren't the most competent. They are set up, and it is kind of a petty, like, inheritance type family issue. So they're not, like, the most competent killers themselves either, but Yeah, she wrecks their shit. Like,
Yeah,
they're
she's
the ones next.
not even that beat up at the end of
No.
it, considering what she's done to everybody else. And she takes out. Both her and Crystal have body counts at the end of this.
They're the
Crystal
ones
takes
hunting
out.
the hunters. And
Crystal takes out numerous fucking people. And
Yeah.
there's a couple situations, like she goes into a shop with Crystal. She goes into a shop, it's like a mom and pop shop, and she quickly figures out, like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
And figures it out. And Aaron is kind of the same way. Like, a lot of times Aaron's like, she realizes her boyfriend is not who he says he is. Like, she
Yeah.
figures out they have great bullshit detectors.
Mhm.
They're both great with hand-to-hand. They're both great with weapons. This is a really tough one.
I love how in the hunt though, how it like tries to throw us off by like introducing these characters as they're the main characters, but then they die until we finally realize that
Kind of
Crystal
like in
is the
Feast.
yeah, exactly. It takes a while to finally realize, okay, Crystal is the main character.
And Aaron, we know a little bit more about her past, but it sounds like Crystal and her have been raised like in a combat type environment. Like they both have been, which is pretty intense.
It's a really even fight here, I'd honestly say.
Mandy, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm always trying to get my friends to watch horror movies too. She loves horror movies. She just needs to watch a few more.
Based off what
I
can
have ADD and I have a hard time sitting still. If you guys probably have noticed, I'm like, oh, flower. Oh, wait, I'm back. Hi.
I'm just gonna say, from what I've seen in the movies, Aaron is a lot better, like hand to hand and up to close with like those type of melee weapons. Where Crystal is experienced a lot more with the guns. I'm not saying that they are, just from what the movies have
The
shown.
whole
me.
end of that movie is hand to hand
Exactly,
with Crystal.
but she's not that as impressive as Aaron with that stuff.
I disagree. I think she's really good. Phenomenal stream so far. You guys rock. I went to see The Hunt in 2020. Crystal is a boss, not a boss. A freaking boss. I'm going to bed. Good night, Mandy. Incredibly
games.
tough, but I'm going to go with Crystal. She has John Wick fighting skills. They both do. This one is really, really tough. It is pretty sensitive.
I like how there is a plane.
I think hand to hand they're equally matched. I think with traditional weapons they're equally matched. I think they're both quick on their feet. The only edge I really see here, and it's tough, so I'm gonna have to go with a sliver of an edge that I see, is that Aaron can turn things that are not weapons into weapons, like a blender. You know, she can take things that are completely, like, you wouldn't think of being as a weapon, and she can make it lethal. I didn't see that as much with Crystal, so it's close, but I'm going to go with Aaron.
I love when Crystal, though, they're, like, she thinks they're being rescued. Well, her and the one guy that she saves. But when the taxi guy driving them supposedly to an airport, like, they never even find out if that guy really was in on it or not. But Crystal just no hesitation, like, gets her bullshit detector out and just shoots the guy. And just says, no, I can't trust him. Like, they never actually find out if she was right or not, though. Like, the movie never tells you, like, maybe...
Crystal doesn't fuck around.
Maybe she would just... When it comes to a gun, like, she straight up will, like, not hesitate to pull that trigger.
Who
not
are you
saying,
voting for?
I don't know.
I'd say flip a coin because they sound like they're really even.
They're
That's
pretty
how I'm
close.
going to pick it.
Let me vote here. Give me a second.
Yeah? Which one's which?
Oh, I didn't say that, did I?
No,
You gotta pick.
Okay,
here.
Crystal gets heads.
So who are you voting for?
I'm
Crystal gets
gonna vote
heads and
for-
Aaron gets tails.
We ain't gonna vote, don't worry. We need to know who you're voting for.
You'll
Crystal.
see when the thing changes.
I want to hear what, like, your
I'm gonna go with...
I'm going to have to say Crystal because it landed on heads.
fair enough.
I went with Aaron just because I think, like you said, she can take things that aren't weapons. When Crystal gets in that big hand-to-hand fight, she barely survives it. Aaron, she's a lot more feisty up close, I think, and she will use a weapon that's not even a real weapon and more efficiently. I do love when Crystal does finally like kill what's her name as you mentioned earlier. She just takes her plane that has her dress and her like caviar and wine.
I
And even though
love
like
that.
the people who are waiting for her, they're like she shows up instead. She's like, oh yeah, she ain't making it.
Yeah. The other thing too is like
She's
you look at Crystal, like she is definitely toned. She has muscles.
Yeah.
You would know looking at Crystal, do not fuck with her. What I love about Aaron is Aaron does not look super ripped,
No.
but Aaron will destroy you.
Real quick.
Like it's so crazy because you would think that she's just some guy's girlfriend coming to dinner. Like the fact that she's been raised in this compound and stuff, you can't even tell by, like, you know, experiencing the scenes with her in the beginning of the movie. Like, she doesn't look like a fighter. She doesn't act like she comes from a weird background. And she's just a total surprise. And she ends up being this complete, total fucking badass. It's really awesome.
Though I have to say, Crystal is also Liberty Bell, and therefore she's a pro wrestler. So. And Glow, that's who she played. She played Liberty Bell and Glow.
Nice, nice. We only have 8 votes.
Come
and
on,
15
people.
people are watching. I think this is a tough one for a lot of people.
I think they're trying to wait
Like,
for us to
who- I don't
convince them.
I'm just like, yeah, go
Convince
team.
me.
Convince me.
Yeah, guys, for me, this was a tough one, too. I feel like those of you who are waiting to vote, like I said, Erin with the blender thing, that's kind of the one that stands out to me, just because, like, she seemed completely
What did she
fucked.
do with the blender? Because I didn't see
Oh,
it. So she like
Tell her what she did with the blender.
Right into the dude's head.
did she like take off the glass thing and just
She
use
broke
the
the glass thing, and then
Oh, okay.
So she breaks the blender and she uses the blade in it to
nice.
make a
Smoothie
fucking
his brains?
smoothie.
Nice.
brain smoothie.
There you go.
Yeah, which I just think is so fucking clever, you know, like.
Oh, it is.
Whereas, I mean, Crystal, she has this big fight at the end with Hilary Swank's character, and there are a lot of things she could use. Mostly they brawl.
And talk a lot of trash.
They talk trash and they brawl. Hilary Swank's the one who ends up, I think, using the stuff she's using to make a grilled cheese.
Yeah.
But Crystal, like, she throws her around a lot. She throws her into, like, a chandelier and stuff. They're going up on the landing and stuff. They're going through a lot of different locations. But she's not really using a lot of stuff in the environment. Whereas Erin, I feel like, always does. She sees an axe, she grabs it. She doesn't have a weapon, she will find a way to turn something into a weapon. Like, she's just so smart. And I feel like that, again, is part of growing up on a compound. Because I'm guessing they didn't have all the luxuries that we have.
Well,
so
no, and they probably had to do drills
they
and stuff.
probably had to do drills. They probably had to grow their own food. They probably had to do a lot of stuff. So she's learned how to do a lot of things that you and I probably don't know about. Things like engineering things and such.
Well, I mean,
You know, possibly. I
speak for
mean,
yourself. No, just
well,
kidding.
yeah, I'm speaking for myself.
Just teasing.
Oh shit, guys, it's close.
Oh,
It's
Erin-
really close. But
Erin took the lead just here. It was tied for a while there.
I
think it's
would
'cause
love
she was-
another movie where we
Yeah,
get
probably.
more of Crystal's background, because it seems like Crystal, the hardest thing with Crystal, it seems like she had a really tough mom. But Erin grew up with a compound of tough people who pushed her, you know, and compounds, I mean, they're usually cut off from society. So, like, everything they have to do themselves. And I think that she incorporates that in her fighting. Like, she has to figure out a way to do it herself. She can't rely on whether or not there's a weapon. She cannot rely on being bigger than her opponent, because most likely she's not going to be bigger than her opponent. She has to find a way around it. She has to find a way to make it work.
She's a shorty.
She's not a shorty, but she is. I mean, look at her. She's like,
I mean, I was going to change my vote if she was, but whatever.
I don't think she's quite as
I
tall
don't think
as
so.
Crystal. I think Crystal's taller because Crystal's Liberty Bell. She's pretty tall.
Yeah, Crystal's. Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with Crystal. Like, she looks.
She has the body of a pro wrestler. So
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, well, we all wish that.
But yeah, Erin, I think she is just so good at using her environment, and she is smart too. She knows how to. I think she could MacGyver a weapon out of anything. Like, she could have a paperclip and a bubble gum, and then she'd come up with a crossbow. Like, she just seems like that kind of person.
Like I said, I give her the edge in the close range. Though I think Crystal is quicker with the trigger. Like, just she doesn't even care if you're on her side. If she thinks that you're possibly not, she'll shoot you.
Erin grew up in a military compound. I'm pretty sure they trained her extensively with lots of different guns.
Probably.
So
I'm
would
just saying from
disagree.
what we've shown us. I can only go off of what I've
She was
seen.
great with a gun in the movie.
Not
weren't
as
there,
good
damn
though.
it.
She didn't have like the body count with that many with a
Fair
gun.
enough. Fair
That's
enough.
all I'm saying. Just based off what I've seen in the movies. Just slightly giving the Crystal the edge with the guns.
It's great. You're still wrong. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
He puts
Anyways.
up with a lot of shit.
I know. I
Probably all
know.
the votes
I
you're
love
gonna
him.
get.
I love him.
Oh, looks like your next one. Let's see who else is next.
Ah. Oh, I'm giving you my hair, too. Isn't Dan's hair cute?
It is cute. I actually really like your hair in that color.
Yes.
Me too.
It goes well with
He's
your skin
sexy.
tone. You look handsome.
You handsome.
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 Yeah.
You got it going on. You gorgeous. All right, let's check
Let's
some of the
embarrass
chat.
him some more.
He doesn't get embarrassed. Danny's going to be in a fight. He's going to kick some ass. It's going to be in the slasher one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Rich says, I feel Crystal would win if there's no weapons. See, I disagree with that. I think if there's no weapons, Erin's going to figure out how to make a weapon. She's going to MacGyver that shit.
If there absolutely is no weapon, though, if it's just fists.
They just killed the guy from NBC's This Is Us, The Hunt. Oh, yeah. I think he was in Gilmore Girls, too. Jill from Scream 2, Laugh Out Loud.
And Dennis from Sunny in Philadelphia.
Crystal is also fighting someone with equal skills, though. Get those votes in. It's 9:03 p.m. Thanks. I will vote twice. No, you won't. It has to be fair.
She'll come get you.
Don't do it. It has to be fair. Zigma says, yeah, she can use non-weapons as a weapon and gets lucky. It works out. What happens when your non-weapon does not work out as planned and puts herself in a bad spot? We never saw any of her non-weapons not work out. There's a couple times where someone kind of got the upper hand on her, but she always found a way out of it.
I mean, she was outnumbered, so they were both outnumbered.
They were both vastly outnumbered, but I think Erin fared better at the end of the movie.
She was also in a tighter space, though,
That's true.
Where the hunt takes place a lot outside,
Over a
but
long
a big hillside of area.
It would be so close. Like, there are no wrong answers here.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this, just because it's so fun. And if you guys have an argument for either one, tell us.
And we obviously, the more that people move up the ladder, it might change. But we tried to make them evenly matched in this first round as much as we could.
Yeah, we
pair
worked
them off
really hard
as much
on
as we could.
Card.
Yeah.
The two toughest girls in the battle going head to head in round one would be a great fight.
Oh yeah, that's about to happen.
It's gonna happen. Yep, and it doesn't let you vote twice. I was making a joke. I got you. People can with multiple. Rich, don't give him ideas. Both were in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I think Crystal will win because she's intuitive and resourceful. Very good point. Damn right, Danny's gorgeous. He's gorgeous. You gotta be Rich. Handsome Dan. You are handsome Dan.
Handsome Dan.
Also, my father-in-law's name. Laugh out loud. Awesome. Hey, Brandon Wayne Lewis. The Rock Shark Week, July. Awesome, dude. All right, so we got 17 votes. 15 people are watching. I think it's time to call it.
I think if you're gonna celebrate Shark Week, you should watch Eli Roth's Finn. It's very educational.
That was a great documentary. A great documentary on just how sharks have been so mistreated and how they're so misunderstood.
And just the balls on Eli Roth to get into the mix of that.
He gets into some dangerous territory there. He really...
We're not talking about the sharks.
Put himself in danger to investigate some really shady shit. Good movie. Finn. Check it out. All right, I'm calling it. Erin is going on to the next round. Very good fight, though. Very close fight. Crystal seriously would have kicked some ass. All right. This is it. This is the main event. Well, is it the main event? I don't know, because there's a second round. It's the main event of the first round, okay? I don't understand cards and wrestling.
Two of the biggest horror sci-fi icons of any movie generation.
We have Sarah Connor versus Ellen Ripley. This fight is gonna be amazing! Okay. Okay, Sarah Connor. Now I'm gonna need a little help here because I have not seen Dark Fate, but I watched the Sarah Connor Chronicles and I've seen all the other movies, so I think I got at least enough to get us started here. Sarah Connor debuted in the original Terminator, and what I love about Sarah Connor is she starts off as a waitress who, just seems to just get stepped on. Her life just sucks. But she's quickly thrown into this life or death situation, and, with the help of Kyle Reese, she survives. And she doesn't just rest on her laurels. By the time we see her in part 2, she has had extreme weapons training. Even though she is in prison, she is working out nonstop. She does not rest. Every second of every day, she is doing everything she can to prepare for when Judgment Day happens.
Mental hospital, prison, because they don't believe her about the Terminator.
May not be the best mom,
no,
but she is an incredible soldier. She has made alliances with people to get weapons and stuff. She can use weapons. She is prepared to fight an army of killer fucking cyborgs. Then we see her again later on. It's just more of the same. I don't know if I would add anything else.
Have you ever
Except
seen
for Dark Fate?
Incredibly fit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
In Dark Fate, she's basically a Sonya Blade almost.
Yeah, honestly.
But in Dark Fate, the
Is your
story
foot okay?
is
Yeah, I
You
just,
can move this shit.
no, it's I gotta. Never mind.
in
Can you
Dark
rub
Fa-
your foot?
Just
I'll do
pay
it.
attention to
I don't
this.
care if
in
people are
Dark
watching.
Fate. I'm trying to tell you what Dark Fate is.
Sorry,
You
baby,
haven't seen it.
I'm
I'm
sorry, baby,
listening.
I'm sorry.
I'm listening.
So
We
in
love
Dark
you.
Fate, they've made it clear that she did her and John and the Terminator did manage to stop Skynet. However, since time works weird, Skynet sent a bunch of robots before they were dissolved from history, I guess, to different locations in different time zones. So even though they did this, more Terminators still appear to stop her and kill her. And they do successfully kill John right away. Little Eddie Furlong shot down at 12-year-old or whatever he was, like right in front of her. But then she's made a mission to kind of know where they're going to appear because of, like, I guess it makes like a signal that she can trace where they will appear. So she at that point is a Terminator hunter.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, she's badass. She's got great fighting skills. She's got great arsenal skills. She's great with weapons. She is really good at preparing for an attack. She's very like
Doomsday, basically.
Doomsday
She's
survivor.
witnessed it through a fence.
And she gives zero fucks about having friends, about anything. All she cares about is keeping her kid alive to save the world. That is it. And even her kid is just because he's supposed to be like the leader of this resistance. She cares about saving the world. She will sacrifice herself to do so. She trusts fucking nobody. She is hard as nails. Like, she is just a badass. When we see her some of the other ones like Sarah Connor Chronicles, it's just a lot more kind of the same, just being a badass and, you know, taking care of her son. And then in Genesis, it's a kind of a different reality version where she was kind of raised by a Terminator.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's
Multiverse.
really smart and badass. Like, she's just awesome.
And even though it was kind of coincidental, in part 2, when John and the Terminator show up to kind of break her out of this mental hospital, she was already on her way out. She already had a plan.
Yeah.
She was like, the only reason why she even gets tackled is because she gets like a bit of, she sees the Terminator and it kind of freaks her out. But then, you know, they get her out of there. And then the T-1000 shows up and a lot of people die.
So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, after the first one, all she knows is the original Terminator. But in the second one, you have the T-1000, which is an incredible force to go up against. I mean, this thing can turn any part of its body into metal. It can shape shift into looking like different people. It can make its voice look like different people. It's nothing that she's ever seen before, and she still survives this movie. She still kicks some fucking ass in this movie and holds her own. She does have a Terminator helping her. But, yeah, Sarah Connor is a badass.
Same thing goes with Dark Fate. And, you know, she managed to be a badass throughout that, too. So.
All right, so let's go to our next fighter, Ellen Ripley. Now, what I love about Ripley, Ripley in that first one, I can't remember what her job. I think she might be the navigation officer. She's definitely not a soldier. That is not her job. She's working. She's not a soldier.
She's an officer, though. She's
Lieutenant
Lieutenant Ripley. So.
Don't mansplain to me on my own stream. Anyway, she's an officer. She's not supposed to be like a fighter,
No.
right? And there's all these other characters who seem like, when we find out there's aliens on board, it seems like the lieutenant or the chief or somebody, like, they seem like the ones who are going to handle. They even have a fucking android. But yeah, Ripley, she kind of fades into the background in the beginning, and then she ends up coming forward just because she's able to keep her cool. Other people on the ship are freaking the fuck out. Ripley keeps her cool. She is able to assist other people on the ship, and then ultimately it's her one-on-one against this fucking alien.
And I don't think we should include her clone who has alien DNA. That is a clone of her. We're going by their real Ellen Ripley, right? Or unless
Fair enough.
it's unless you want to. I mean, it's up to you.
Fair enough.
But either way, she's a badass. Like, if they would have just listened to her in that first movie, she said to quarantine them, and they broke quarantine. They went over her, even though like she is actually like they broke rank on that.
Yeah, she's not easily manipulated
No.
by like emotions and stuff. She's like, no, you broke quarantine. I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
And she's
Protocol.
kind of devastated to find out that her daughter has already grown up and had a life and everything. That she
That's in part 2.
Yeah, but so there she's like very motherly towards Newt, but she manages to go into the nest of the queen alien, fight off its royal guards, fight off all the facehuggers and shit, and burn them all down with it, and save Newt. and then take on the queen with
Yeah,
nothing more
so-
than a forklift suit.
Part two, she not only keeps herself alive, she helps keep Hicks alive, and she keeps Newt alive. Like, I think it would be really hard to keep a little girl alive in that situation.
Yeah.
But she does.
Oh yeah, in the first one.
In the second one.
I was in the second
Aliens.
one. The one. When's the one she gets dissolved in?
That's the
3.
third one.
3. Okay, sorry.
But
So,
she chooses
I was
to do
getting.
that.
And in that one, she is able to hold her own with the soldiers. And I think it's because she has, like, been preparing in case this happens again, kind of like Sarah Connor. So there's a whole team of soldiers and aliens, and she's going out with them. She was, like, on a recovery ship, and she could have just stayed, but she goes back out there. She's really brave. She's not easily intimidated. In this one, she fights a queen fucking alien. This thing's towering over her, and you would think, you know, there's no way she's gonna win this fight. Like, this thing's so much bigger than her. Then she gets what is that thing called that she gets into?
It's like a forklift.
Yeah, it's like a forklift that you
Forklift
get
suit.
inside. Yeah. But yeah, she does that, and then you get the whole "get away from her, you bitch," and
Yeah.
she kicks her ass. Then she loses everybody who means anything to her in part 3, which I'm a favorite.
Stuck
But-
on a prison island.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she kicks ass in that one with really very limited resources, very limited weapons,
While impregnated.
and impregnated with a fucking alien. And she ends up, you know, sacrificing herself at the end to kill the alien. So we're not going to talk about the clone Ripley, which is in Resurrection. So that's pretty much, I think, all we're going to cover with Ripley.
I think that one would be a little unfair. That one would win.
I think that's not fair because it's more of kind of like an alien.
Yeah.
Because it's got alien DNA in it.
If we were going to use that version, we would have put it on the aliens.
Yeah.
Creatures or whatever. But
So this is a tough one.
It's a tough one.
I think she has some futuristic weapons that kind of give her the edge, but then again, they're not much different than machine guns and rocket launchers and flamethrowers, which I'm sure Sarah Connor maybe not have futuristic versions of those, but still has those. I think originally, I think it starts off with Ellen, like in the first movie, would probably be able to beat up the waitress version, but they're both by their second movie. I think in a hand-to-hand fight, I think Sarah Connor would have it at that point.
I agree. I think Ripley out of the gate is already, you know, pretty badass. You know, I do understand what you're saying. I don't think she's a soldier. That's not quite the same, but she probably has been trained on how to use
More
a weapon.
grit than
She
Sarah
probably
Connor.
is in good shape. But yeah, she's badass from the start. And she's able to adapt to the situation where I do think Sarah Connor had no idea. I mean, I think you're prepared when you go to space that something bad could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah Connor has no idea anything bad's going to happen to her, and I think she steps the fuck up
She's just at a club.
really well.
Yeah, she's got to.
She's really, and she becomes like, you know, like someone said in the chat, she becomes cold-hearted. She can handle her own.
Definitely a very icy character.
This one's really tough. I'm gonna check in with the chat.
I've got my vote.
Sarah time travels, kills baby Ripley.
Time travels, got
That's
it right
awesome.
there.
Ripley and Sarah are the unicorns. This type of character allegedly doesn't exist in 2015. I disagree. 2 of the greatest survivors.
I don't know if time traveling would actually work for Sarah, though, because she could only try and travel so far into the future. In fact, actually, I don't know if
Ripley's in the future.
Exactly. Ripley's way into the future. I don't even know if
Yeah.
Earth even exists, so if she's time traveled that far into the world, the Earth might not be inhabitable.
Yikes.
So she might just kill herself doing that.
Rich says she's unbeatable. I'm not. Oh, talking about Sarah Connor. Both can handle guns, so this is tough. I loved it when they blew away Eddie Furlong. I need to see that. Pecker must die. Fucking Pecker. Sarah Connor character development was crazy. I love her arc, Sandy. She went from a waitress into a straight soldier. I agree, and she did it all herself. She didn't have anyone helping her. There were people there to train Ripley, but Sarah had to do it herself, like with absolutely.
Well-
like, even in prison, like you don't have a lot of resources in that cell, and she's still doing push-ups and shit.
Yeah.
She found a way to get herself in the shape she needed to be in.
I would say that she had some help, but she sought it out. Because it sounds like John said that she went from guy to guy, that mostly ex-army. They had experience. They had things that could train her on survival and shit. But she still sought it out. She still did the work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, she found those connections
Exactly.
herself. Like they were not provided to
No,
her. Like
she wasn't in that world at all.
Ripley is given a team of soldiers to work with.
Yeah.
I mean, granted,
She doesn't
they
really want to
mostly
go.
died
Really quickly.
and they weren't that big of a resource. I think Ripley is more of a resource to them than they are to her.
Yeah.
And again, it's just because she's really fucking smart. Like she never underestimates this creature, and she's never afraid. I mean, honestly, there's a couple parts where she's like hyper aware that she's in danger, but I never got the feeling that Ripley was ever afraid.
Like when she's even trapped in the room with it at the very end, like in her underwear, she's still just. You can tell she's scared, but she's quickly and calmly just gets what she needs to do to get it out of there and eject its ass.
She seems
Use a
like
harpoon to get rid of it.
she seems like the kind of person who's like, I'll be afraid afterwards.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'm in survival mode. You know?
That's very true.
And she saves her cat in the first one.
Yes!
She saves a little girl in the second one, but in the first one, she goes through a lot
That's
of extra
right.
trouble to
Just
save
to
her
get the
cat.
cat.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people on this list are able to save other people.
Yeah, especially kind of like in
Fuck,
a sense.
even Sarah Connor couldn't save her own kid. Apparently, I didn't see Dark Fate.
According to Dark Fate, yeah, she doesn't. She couldn't even save her own kid.
Damn.
Suck.
Plus, to be honest, Eddie was pretty capable in the second movie,
And
so
they
he didn't
couldn't
really
keep-
need a lot of saving
She couldn't
himself.
even keep a Terminator alive, dude.
He wanted to. Though.
Orange Cassidy was just like.
Yeah, Orange Cassidy. All
Alright, Rich says, I feel like Rich has got some good stuff here. I feel like Sarah would destroy Ellen. She's a badass, but she always has a lot of help and has weapons given to her. Sarah is a straight up cold hearted when in battle. They call it a loader. Oh, thank you, Mummy. My mummy knew what it's called. My mummy's so smart.
There you go.
Ripley also ends up eventually losing. Time travel and kill Ripley's great grandparents. Sarah wins. I don't know. Let's take time travel out of this. Both women are hardcore, but I think I'm going to give it to Sarah. I love Ripley, but Sarah Connor has my vote. Ripley also fails to protect everyone around her. That's not true. I think Ripley saved the cat.
The kid.
I mean, she didn't care
Sort
to
of.
save the rest of her crew in the first one, but she saves Newt. It's not her fault that the fucking chamber, like, they got into a wreck.
Yeah, that's, well, in hyperspace.
Granted, she
like
does
sleep.
have Hicks helping her, and Hicks is a badass.
Yeah.
But Hicks didn't survive. Michael Biehn didn't survive to help Sarah Connor.
Yeah. And then, like, most of
A
the
lot
people
of
in the...
connections here.
She actually saves a bunch of people that live on that prison. Like, they didn't all die.
I feel like
and she
it's,
saved the universe by
extras
killing
lived.
herself. I mean, it took a long time before they recloned her and got more xenomorphs, but she
This
at least
is-
postponed a lot of damage.
What do you think? I think this is a real tough one. I have my vote, though. Who would you vote?
That's a tough.
It, like I said, for me, it just kind of depends on which version and which one. Honestly, the movies
All
would...
encompassing, except for the...
Yeah,
I'd
except
say
for where it gets
Sarah.
kind of... I'm going to go with Sarah, just barely, though. Ellen, though, if they would have just listened to her, those movies would be a lot shorter. She's like, no, you got to quarantine you. And if they would have just quarantined the guy, the alien would have never got on the ship. And then the second movie, she's like, let's just nuke it from orbit.
I kind of would rather see them team up, take out all the xenomorphs, all the
And
Terminators, and have margaritas.
Exactly. That's what would really happen.
Sounds like the best.
They could, like, start the Golden Girls of
Oh my
badass,
god!
like...
I ship them. Can you imagine if they were a couple? They'd have, like, the coolest badass children.
Yeah. But they could
They'd
honestly...
be raising John Connor and Newt together.
They could be, like,
I
the
love this family.
Golden Girls of horror sci-fi action heroes.
Oh my gosh!
That
Oh
would
my god,
make
there
a
needs-
really funny like meme if you could fix it
Yes!
all together. The Golden
I love
Girls.
that, Danny. That's awesome. I'm gonna go with Sarah Connor. For me, like a lot of you guys, it's really fucking close. But the fact they're both able to adapt to a situation, so I can't give an edge there. They're both great with weapons. They're both great hand to hand. They're both great at being able to keep themselves alive. However, I feel like Sarah had less resources granted to her, and she's
Didn't
not
want it.
rich. She lives in a
No.
shitty apartment with her friend. She's a waitress, and somehow she was able to go out there and find the resources she needs. She was not somebody who grew up on the bad side of town. Somehow she had to find these resources to get guns and stuff. That would have been really, really hard. But she did it. Even when she's in prison, she's finding ways to keep her body in the condition it needs to be so she can survive. She finds a way to get out. Like, I feel like Sarah really had the odds stacked against her, and she was able to train without. She doesn't even have Reese. Reese is dead by the time she's even begun her transformation.
Yeah.
So she's done this completely on her own. She's that takes a lot. I mean, even just me being a regular person trying to get into shape is hard. But doing that to lead a resistance, to go up against monsters, to go up against cyborgs, it's unreal. And you know, I always make excuses like, well, I don't have a gym membership, I don't have a trainer. Sarah Connor's like, fuck your trainer, fuck your gym membership. She's gonna go find it. She's gonna find the weapons. She's gonna find the people who are gonna make her into the soldier she needs to be. So that I have a lot of respect for. No less respect for Ripley. I just think it gives her the edge.
Said I think Ripley starts off a little more badass, but Sarah Connor is a little more badass by the end of it. If we're not, especially because we can't count that clone. That clone, it has the alien DNA and it's stronger and bleeds acid and whatever it wants to do. But
oh my god, I have to read some of these comments. Time travel has to be a factor if other weapons from other fighters are used. I don't think time travel has to be a factor. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think she has the resources to do anything that would stop her. Like, she's way in the future, and I don't think she would be able to, like, use time travel properly to, like, stop Ellen. And if we're going to go with that, then Ellen has spaceships.
Yeah, I'm not going to use any time travel killing Ellen Ripley's family members or anything. I also don't think Sarah Connor would do that. They both have an honor code. I'm just saying if they happen to be on a spaceship together or on, you know, if they're fighting with weapons and the stuff that they have normally, who would win?
Because, I mean, if Sarah Connor can just time travel like that, then why doesn't she just time travel, like, all this stuff? Like,
get it all.
She could never solve her problems that way. That's never actually been successful.
That's not how we solve our problems, Sarah.
Like, if she was just that ability, she tried, I think, in that one movie to use time travel, but it didn't solve all of her problems. She still had to fight people head on. She just couldn't just magically do it. Like, oh, well. Like, she ain't Rick from Rick and Morty, where she's got like a portal time gun. Like,
yeah, we're not going to count time travel as one of her abilities, but I don't think she needs it. I honestly don't think she needs it. Maybe time travel is how they got into a fight, but
yeah, maybe.
I don't think she needs it. I think she has a slight edge here as it is, and honestly, it's really close. I think it's really close.
I mean, because Batman can beat anybody with prep time. We're not giving her the time travel prep time. They're just thrown into a fight. Boom.
Excellent combos in the stream. Thanks, Rich. It will take Ripley a while to go through the phone book to find Sarah. Nice.
Sarah Connor.
Good one. Now it's
I think she just tell her computer
she
to
could
look her
travel
up.
and kill her grandparents. No, she's not going to do it, Rich. She's not going to time travel.
Does she know her grandparents? Why would she, like this? Like I said, this is a fight, not a planned out murder.
To quote one of our favorite YouTube shares, I'm going to need you to get all the way off my back about this. Let me get off of that thing.
Yeah, let me get right off of that thing for you.
I do. If Sarah's life is on the line, she's cold. Because the script says so. Rich, dude. Oh, Torchbearer, it's so good to see you. It's not horror hangout without you here, so it's good to see you. We met Torchbearer at Crypticon.
Oh, fun.
Really cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. Sorry, I was at the Seafair parade. Awesome.
Too.
That's really cool. Yeah. The butterfly effect. You all are getting so fucking like intense.
That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want Gory to get all.
Plus, there's
I'm
kind of
passionate.
I know.
Plus, there's kind of hints that in like the newer Alien movies that aren't that good, like Covenant, that Ripley's grandparents are badasses anyways. So it'd be like just fighting them, like the same as
You'll
fighting
be
Ripley.
fine. He and I argue shit all the time, and we both managed to survive.
Oh, I know.
I'm just passionate about the horror, okay?
Ripley's
So
not on
passionate.
Earth, so I don't think it would matter. For all we know,
So, who'd you vote for, baby?
I went with Sarah Connor, but
I
not
like your-
for time travel
I
reasons.
like your Clark Kent curl here. It's really, really sexy.
And it sucks because I love Ellen Ripley.
Glad I'm going
She's
home,
great.
right? These two need some time.
What? This is just us on a normal dating.
That's good.
I did go with Sarah Connor though, but not for time travel.
Who would
reasons.
you go with?
I said Sarah.
Well done. I mean, you could go either way. You don't have to say it.
No, I said Sarah like a long time ago.
Yeah, she did.
Very cool. All right, we got 15 people are here. So now the second round I like a lot because it does get a bit exhausting to go through all their weaknesses and stuff and fill you in on maybe some of the more obscure ones. Because, dude, it's not you, dude. A lot of people haven't seen The Hunt. But next one, we've already gone through them, so it's a lot easier to get
You've
through.
got like the backstory.
So, Sarah Connor is going into round 2 with Aaron from Your Next. It's going to be intense, guys. It's going to be intense. These are tense that they're in. Intense. Mom joke. Okay, so. Round 2.
Ding, ding, ding.
Nancy Thompson versus Sydney Prescott.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, is it now?
Both Wes Craven girls.
The Girls of Craven.
Yeah, there we go.
What are they craving?
That sounds like a really good, like a sexy calendar.
Well, I noticed they're also Sid and Nancy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they are Sid and Nancy!
Punk rock, yo.
You. I adore that you put that together. That's awesome.
Though we kind of know who would
I
be
know.
between Sid and Nancy.
Sid would win between Sid and Nancy.
Well,
Because
yeah.
he did.
Yeah, that's what I
Yep.
said. We all kind of know.
So, I want to hear from you guys. I've been doing so much talking. Let's hear from you guys.
Well, once again, though, as much as I
I
think
think Nancy's kind of a puss when it comes to
The
Sid.
fuck you say?
Sydney is more, I guess, physical because she's, really roughhoused with a bunch of different Ghostface. Though I would also say Ghostface has got nothing on Freddy Krueger.
No, Freddy's awesome.
Freddy is way more dangerous than
He is
any of the
One
Ghostfaces
of my
that
most favorite.
Sydney's
bad
gone
guys.
up against. So,
That makes me laugh.
but then again, Nancy isn't a dream demon guy. She will be killed by a gun. So, I think Sydney's probably better with a weapon and better with a gun. Nancy's great with the traps and she's good at handling magic.
Psychological power things.
But I don't know. Maybe that ain't gonna be much of it in play against Sydney.
No.
I think this is a really intense fight. I think Nancy Freddy is scarier than Sydney, but Sydney is just she's a badass. She's one of the best final girls of all time. Again, one of the few to survive her franchise, and one of the few who's in as many movies as she's in and survives her franchise. Like, that's really rare.
Yeah.
She adapts. However, I will say the Scream movies are pretty formulaic, so you should know by now we're going to a party. So this is going to be the third act killer. They even say that in Scream 5. Like, mix this shit up, guys.
That's the beauty of it.
But, she is good with a gun and stuff. However, Nancy is terrific with booby traps. However, again, Nancy, we haven't seen her in a lot of different locations. Sydney, she has, left home, moved on with her life, but unfortunately, I don't know.
New Nightmare took place in Hollywood, I think. So.
That's true.
But it's still nothing that she did. Like, her plans are basically, I would go into hell, dream world or whatever, and she knows how to manipulate that world and use it to her advantage and really stay focused. You're not going to fight, obviously, Sydney in dream world. This is all going to be in hell. And I know she fought Freddy in the real world, but that was Freddy out of his element. That was Freddy at his least scary.
I will say, Freddy is scary, but that's the only opponent she's really had to go against. Sydney's gone against a lot of different people who've been Ghostface, people who are insane,
She's had to think more on her
people
feet.
who are smart, people who are scrappy, and she's been able to take them all down. She always comes out the other side, and she's had a really interesting arc where she's really battled her own demons, and she can use a gun.
Yeah.
So I love them both. I adore Nancy Thompson, one of my favorites, like I said, but Sydney's always been my favorite, and it's because she is that survivor. Like, she's just...
Though I want to point out that even though there are different killers, they all fight the same. They all talk the same on the phone. I think that they're pretty much all the same.
Michael Myers doesn't.
Get the ball.
Oh.
The
You mean
ghost face.
Ghostface.
All the ghost faces are exactly the same, and I think that's a supernatural element in itself.
Yeah, they're all Roger L. Jackson,
They're possessed by him.
who signed this awesome poster.
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo. What's your favorite scary movie? Yeah, he's awesome.
I want a little cartoon where Mojo Jojo calls the Powerpuff Girls and asks them.
Oh, that would be
like
awesome.
they're having a little slumber party and they're getting scary calls from Mojo Jojo and like Bubbles answers and he's like, "What's your favorite scary movie?" And she's just like, "Attack of the
That would be
Squirrels because they were
awesome.
cute" or something like that in her little Bubbles voice.
I love that. So who are you guys voting for?
Sid.
I'm
sorry, she's
our Sid and
hand to
Nancy
hand.
fight is too funny.
I think Nancy has done like greater feats, but I still think that doesn't mean she'd win in this fight with Sid.
And I hate to say it, but Nancy died about halfway through her second movie. She doesn't have the legacy, unfortunately, that Sydney Prescott has.
Yeah, she is 2-1 with Freddy, but Sid's like 5-2
And when you
with
consider
the
how many
Ghostface.
ghost faces,
Yeah,
two in
she's
the
had to
first one,
continually fight.
Exactly.
two in the
Never
second
died.
one, some say two, but yeah, a lot. More than one killer in both of them. So I have to go with Sidney Prescott. She's just, and she's
She
got
has
a
a higher body count.
She has a body count. Freddy was not dead at the end of any of Nancy's movies, so
Except for maybe New
maybe
Nightmare.
New Nightmare. It's a
Maybe.
different Freddy though.
Yeah.
You
It's
okay,
more
Sue?
demonic,
serious
but
one's out.
Okay.
You want to go out? Are you done?
so I am gonna go with Sydney, but like I said, I
Cat's
think
here.
no, don't let him in.
Yeah, the cat's a dick.
He'll jump up and knock shit over.
Okay.
But like I said, Nancy's done more impressive
Oh, did
stuff,
you
but
see
I
her
just
over
think
there,
that
though?
that stuff won't be useful in this fight, so
didn't
I'm
go
gonna
there.
go with
Oh,
Sydney. But
All right, 14 votes. We have 15 people watching, so I'm gonna call it. This one went to Sidney Prescott.
Easily.
Checking in with the chat, the passion. Yeah, so much passion. KO. Sydney would wipe the floor with her. I adore both of them, though. I feel like Nancy acts a little too innocent and had to prepare to beat Frederick.
Right?
Frederick.
She's a little sissy bitch.
don't know about
They're
that, but
both
still.
smart. They make and
Just
drink tea
being
and
a
serve them
jerk.
kill each other. I feel like Sid would be Freddy's nightmare, pun intended. I agree, Massacre. Freddy doesn't bother with getting into Sid's head. It's scary in there. I agree.
Plus, Ghost Mom will nag him.
Oh, Danny, mean.
There's not a lot of room in there.
So Sydney is moving on to the semifinals. The semifinals. There's only 2 fights in the semifinals. It's a big deal. It's a
She's-
big deal.
She's 2 wins away from taking it home.
Remember when we used to try to do 2 of these brackets in a stream?
Yeah, we did one.
Sweet. We
Pretty-
did one.
Well,
I
then
don't
the
know
last
how
time
that-
we couldn't.
We're already well over 2 hours. No, this is. I'm glad we only do one now.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to our next fight. These ones move a little faster, guys.
All right.
You get to stay with it. So, Danny, Tommy Jarvis versus Andy Barkley.
Tommy Jarvis is
Andy.
taking on Jason, and I'd say Jason is bigger and scary in most ways, but then again, Chucky is multiple and gets you quantity.
And Andy's just a little bit more twisted in the head.
And I think,
Well,
Tommy's
he gets
still
into,
in-
like a home for people twisted in the head.
and
You
almost
both of them
almost
do.
became the new Jason Voorhees. He almost did. They teased that that's what they were gonna do, but he's still living off the grid. He answers medical calls and saves people who are being attacked by Jason out there on Crystal Lake. He's still active. They're both still active.
Yeah, that's in Never Hike Alone, right?
Yeah, Never Hike Alone. He is
That's
still
really good.
active, still fighting
Really
Jason.
good fan film. We actually have it on Blu-ray. So good.
Still fighting Jason. I
also
would
good
count
Advice.
the video
Oh, hi,
game.
baby.
Oh, Brewster.
I was like, what is between my legs?
Why there's something furry.
Well, hello there. Oh, you have opinions.
But
he has big boy opinions.
as much as
Go
Jason
away.
is a very
Oh, he's so
dangerous
cute.
individual, he's a big, slow individual where Chucky's are everywhere. There's also Tiffany to consider and other people that are helping Chucky. It's like a whole cult. Well, I think that's why they called it a cult of Chucky at one point.
Yeah.
And Andy is still pretty much on top of his game with that stuff. So I don't know. It's really hard to say.
He wants to be included.
Yes, he does.
This is a tough one, but kind of going with what we said with Sydney, Andy has more of a legacy under his belt.
He does.
As a child, he was able to survive Chucky.
As a child, he killed Jason, though. like he
Okay,
with
but
a
let me
machete.
finish.
All right,
So he comes back for him as a teenager. He's able to defeat Chucky. Then as an adult, he's gone up against multiple Chuckies, and he's still on the top of his game.
Yeah.
Like, he has a massive legacy, whereas Tommy Jarvis is he kills Jason, but he's a little broken after that movie, so much that he's sent to a place, to recover, and he's not talking. He's pretty fucking broken. Then he fucking resurrects Jason. You know what Andy doesn't do?
Resurrect
Andy
Chucky.
doesn't resurrect Chucky.
He did.
Andy doesn't do that.
He was manipulated to help him a little bit in the first movie, but nothing he did was as significant as resurrect him.
No, yeah.
No.
Why?
Andy has never done that. Andy, I feel, I hate to say I love Tommy Jarvis, but we talked about this in the last one. Tommy is not the smartest guy on the block. Tommy fucks up pretty badly, and I feel like a lot of times he gets lucky. Whereas Andy hasn't had the luxury of waiting to be lucky. Andy has to be prepared. He cannot rely on adults to save him. He can't rely on the police to save him. Half the time, they don't even fucking believe him. Andy has had to rely on himself, and he has prevailed beautifully. Really, oh wow.
A little spider.
The cops
Sorry, I got distracted by a spider. It was really cool.
The cops
I
are
agree.
actually
I
looking
think
for
Andy-
Tommy.
He's also gotten into Chucky's head. And so
I
there's
agree.
that. Like
Literally.
I know, right? That's my
Kept it in a
love that part.
safe.
just brings him out every so often to put cigarettes out.
Yeah,
and
so
shit.
tough as nails too, because like, they both went up against the person that they were traumatized by as children, but look what it did to Tommy.
Yeah.
Like, it fucked Tommy's shit up.
Yeah.
And when we see Tommy again, Tommy is what, maybe 8 to 10 years old?
I'd say like 11 when.
Possibly, but
Like,
he's a
gotta have
teenager
puberty
in
starting
the next movie. So that means
Yeah.
there's years of him being
Not
non-audible.
bothered. Yeah.
Years of him being traumatized. Andy doesn't have that luxury.
No.
In the next movie, he's still a kid. And then when we see him again, it is years later and he's in military school. That's another thing to keep in mind. Andy's been to military school. He is trained with multiple weapons.
With horrible hair.
Yes, Justin Whalen. But I think Andy's had better training. I think Andy's overcome more. I think Andy is mentally got more fortitude. He has never been broken. Tommy was broken after part 4. He was pretty fucking broken. He's also a lot smarter than Tommy Jarvis. He has had to be. He is able to figure out the whole cult of Chucky thing. He's able to figure out how to get into a mental institution. Tommy Jarvis resurrected Jason, which I'm happy about. I like Jason movies, but
the movie had to happen.
dumb, so dumb, so dumb.
He wasn't meaning to. He was trying to prove that he was dead, and he put a metal rod into his
But
corpse, and the
why?
lightning hit the corpse and brought him back.
It's because his PTSD wouldn't allow him to rest because
Yeah.
he believed Jason was alive. He didn't use his brain to figure out he is dead. He had to go see it for himself. Whereas Andy, like, he has tried to have a life and stuff, but that's never stopped him from being unprepared for when Chucky comes to get him. He doesn't need to seek Chucky out. He'll have his own life, but he is ready when Chucky comes back.
Yeah. Granted, if Chucky did just die and go away, I don't think that Andy would ever believe that.
I don't think he would, but I don't think he would go seek out Chucky. I think he would just be ready, like how he's ready in the stinger of Curse of Chucky.
Yeah.
He's talking to his mom on the phone. He's talking about his birthday, but he's still ready when Chucky pops out of that box. It doesn't even, you think Chucky's going to be the one to get the drop on him, and Andy turns around and he's like, play with this. Like, he's always ready. Andy could go on, get married, have kids. He could be at his kid's like ice skating rink birthday party, and still Chucky would pop up in the stands and he would just be like, and I see you. Like, he's always going to be ready.
Doll.
But I don't think he's ever going to do anything stupid.
I think,
All right. 15 people here, 20 votes. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Andy.
I voted for Andy, too.
But I do think as kids, Tommy would have won. He could make...
But
maybe. I don't know. I mean, yeah, he probably would have, because teenage.
Andy
I don't think so.
Andy doesn't straight up kill Chucky in the movies. He survives Chucky in those movies.
He does, but...
But it seems like he's killed Chucky. Like, if I were him and I melted him down in a toy factory, I wouldn't think that he'd be able to come back.
Yeah.
Tommy also has
he kind of
Tommy
runs
has
away
a loving family who's there for support. Andy's not even fucking believed.
Yeah.
For most of his 2 fucking movies. He's witnessed multiple people die, and he goes toe-to-toe with Chucky quite a bit and survives. Whereas Tommy, most of that movie, Jason is in the other building killing teenagers.
Yeah.
Tommy only goes toe-to-toe with Jason at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
So I think Andy Barclay's got this one.
Oh, I do too. Do you want me to move some?
No, I was just trying to figure out
I'm
where
just
he
saying if
wants
he
to
could
go.
kill a grown man with a
You wanna take
machete, he
this
could
stop?
probably kill a child with a machete.
Chucky's a grown man.
Chucky didn't want to kill
and
Andy. He
he's
wanted his body.
Yeah, he
He
wanted to put
possess
himself
him,
in
not
his body.
kill him. There's a difference, though.
Yeah.
That's gross, Dan. It's still gross.
It is gross, but it's true.
Chucky didn't just straight up... If Chucky came at him with a machete, like, as soon as he got a chance, he could have.
And that's not true, because Chucky does want to kill him in part 3. Because he's got...
I'm talking about them being kids, though. So
Doesn't matter, because it's an all-encompassing thing.
I know. That's what I was just saying, though. Anyways.
All right,
Grumble,
I'm
grumble,
calling it.
grumble, roar.
Dude, it's part of the arguing process. He knows I love him. I
Uh-huh.
take a bullet for this guy. I fucking love this man.
Take a bullet.
The fact that we can argue about who would win and stuff and still go cuddle and watch a movie afterwards is why I married this man.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I couldn't marry somebody who would let me steamroller over them and just be like, yes, dear. Like, you know, you gotta have gumption. My baby got gumption.
Gotta fight.
Yes.
I just like to preach doubt. No matter who you choose, I want to say there's a reason why they could lose.
Fair enough. I do too. I like to play devil's advocate. All right, checking in with the chat. I was down for doing both brackets last week. Yeah. I feel bad, but I think it would have gone so late and I would have gotten so tired.
We know that was excruciating for you for other reasons. So.
Yes. By the way, great news. Thank you for the Care Bear stare last week. You did a great job because Rich has finally passed all of his kidney stones. So I think he actually finished passing them during last week's stream.
I heard like a little tinkle,
So-
tinkle noise. I heard like little rocks falling. I'm done.
Anyway, thank you everybody who's
Ow.
thinking about Rich, and
Yeah.
we're just really happy for him because he has been going through some incredible pain.
They say
and-
that's like childbirth for men.
Yeah, dude, like pushing a baby out of your wiener.
I hear even when
Yeah,
women
well,
have
I
to
mean-
do it, it's like
Yeah, no
insanely
thanks.
painful.
Sucks.
Mm-mm.
Sucks. Sean beats Andy Barkley. Andy, for me, I love them both, but Tommy's troubles are his own doing.
Yeah.
My boy, Brewster in the house. So, he loves it. He's like, what a man. You need to hear it yourself. It's amazing. Andy survived a Chucky. Tommy survived a Jason. You're in a foxhole. I want the guy who will fuck up a massive zombie monster, not a guy who kills dolls. Good argument.
Yeah.
Good argument. Who's a good boy? Brewster is.
He's a good boy.
Tommy is a bit of a dummy. I agree. But he's unhinged and I like it. I love crazy unhinged Tommy in part 5 where he's doing fucking wrestling moves. I love part 5. I think part 5 is great. Going back and forth about who would win is part of the fun. I agree. Never saw Curse of Chucky. I think you'll watch it after the stream. See how badass Andy really is. Andy shows up in The Stinger, so don't watch it for him. But
In the Cult of
Nika-
Chucky, he's a little more badass.
Nika's incredible. And then in Cult of Chucky, he's a big part of that. And then absolutely the
Watch
Chucky
the new
show.
Yeah, the new one, the show. That's-
Yeah.
We're waiting for
That's
season
pretty
2.
Pretty good. I watched a couple of those.
I have it too. You can you need to just start borrowing movies from me.
Okay. I'll be. I don't take good care of them, and I'm afraid that I'm going to ruin these. And you are very good at taking care of your movies.
I'll hook you up. We'll figure out. We'll have a movie night or something.
Okay.
All right. So
Put 'em on a
Andy
flash drive
is
for you.
moving on to the next round. Andy's going to the semifinals.
He is.
Andy's going to the semifinals.
All right.
Sorry.
Christy from Hellraiser.
See, he keeps me in line.
It keeps you focused.
It's not Christy. It's Kirsty.
Okay, Kirsty from Hellraiser.
Kirsty.
Fine.
Why would you
Kirsty
call her
from-
Kirsty?
Because her name is Kirsty.
No, I know that, but
Why
like
would you
Kirsty
name
is
someone?
kind of.
I know.
People.
Right.
All right,
it's
where
Kirsty.
am I? I'm so distracted.
The eye is before the R.
We are going Kirsty against Cherry.
Okay, so Kirsty Cotton versus Cherry Darling.
See?
I don't want to be a dick, but this one seems easy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Danny?
once again, she's gonna summon that box, but it wouldn't do anything. They have no reason to want Cherry Darling, right?
We're not going to get into that or not, but
That's their only thing that she
her
could
thing
use.
is she manipulates them into using. But again, you're right. She wouldn't be able to use the box because they have no reason to go after Cherry because she didn't fuck with the box.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and she's not a soul that they want. She's not even evil or
The
escaped
box
from hell.
comes into play just because it shows Kirsty's ability to manipulate her opponents.
Mhm.
But I don't think Cherry is going to give her the time of day. One,
Right.
Cherry is really fucking smart.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Like,
not gonna-
she's sassy and smart. She's just going to be like, and I'm bored. And she's going to shoot her.
Yeah. She's gonna be like, "You look like a zombie to me." Shot. Oops, wasn't? Oh well.
Cherry's going to be like, you summoned what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
we
gonna
need
kill
to
her before
you.
she even gets a chance to finish summoning.
Yeah.
By the time she even grabs the box, Cherry's going to kill her. Like, this one's an easy one, guys.
I think
and if I'm wrong,
Kirsty did well, but I don't see her passing. But I don't know if anybody's
If
got something in the
we're
chat.
wrong, tell us in the chat. You
Oh
know,
my
give
gosh, look at.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, there's a vote. Okay, I want to know if you voted for Kirsty Cotton. Why?
Yeah.
Tell us why. Rich says cherry all the way. She's my cherry pie. I remember, totally going off topic here, in middle school we could pick a song in music class to play, like a rock song or something. Like I picked MC Hammer because I was so cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the guys picked that cherry pie song, and I was like, this guy's really into pie.
Not really know
I
what
had
it
no
means.
idea what the song was about.
What'd you think Pearl Necklace by ZZ Top was about?
I thought it
Pearl Necklace! I thought Love Gun was about a gun that shoots love.
Well,
We
it
were
is.
innocent then.
I mean, it kind of is.
Dan was never innocent.
No, I can't remember a time. Maybe at one point.
Danny, I want to know what you think.
In a fight, yeah, I don't. Kirsty's like great Kirsty's very great at surviving things, but she's not great at killing things.
Kirsty's kind of a little weasel in a way. I mean, it's awesome because she's able to hold her own against the Cenobites, but I mean, she is basically the bad guy in Hellseeker.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Cherry's one more of a hero, but I also think Cherry is very no bullshit.
Kirsty doesn't control the Cenobites. Like, she can unleash them, but she doesn't
Yeah.
control them. Like, it's not like, haha, go kill them for me. It's not like she does that. She has to manipulate the situation the right way. And I don't think that would work on Cherry, darling.
It would only work with somebody who's a total scumbag.
Yeah.
Which Cherry's not. Cherry's a heroic character. She's a mom.
She's not on Hell's list, so they
She's
don't
not.
How is she a mom with that body?
Well,
She has a baby at the end.
I don't think that particular
Okay.
picture like she's a mom yet, but
Yeah,
Her
I was
mom at
gonna
the
say
end.
there's no freaking way.
Later on. She gets impregnated during this whole thing.
All right,
she's
nice.
Anyway, but yeah, Cherry's no bullshit. So I think all of her skills with, talking her way out of stuff just wouldn't work.
not in a death battle.
And hand to hand, Cherry's got it. Weapons, Kirsty doesn't have any. She can chuck the box at her face.
Yeah.
She can open it and throw it and run away and hope it does something, but that's her only real
And then
chance.
wait for the box to finish doing
Also,
its thing.
I'll throw out a little fun fact. During this movie, actually, Rose McGowan got into a really serious car accident. That's why her face looks a little different and stuff that she's done afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
She was wearing those sunglasses. Was in a nasty car accident, and it shattered into her eyes and her face, and she had to have a lot of surgery done.
And she just got done filming Death Proof as well, so that's a little weird timing.
Yeah, but yeah,
That movie,
not
she
just
dies in a car
not
wreck.
just the character, but the actress is a fucking badass.
I love Rose McGowan.
Like
I
I
really
said,
loved her in Jawbreaker.
Oh yeah, I love her in
That
Jawbreaker.
was just
I love her in
Charmed.
I also
Yes.
love her as the head Nitro girl in Ready to Rumble.
Nice,
David
nice.
Arquette. Foreign weapons.
All right, and Scream. I always forget about her in
Yeah.
Scream because she's blonde, but yeah.
right. Yeah,
She's taken
I
up.
can see her now.
But I love her in that.
Her weakness is dog doors.
So we actually had 3 Scream performers in this lineup.
We did.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right, 19 votes, 15 people are watching. I'm going to call it. I was surprised Kirsty did as well as she did, but good on her.
You guys just gave her the pity vote, right?
I didn't
Probably.
vote for her, but she is a scrapper.
Ariel says she's putting her money on Cherry. Rich voted for Cherry, but Christy is very manipulative and has a dark side. Yeah, Christy is kind of done, she kind of gets a little evil.
She brings a little bit of hell with her when she comes back.
I feel like, I don't know, I wasn't a big fan of Hellseeker just because it did make her kind of an evil person.
I'm not a fan of it for a lot of reasons.
But I loved her in parts 1 and 2. Cherry and Ash would be interesting. Yeah, I was thinking that Torchbearer. I was kind of mad after the fact that I didn't put Ash in this one. Because that would be so cool. That might end up having to be a bonus fight. I mean, if Ash doesn't win his bracket, he's in the Hunter's bracket. I might just make that a bonus fight. Because I think I want to see that. Pardon me. I got the black lung pop.
Yeah.
My girl Tatum for the win. I'm sorry, I love Zoolander.
I actually know some of the people who were in that from
Really?
the LPA, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I love Zoolander. All right, the final one. So these ones move a lot faster, guys. These ones move a lot
And
faster.
there's just less of them.
It's good because
You can pee.
I know I can, but I've been trying to wait. So
You
that's why I got
you
the
good?
tapping foot.
Go pee. Go pee. It's a natural
Thanks, everyone.
thing.
Yeah, let's to talk about that.
We
You're
talked about me
embarrassing her.
spitting on people and farting. I farted 5 times during the stream.
She
You
has.
can never out
can vouch for
disgusting
it.
me. All right.
So we got Aaron back from Your Next. And, yeah, she is kind of like, don't let, the book's cover fool you. She might not look like much, but she will wreck your shit.
She's embarrassed about peeing when we just talked about how Rich passed kidney stones during his trip. I was like, girl, go pee.
Plus, when I went to get your drinks, I went to the bathroom. So
Sweet.
I had to pee.
I just cut a little hole into this chair, so I'm peeing right now.
Is that what the dog is licking up off the floor?
Yeah, this is why I wear skirts during streams.
That's what the dog's lapping up right now. Okay. Good enough.
Holy shit, this is a tough one.
Well, not for me, to be honest.
I mean, it's not a tough one. I'm just saying this is I meant to say intense.
They are both tough as shit, but as much as I think Erin is a little scrapper and she can wreck your shit, Sarah Connor's Sarah fucking Connor.
She's Sarah fucking Connor. Like
she
that's actually her middle
Terminators.
name on her birth certificate. Sarah first name, fucking middle name Connor.
Because as much as Erin is badass, like, and up against a normal person, it doesn't matter if they're like their gender, their height, their size. A normal person, you're gonna have a lot of fucking trouble with Erin, but she doesn't go up against robots from the future. All right, she doesn't go up against the T-1000. She doesn't go up with that stuff. As much as she is a badass and she can fight off a home invasion from people who are invading a home, she's not fighting off an, intergalactic fucking, I guess, time traveling battle.
Connor.
Oh.
I'm going with Sarah Connor.
I'm going with Sarah Connor. I wish I had more material to work with Erin for this one, just because it's like Dan said, she's never gone against anything like Terminator. Now, I feel like if we had Erin in Sarah Connor's place, I spelled Connor wrong. Sorry. Anyway, I feel like if we had Erin in Sarah Connor's place in the first one, she would have kicked a little more ass.
Yeah.
But by Terminator 2, Sarah Connor has trained herself. She's probably as trained as Erin. Mm-hmm. And her advantage is that she understands this whole other sci-fi world. Yeah. She can go up against things that can morph. She can go up against, cyborgs and stuff. And I don't think Erin's quite prepared for that. No. So I gotta go with Sarah Connor. And it's just, we're only going off of what we've seen in the films. And just because we've never seen Erin go up against anything quite like Sarah has and survived, I gotta go with Sarah Connor.
Me too.
I mean, honestly, yeah. So Erin can do amazing things like turn a blender into a drill, but Sarah Connor's just gonna shoot you. Like she's just gonna shoot you. All right. 15 votes. We got 15 people in the chat. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm calling it. That was awesome. Sarah Connor killed it, dude.
Annihilated.
And she's going to the semifinals. It's the final countdown.
It sounds like some kind of alarm or button to push. No, to push like when you're excited because the end of
confetti falls down.
I have an excited button actually.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later.
You gotta ring the doorbell if you want to get in the door.
Exactly. He knows all about it.
Exactly. That's the way that goes. Be a
all
gentleman.
Right. Semifinals. All right. Wow. Oh, wow.
Sydney Prescott versus Andy Barclay.
They're both as tortured.
This is tough. I just shipped them. Hey, Annie's here. Everyone say hi to Annie.
What up?
So now we have Sydney Prescott versus Andy Barclay.
Andy.
This is
time to play hide the soul.
This is intense.
That was pretty good, Dan.
He does that really well.
That was pretty good.
So Andy Barclay versus Sydney Prescott. Now, again, it's kind of like our last one. Andy's been up against things that Sydney's never had to deal with. Sydney's never gone against anything supernatural. Andy's gone against a possessed doll. But he has also had to like fight, actual people and stuff like Tiffany and such. Mm-hmm. But still, I don't know.
Bullies. But
I feel like Sydney. I mean, I do think Andy has more weapons training and such. But I feel like Sydney's got a bigger body count, and I just feel like if Sydney was against Chucky, like Sydney would wipe the floor with him.
Maybe.
I don't know.
It'd have to be like how he got the situation. Like,
I think
because the dog can. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean.
No, you're fine.
He can hide under a bed.
Alex Scary's here.
Plus, Chucky has now possessed people as well.
Hi.
He's possessed in real
dealt
life
with
daughter, but
voodoo.
yeah, Nika he possessed her.
All right, who do you think is going to win?
Andy.
Why Andy? I want to hear your argument for Andy.
Because I feel like, again, I'm going with this. He's a little bit more of a psycho about the whole thing, and I think that the voodoo aspect on top of it.
But he doesn't know voodoo.
No,
But he's gone against voodoo.
Yeah, but he's going against, which is another like a
I agree.
So that's mine.
And Freddy, like we said, like she went up against him, but that was like mostly because she understood the dream world and how it worked and how he was not the same person when he's in the real world. Chucky has never been in anything other than the real world.
Exactly.
And yeah, he's a little more OP than I think your Ghostface killer. Yes, even though he is a little doll, there are so many of them. Plus, he's also possessed humans.
true.
Plus, he has Tiffany. Plus, there's other things that have been.
Possessed by a serial killer, so he has
Exactly.
a body count.
He does.
Both of them have a lot of help. Sydney's always had Gayle, and up until recently, Dewey.
Mm-hmm.
Now Andy has Kyle. Though I will say, as a kid, he didn't get as much help as he should have had.
Mm-mm.
Like in the beginning of part 2, Kyle doesn't believe him until the very end.
Yeah.
The beginning of the first one, his mom, nobody
And the
believes him.
detective,
Not
yeah.
until the very
Very
end of
end.
the movie. So
When they
Andy's had to
torched that
rely
doll.
on himself a lot more than Sydney has. Sydney's always had people to get her back.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like
You're
when
kind
did
of
Sydney's
turning me
mom
on to
die?
this Andy thing, guys.
I
How old
think-
was Sydney when her mom died? Who
Huh?
got murdered? How old was Sydney when her mom?
16.
Her mom died a year before the events of Scream 1. 'cause
Okay,
it's the
so Andy
anniversary
has
of
been
her
doing
mom's
this since
death.
he was a little kid,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and
Well,
she's just, that's when she gets started. Of course, she kills quite a few people, but yeah, no, I still Andy.
I'm going with Andy.
Andy's cute.
Oh, I feel like you guys. Yeah, I feel like you guys have turned me. I was all about Sid at the beginning of this. You guys make good arguments. I want to check in with the
I
chat.
mean, realistically, they have no reason to fight, but this is hypothetical. They
See you
want
next
to kill
Sunday,
each other for
Ariel.
whatever reason. Like, he believes that she's possessed by Chucky. She believes he's a Ghostface killer, just not wearing the Ghostface killer. Like, they have to, like, hypothetically...
Why they're fighting doesn't matter.
Exactly. They have to.
let
Realistically,
me finish
they
checking
don't
with the
see that
chat.
they
That
would.
their fight would turn into something else.
I love Andy. I love Andy,
Wow.
but I
That's what
love-
I'm thinking. Sorry.
I love Andy, but I feel Sid would take Andy to the cleaners. Andy says, Sid, it's been nice to meet you, Bekki. See you next Sunday.
Nice
Good
meeting you
morning, DMC Campbell. Sid had weapon training in part 3, I think.
Plus, she's married to a cop now.
She is married to a cop.
So I'm sure she has had some, obviously.
There.
I feel Sid had a no-nonsense approach, and Andy is too emotional, especially when it comes to killing a human, as he's always fought a killer doll. But he's also had to go up against Tiffany, who, well, I mean, she's humanish.
Charles Lee Ray is human. Just in a doll. He's also been in Nika.
He's very
Yeah.
smart, and like when he hid the weapon inside the Chucky doll when he got into the mental institution.
Yeah.
I love it when Nika smashes that.
Sydney's
Stupid
pretty
doctor's
smart
face
too,
with
though.
her high heels.
She's, both of them have been caught off guard.
Oh, yeah. It's because movie.
Yeah.
You have to have their
I think it's
parts.
Andy. He's had to deal with it longer, so he has
Okay,
more
weapons.
meat.
So Sydney has a gun, a basic gun. Andy has guns. They're both good with a gun. Andy probably has better experience with multiple guns just because of military training in school.
Mm-hmm.
So weapons training, I'm going to give it to Andy. Hand to hand, I think Sydney can hold her own pretty well. But again, Andy's got military school, so I'm going to say hand to hand, him too. But mentally, Andy's been through a lot, and he's not quite broken. Sydney is pretty broken by the time 3 comes along, but she does come out the other end. I think mentally she's doing really well now.
Chucky also will use a gun, where the Ghostface killers don't choose to use guns. Usually, they usually just go straight up with the knives.
Knives, yeah.
I mean-
And the third act, they usually have a gun.
Yeah, I guess they finally bring out
Part
a gun.
5, they have a gun at the end. Part 2, they have a gun at the end.
Yeah.
They have knives at the end of 1, but a lot of them, they have a gun at the
Most
end.
of the time, they just use their guns so they can do their little, like, bad guy speech, though. They're not very...
Checking with the chat, he's never killed Tiff. Rob Zombie the Monsters. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Horror Movies
True.
and Beyond. That's a really great channel, by the way. I feel Sid would wreck Chucky too. I think Andy is willing to take it to dark places that Sid would never dare. But then again, Sid would go straight for the headshot. Jailhouse Rules. Hey, little sick boy. I see Andy. Nice.
That's my hubby.
Yeah. We
What's up,
love
buddy?
him.
You need to go by Mr. Beefy, though.
Yeah, Bob Beefy.
She has nothing to lose. This is tough. I'm going to say Andy just because I feel like he has an edge on her as far as physical training and weapons training. They've both been through a lot. They've both, I think, been able to hold their mental, mental capabilities through some pretty awful trauma. But yeah, I'm just going to have to go with Andy just because the other thing too is Sydney's gone against the same thing over and over and over again. After the first one's surprising, but then there's 2 killers at the end of part 2. It's the same kind of thing. Part 3, same kind of thing. All the ghost faces are pretty similar. Whereas with Andy, he had to deal with the fact that now there's a Tiffany doll. Now there's an army of Chuckies.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like, it's changed.
Chucky changes up his game more than the Ghostface killers do.
Yeah,
he's
it's
constantly
changed.
amping it to the next level.
It's changed, and he's managed to adapt. Whereas, like I said, the Scream formula's gotten pretty stale. In part 5, she's like, yeah, I've seen this movie before. Like, it's the same shit. It ends in a party. 2 people are revealed. Of course she's good at it. If you keep playing the same video game over and over, the same level, you're going to get really good at that level. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I mean, I still enjoy them all, but the Scream movies follow a very simple formula. And yeah, of course she's good at that. Of course she can go up against 2 Ghostfaces. She's done it a lot. Mm-hmm. And there's not been a whole lot of variation. They're all fairly similar as far as what they can do. But Andy, like I said, it's changed a lot. He's had to really adapt. And his circumstances have changed a lot, too. Going from, being a kid with, almost no autonomy, no ability to protect himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Being in a military school. He's adapted to different environments, too. Whereas Sydney, high school to college to, then she has a house. But, I mean, it's not a lot different. She's never been in, like, a mental institution. Whereas
Right.
Andy has had to adapt to that. He's had to adapt to some really different environments.
Shit.
And like I said, Ghostface mostly just stabs people. Once he takes off his mask, then there's usually a gun for monologuing, but that's about it. Where Chucky kills people in the craziest ways of all time.
Yes.
He will
Yes.
kill you with a plastic bag. He will kill you with a voodoo doll. He will electrocute you. He will blow you up. He will push you out of windows. He will
He's
trip you
creative.
onto. Oh yeah, he.
Honestly,
gotta
Chucky
really be
in
on your
some ways
toes.
is like Final Destination because it's not just Chucky; it's whatever he set up, like the John Ritter trap, the nails that go into his face. It's
funny.
not just being aware of Chucky because a lot of times he kills people who don't even realize the doll's there.
Yeah.
Because he set up some kind of a trap and they've fallen into it, and so it's not just being ready for the doll; it's being ready for whatever Chucky
around
the
the
doll
corner.
has set up.
Yeah.
And now there's hundreds of dolls, and he also has a cult of people who help him. So he's got Tiffany to ship him to places and stuff. And I mean, yeah, he's got fucking kids now who kill for him.
Right. That's like kind of the thing.
All right, 15, and
Hey, sick boy, why don't you vote?
I just voted. Did he vote?
I don't know.
I voted.
I think he did, 'cause it
Ben
says-
Grimm's here. Ben says Andy went to military academy. I agree. Andy has been dealing with crazy Chucky since he was a kid. He's always had to watch his back and still Chucky's after him. And Sandy says Andy. I feel that Andy won't deal as well against a human. Andy, I feel like, has had to go against humans. And he's soft on the ladies. I feel like you're judging them more on which their horror icon is. I mean, I think it's just kind of like what they've had to go against and what they've managed to survive. I mean, initially I was all for Sydney too, but Sydney's had to do the same thing over and over again
With the same weapon.
with the
much.
similar weapons without a lot of variation. It's not like there's ever been a Ghostface who's come at her with a chainsaw. So she's learned how to deal with being attacked with a knife and being attacked with a gun.
Yeah, and like,
She's learned how to deal with people in a Ghostface costume, but Andy has had to deal with a lot of different variations, and he's managed to adapt.
Yeah,
that's kind of why I'm going with it. I'm not saying that Sydney couldn't beat him. I'm just
no,
saying.
that's not taking anything away from any of
They're
these
both
people
human. They would die very similar ways. Like, it just matters who shoots who and whatnot. But
who pops
I just
everyone
think
first.
he's got more impressive feats, and since that's kind of the tiebreaker for me, since
Andy hasn't killed anyone because that's not the kind of person Andy is. He has gone against an evil person, but he has had to fight people. Like when he goes into the mental institution, he has to fight like the guards and stuff. So
And
yeah.
kids in military school. He had to fight.
And yeah, he'd have to fight people in
And
military
as foster,
school.
it sounds like he jumped around a lot of fosters.
And he's bullied a lot in military
you
school
don't.
and holds
Foster
his
homes aren't
own.
always in nice places.
If
Yeah.
he really thought you were evil as Charles Lee, I think he wouldn't have a problem killing you, regardless if you're human or not.
No, Rich, I like that you're throwing in arguments. I think
Of
it's
course.
good. Like, we got to consider all aspects of
Exactly.
this.
That's
So,
what this is about.
guys, none of this is personal. Like, even if you see us arguing, like, we all love each other. Like, the whole point of this is to have an argument. I love a good debate.
Exactly.
And you guys can debate about stuff without it being, I don't know, I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to disagree about stuff.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. And I love that we're having an argument about horror movie stuff. A lot of people would be like, you guys are arguing what? For how many hours?
Right.
Only awesome people can handle this. Like, only my kind of people are going to argue about horror movies
You
for
can tell
hours
how
on end.
passionate this one was, though. It got to 23 votes.
That's nice. All right.
That's awesome.
Like, some of them only had about like 15 or
I'm
so votes, and then we
surprised,
kind of
and-
called it. But this one, like, people were passionate.
And that's why
Uh-oh.
I like this, because like I said, I went into that one thinking that Sidney Prescott was going to win, but you guys convinced me. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, you're right.
He's
So,
had to deal
like,
with.
that's why it's kind of cool, guys. It's not about favoritism or anything. It's just like you think about it and you're just like, wow, I hadn't considered that. So, well done on both of y'all.
Booyah. The first ever exploding.
I like to do it like blow it up and then get those John Woo doves in there.
And then shoot the doves.
Yeah.
And then they fall back.
Okay, so, oh wow.
This is gonna be.
Andy has gone into the final. I can't believe Andy went into the finals.
Yeah.
Andy
That's
did.
insane.
I didn't really
didn't
think
see
he
that.
would either at first, but the more we talked about it, the more it just kind of made sense.
I never saw that coming. That's awesome. That's surprising. So now, wow, who's gonna go to the finals with him?
Either
Sarah
Sarah
Connor.
Darling or Sarah Connor.
My
This is intense.
vote is gonna. I can already.
This
see
is
it.
intense.
I don't know though. Cherry Darling with her leg and Sarah Connor with her.
I think Sarah Connor is just more versatile.
Yeah.
So this is Cherry Darling versus Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor.
What the actual fuck, guys? Who would win?
It's hard to say, and I'm not saying that Cherry Darling couldn't win this in certain ways. She, flips around and shoots her gun all really crazy like. But Sarah Connor does a lot of flipping around too, especially in the Sarah Connor
Not
Chronicles.
quite to that
In the
level.
Chronicles, she does a lot of more crazier stuff. She also takes on Terminators, which I would say are far superior than zombies.
Yeah. Especially since they can heal themselves.
Yeah, and they're big, giant metallic things that, guns don't... A machine gun leg wouldn't really do much against Arnold Terminator. Not much.
They both had to go against some really unpredictable opponents.
Exactly.
Cherry has people mutating in front of her.
Yeah.
Sarah Connor's had to go against fucking T-1000.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah Connor's adept with multiple weapons.
Yeah. I think a leg gun
And she's
might
like
throw her off a
always in
little
that
bit.
mindset too. Like it's never a point where she's not in the mindset of being on her guard.
I think she would look at that leg gun and maybe raise her brow, like, that's interesting, but she'd still know what type of gun it is,
Well-
still know what it's capable of.
Okay, so here's my thought. So the leg gun, it's basically machinery, right? It's no different than the T-1000 having a blade for an arm, or even I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Terminator that had a gun built into its arm.
Yeah.
And I think she could take that down. So even though I think this is close,
It's close.
I'm giving
For
it
a
to
reason.
Sarah Connor because, I mean, basically, in a sense, Cherry Darling's kind of a cyborg.
Yeah.
I know she's not. I know
No,
she's
no.
not, so please
She's
don't
human with enhancements.
flood the gory hole with, like, she's not a cyborg. I know she's not, but she's enhanced with a gun, and I feel like that's, to Sarah Connor, that would be like what you said, an eyebrow raise,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it's anything she can't handle.
She's seen crazier and
She's
dealt with
seen
crazier.
worse.
Exactly.
They keep adapting these fucking Terminators all the time. I would not be surprised if there was a Terminator eventually that had a gun for a leg or a gun for an arm.
They even in the dark, the newest one, there is a woman who is enhanced by Terminator technology, and Sarah Connor doesn't fight her because they're on the same side, but she holds her own next to her without the enhancements, and she's an old lady at that point. So, and I would assume we're gonna make them at their same age in their prime.
I'm gonna go with Sarah Connor. I feel like she's just has more. I don't know, Cherry. I don't know that movie, so I can't say 100%. So I gotta say, from what I'm gathering, is I don't feel like Sarah Connor takes time to be pretty. Like, have the moments. I think she's just on it, and the other one kind of has to be a little more showy.
I don't think that's
Like,
fair. Just because it's a grindhouse movie, and that's part of that thing. Yeah. Sarah Connor came out in the late 80s, 90s. It's a different kind of heroine. So saying that Cherry Darling looks pretty,
I don't know.
To refresh you on the movie, the reason she's dressed like that is because she was a stripper. Well, just hold on. To refresh you on why she's dressed like that, because I don't want that to be a caveat against it.
That's not what I was meaning by that, though.
Okay, well,
it wasn't like the dressing. It's just the idea of the character. Again, I don't know it, though, so I can't say.
She was dressed because and she says, she's not a stripper, she's a go-go dancer.
That's what my mom said.
But she's a go-go dancer, and she was dressed for work, and then she got fired. And then she goes to a diner. So this all happens in the course of one night. So it would be no different than Sarah Connor having this stuff happen to her when she was on shift as a waitress. And she's dressed as a waitress and has her hair done and stuff like that. Cherry never stops to do her fucking hair or makeup. Ever.
Okay, well.
It's kind of a different type of action movie where you don't have to ever see it. Like, you don't have to see her reload, but you don't have to see her apply her makeup again. It's just perfect.
No, it's not that. It's not the makeup or the looks. It's like the idea. Like, Sarah Connor's not sexy to me. Like, she's not a sexy character. Whereas Cherry is a sexy character, but doesn't mean that because the way she's dressed or because she has the makeup on. It's like her movements. It's like how she carries herself. Well, Sarah Connor is like a badass all the time. There's no bullshit.
But I feel like that's almost kind of...
Again, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't say.
I would argue that that's kind of sexist. So you're saying if someone's sexy that they can't be badass?
No, I'm just saying that they take more time on to like their moves are more...
She's more go for the throat.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Less flash.
Yeah.
More straight to kill you.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. That's what I mean. I'm not trying to be sexist. I am a woman out there.
She doesn't care about style.
But I do feel like there's this idea in our culture, which I kind of want to comment on, an idea in our culture that if you're...
Thank you, Movie Massacre.
There's an idea in our culture that if you're pretty or you're sexy, that you are somehow... less than that. You can't be a badass. Like Buffy, that was the whole idea of Buffy the Vampire Slayers. What if that little blonde girl kicked ass? Because people underestimate people who are sexy and stuff.
I also think that she doesn't have a leg, so if that gun goes away,
that's true.
She's gonna have a harder time.
I get what you're saying.
I'm not trying to be like a sexist or because they have makeup on or whatever. It's just like
I don't think you're sexist, but I feel like that ties into an argument I've heard before about how women can't hold her own in a fight.
I think Gory just wants to make sure that that's not what people take away from.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. I get that. No, I mean, I just mean like, I don't know how to explain it.
I'm not saying you're being sexist.
I agree with you, Rich. I always thought Sarah Connor was hottie. Even like that. I don't care. She looks like she beat the living shit out of me like that.
The energy that she exudes. She exudes cutthroat energy.
Yeah. She
doesn't exude like...
So what you're saying is... And I think okay, so now that I've played devil's advocate and flustered you, I'm sorry. Now that I just like to play devil's advocate a bit. But that is something I've heard before, is more talking about that. But with Sarah Connor, you're saying she's not making time to make quips. She's not making time to make jokes. Mm-hmm. She is there to do one job. In a sense, she is like a Terminator. She has one thing that she does, and she does it really well. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
I mean. Go to Rocky 4 with this. With Apollo, and he comes out to living in America, and he's all like, yeah, and he is a great. He's been a champion several times. Apollo's a badass. He is. He could wreck your shit, but he's all flash, all show. Dolph Lundgren just shows up, straight face. If he dies, boom, kills Apollo. Like, it literally kills him in a fight. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of the attitude that she's expressing here.
However, I would say, to be a devil's advocate again, my absolute favorite my absolute favorite fighters, two of my favorite fighters who are quippy and are good looking, and I think both of them would kick both these ladies' asses, is Buffy.
Well, Buffy but we're not talking Buffy.
I'm just saying that let's not... I respect that Sarah Connor's like focus and stuff. It wouldn't make a fucking difference. Buffy would kick her ass. Ash Williams is somebody who's very good looking despite not trying. He's gonna kick Sarah Connor's ass.
Well, see, I'm not meaning by like looks. It's the attitude. It's what they're exuding. What like she's more gymnastics and kills, whereas Sarah's more like.
or strangle, hold, snap.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying that I think it's kind of like an arsenal, you know? Like, some people have multiple talents. Cherry Darling has multiple talents.
She does.
And they use those talents well. Sarah Connor does what she does very well, but she is limited to what she does. I think that you can have somebody who's so good at what they're doing that they can have quips. They can look good doing it. I think Sarah Connor looks good doing it.
Well, I don't think she's ugly or anything by any stretch of the imagination. She's gorgeous. It's just it's the speed, I guess. You know, like you're taking more time to be more theatrical or gymnastic or whatever with her dance moves, whereas Sarah's just.
Well, like I said, Apollo,
like,
when he's doing all these fancy
exactly.
footworks, but then Dolph Lundgren just, no.
Just like,
and then I'm
bam.
saying that sometimes that works. There's been plenty of great boxers and stuff who have the flashy moves and win. I think Cherry Darling could beat a lot of people with flashy moves and
definitely.
the gymnastics and all that. I just don't think it would work on Sarah
I
Connor.
mean, okay, but then look at this way. I would to pose the same argument. Buffy is a gymnast.
But she also has super
Okay,
strength.
let me finish. I'm just posing an analogy just because I don't want us to limit someone just because, like, they're flashy.
Of course
Buffy is a gymnast.
Mhm.
Buffy is flashy. Buffy is quippy and hilarious. Faith is more like Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
Faith is more direct. Buffy kicks Faith's ass every time. I'm just saying that just because somebody has the ability to kick your ass and make a quip doesn't make them any less badass. I think Cherry Darling is effortlessly funny while she's fighting. I think she's effortlessly able to, because she's also from a Grindhouse movie. So it's a little different. Women in those movies, like Machete is another one of those Grindhouse movies. It's effortless, like she could get covered in slime and she'd still end up looking like that because it's kind of like that Toon Forcing. That's the environment she's from.
Yeah, I say Ash has a lot of that. Just the dumb luck Toon Force.
Exactly. So they're from different kinds of environments. So I don't think Cherry is even thinking about it. It's just part of being Cherry.
Right.
She's not trying to be flashy at all. I think she's just naturally flashy.
I just think Sarah's going to win because
but
she's
it's
more
the time that it
versatile.
takes to be flashy.
I don't know if it does. I mean,
You're to do a somersault and roll up and then like kick your
she
leg
doesn't
up.
do stuff like that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that just seems to me like,
She can't do a lot of somersaults because she's got a leg gun, dude.
You can do somersaults without a leg.
Dude, you haven't seen the movie.
No, but I'm just saying. You could do a somersault.
Anyways, I just think Sarah would win because she's more versatile with all types of weapons and she's gone up against greater challenges. That's my thing.
And I mean, as far as fighters who use a lot of cartwheels and stuff, usually it's to get height. It's usually to shorten the distance between an opponent. It's done for a reason. It's not done to watch Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they do all that stuff because it's effective in closing the distance to their opponent, or it's effective in getting more momentum or speed. So I don't think it's just to look cool. But I mean, I do see what you're saying because I've seen movies like that too, where they do a whole bunch of stuff and then someone just shoots them.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's also, UFC's a real thing, and they had all the different types of fighting styles, and it all just came down to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which is just choking out. All the flashy stuff did not work. like ninjutsu, as much as I love ninjutsu, nobody was winning from that.
But again, I mean, just comparing it to Buffy because it's a more well-known example. You haven't seen Planeterra. But, a lot of times when she does a flip or something, it's to get more momentum, or it's to get up to a place where she can't get to, so...
Well, also, Xena flipped around, too, but she also was a big, strong woman who would knock the shit out of you.
Well, I know, but,
I know.
And I'm actually on Team Sarah Connor. I vote Sarah Connor. I'm just saying, let's not completely discount people because they're flashy and stuff.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not
It was just one of her
sexist, I'm
points.
telling you.
It was just one of her points. But anyways, it's... Like I said, I just think she's more versatile and gone up against crazier things. I don't think that gun's going to throw her off much.
Mm-mm.
Gun leg.
She'd probably take a bullet in her shoulder and keep
She'd
going.
probably find a way to make sure... Yeah, she'd probably... This wouldn't be an easy fight for her.
No,
Cherry Darling's got the
think
skills,
so.
but I think that in the end, Sarah Connor could find a way to take out her leg and then take her out.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said in the beginning, I think Cherry Darling, it would be different, but ultimately it should go about it like a Terminator would. Mm-hmm. However, I argue that Cherry Darling's wit and her gymnastic skills are an asset, not a hindrance.
No.
So, I argue that.
I don't think they're a hindrance, but I don't think that she'd win that fight regardless, if she made them or not.
There you go.
I think if you're doing like the Indiana Jones thing, you know how Indiana Jones on a couple of occasions he's gone against somebody who takes out the weapons and they have to do a big display.
Because Harrison Ford was sick
to
during
be
shooting.
intimidating in both movies.
I know.
To be intimidating, I think that's stupid, and that kind of flash will get you killed.
The peacocking.
Yeah.
But I don't think Cherry does that, and I don't think a lot of other fighters do. I think there's a lot of fighters who are able to have a bit of, gymnastics or a bit of, flash, and they use it effectively. I just think it can be used well, and I think it can be used poorly.
John McClane uses the wit all the time, like the quips.
Exactly.
But he's still straightforward on his fights.
I also think that can kind of make your opponent intimidated, because it's like, why aren't they flustered? You know?
They're just two different type of characters, but slightly different type of action movies. But anyways,
But yeah.
I think Sarah Connor's just done more, and she would win. She has experience
I agree.
edge.
I think Sarah Connor would win, but I do think Cherry Darling's going to put up a good fight.
She got this far for a reason.
Yeah,
I kind of almost think it's like kind of like the Terminator in Part 3 versus Sarah Connor.
Yeah, there you go. And Sarah Connor, yeah. Anyways.
She's not in that.
No, she just left some stuff.
She's like dead in that one, isn't she?
They find out she's not. But anyways, no, she's in it.
She is?
Yeah, she locks her son into the thing. Anyways,
I need to rewatch
they
that
think she's dead, but she's not. Anyways, let's move on to the finals now.
one. Okay.
'Cause,
Catching up with the chat.
that was a thing.
Dude, it was fun though.
Okay.
It was fun. Tara says meow. Do a Cassidy handshake. How do you do a Cassidy handshake?
It's the fist bump.
Okay.
It's just a fist
Andy's
bump.
all grown up and kicking asses. Sarah, for me, I feel like she's way more experienced in battle. I do agree with that. Yeah, I think Sarah Connor, she's definitely got way more experience. Cherry is a cyborg. Sarah Connor lost the timeline would change and someone would have to go back in time before the battle happened, and sure she did. Rich gets what you're saying. I get what you're saying too.
Thank you, Rich.
She's already had the kid at this point. We were talking about Cherry Darling, how I mentioned she's a mom. She
Sarah
becomes
Connor's
a mom at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sarah Connor's a mom too.
Okay.
I mean, in this movie she is. Bekki saying she poses look cool more while Sarah would just go straight for the kill.
Possibly, but I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
I don't think
I
it,
think
regardless
there's a
if
couple
that's...
points, like when she's got the sunglasses, maybe she's doing like the strut thing, but she's also like zeroing in on where she's gonna go because she's gonna shoot the cannon. I think Sarah Connor looks like kind of cool in this shot here, so I think it's just natural for her. I don't think Sarah Connor's trying
Who's
to look...
directing the movie?
I don't think Sarah Connor's trying to look like a badass here, but she does.
Like, Cherry is the type that would, like, maybe blow the steam out of her leg gun while there's, like, her hair blows and there's a
Right.
big explosion behind her. I think Sarah's more like, I'm gonna keep shooting into that explosion in case something's alive in there.
But I also feel like it's
Until
her...
it's mush.
It's her world. She's from
Yeah,
a grindhouse world,
exactly.
just like how Roger Rabbit's from a cartoon.
I know.
Like, it's part of their world.
I don't think it's a
you know?
detriment either. I'm just saying, I agree what everybody's saying. I just don't think that's gonna be the big factor of this fight.
Sarah's pretty and sexy too. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wow, God, there's a whole bunch more. That's a great example, Danny. Who would win in a push-up contest? Sarah Connor would.
Yeah.
Buffy's super proud. Yeah, I was just kind of using that as an example of somebody who can do gymnastics and it's effective in defeating their opponents. Sarah's no nonsense. Agreed. Bazooka. Cherry dead. She does have that to a Terminator and Dark Fate. Yeah, I think so. I think Cherry would be a lot like a Terminator. Like I said, guys, I voted for Sarah Connor.
Though I think Cherry does have a bazooka one round on
She
her
does.
gun. But
Right when she does that one, because she
But they
has
both
the
have bazookas,
bazooka
so.
on her leg.
They both have bazookas, so.
If that's the part of Cherry, then she'd get taken out. Sorry, Gory. I think, guys, I voted for Sarah too. I'm just, I don't want to see.
You're just preaching doubt.
Yeah,
I
preaching
do it
doubt.
too.
Thank you. Cherry is badass, but I think Sarah is better with weapons and close combat. This is my favorite stream. I love all the points that everyone's making. Mine too. Sarah has pushed back the apocalypse numerous and very good point. Gory, I can't believe you left the... Oh, it's the mayor. Freaky
Sorry,
Girls live
Mayor.
stream last night. It only went for 8 hours and 32 minutes. I saw that this morning. I wanted to see how long the live stream went. I think I was there for 3 hours, but... Oh, man. Laura's a beast. She can stream for forever.
When she's in it, she's just gonna say, "I'm in it to the end." Like, she doesn't like to just dabble. Once she gets it all set up, might as well go all night, right?
But yeah, holy shit, guys. Holy shit. Sarah Connor's going to the finals!
She sure is.
I
She's
think,
gonna win too.
no offense, I think Cherry Darling was her toughest fight. I love Andy, but damn, I don't know.
I mean, honestly,
I know. That's what I'm
here's the
saying.
thing I think that's really surprising is I thought one of the most exciting fights for Sarah Connor tonight. I feel like we sound like wrestling announcers. I thought the most exciting fight for Sarah Connor was going against Ellen Ripley because
It
they are
was,
so
actually.
evenly matched.
I think it was very
And
close.
it was a great fight, but I'm surprised like how well Cherry Darling
And
did,
Aaron Young.
how well Aaron did.
They would both be
like
very hard
we grow
opponents.
up with these icons and we grow up thinking that they're so like undefeatable, and then you put them against other people who are undefeatable and you're like, holy shit. And then
Wait a minute.
I think in some ways you appreciate them more, like I have with Andy Barkley during this.
Mm-hmm.
And in some ways you're kind of like a little more aware of like their weaknesses and their limitations. Like I had that happen with Sydney. So I think it's interesting. I love that we're having this conversation because I mean, I hope for you guys, but you know, your guys' points on a lot of these have made me like opened my eyes to like a lot of stuff. So especially with Andy.
To get to this road to the finals here.
I wish you were there for that though, because you had a good point.
I was watching. I get shy about typing, so I won't type.
No, you should. That's a really good point. That might have. I think that might have made a difference.
But I want to say, as I looked at this bracket from the very beginning, I did not think Andy would make it to the.
Oh.
I didn't think Andy was going to make it to the end. However, with Sarah Connor, I thought if she gets by Ellen, she probably will make it to the end. I wasn't really keen on who she would fight next and like who she would fight in the third match either. But I figured, okay, it's either going to probably be Sarah or Ellen, depending on who wins that fight. They will probably make it to there. I did not know
when
who.
you say Ellen, I think Ellen DeGeneres. Please
I've
just
been
call
doing
her
the same thing too.
Please call her Ripley.
Why do you think that? That says
I
more
don't
about
know,
you
it's
than me.
weird.
Maybe
I
it's a
hear the word
Freudian
Ellen, I
thing.
think Ripley. I don't know about that. Anyway.
There's one Ripley. There
Okay.
are many Ellens.
Fine. Ripley. Anyways. It was going to come down to Kana or Ripley, and I figured whoever would win that would probably make it to the finals. Though, granted, I wasn't really counting on Aaron and Cherry Darling and stuff. I think that actually Sarah's had a hard fight to the top.
I love how
here.
you're on first name basis with these people.
Yeah, why not? I think she's had a hard path here, a harder path than I expected her. Where Andy, I didn't expect him to make it here, and I think he deservingly beat. I also think his the top half of the bracket is not been as quite as skillful of fighters as the bottom half of
Ouch,
the bracket.
Dan! Ouch! Baby, ouch! Okay, so I had this happen with me with the Sydney and Andy one, and I want to make sure that we don't do that with any of these brackets, discount a fighter. So, at first glance, I'll admit, Sarah Connor seems to be way more overpowered than Andy. But let's argue in Andy's defense. How could Andy win? Like, what does Andy have that Sarah Connor doesn't have?
He's
constant.
He's gone up against not sci-fi technology, but supernatural stuff. And I think that's a little creepier than robots. I'm not saying it's harder to defeat.
The magic expert.
But he's in a world, and he's been in it since he's a little kid. She's only been in it since she was an adult woman, of how crazy shit can get. So he's pretty undeterred. He also fights dolls. I know they're magic, but that's not much different than fighting cyborgs. They're way smaller and a little ineffective at killing. Like, not as quite as effective, but they're sneakier. His opponents has been sneakier. The Terminator is not that sneaky.
Okay, I'm going to say this for Andy Barkley. Sarah Connor didn't even start her training until she's in, her 20s? Andy Barkley was being attacked as a small child.
Yeah.
Like 6 years old
Exactly.
is how I think he is. He's young. As a teenager, again, he's gonna kick her ass. He's in military school, and he's been fighting a fucking voodoo doll his whole life. Where it gets different is when you get into, like, between T1 and T2, where Sarah Connor's going out and she's getting her own training and stuff. You know, Andy was lucky in that he didn't want to be sent to Kent Military School.
He wasn't there for very long.
But he was there, and
Well, not for very long, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
he graduated. He has the sweater and stuff.
Oh, well, then he went back.
I let him stay.
I guess so.
Anyway, I assume he graduated. He has like all the stuff on his wall in
I think he could
Kentucky.
Yeah, I don't know if he graduated, but if he did, then yes, he did.
I'd be surprised for him to have like the diploma and everything on his wall.
Yeah, if he has a diploma, then he graduated.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna go off my assumption that he graduated. At any rate, what I'm trying to say is he's essentially put through training without even being asked. So obviously he's not working as hard in that
No.
because he doesn't want to fucking be there.
No, he doesn't like that.
You know, and
He looks after that kid.
He's not as
He does.
driven. He's not as driven to get his body in shape and stuff as Sarah Connor. He's almost got kind of a dad bod,
I hate
honestly.
to say by the evidence of how he looks nowadays, yeah, he's not at that peak.
But yeah, he's not as driven. He's more of a reluctant hero. Whereas Sarah Connor's been extremely driven from the very end of T1. She's made herself into this, and she's very singularly focused. So I do think Andy has a lot of training, but I feel like she wants to win more.
At least when it comes to that.
Maybe. I don't know. Andy's got the, you know.
I think he has the
had a
heart.
brain fart. I had something. No, I just had a brain fart. I had a point and it just went right out my head.
Do you know what it's related to?
This, Andy.
I think Andy's got the heart, but I don't know if he's got.
Well, okay, that's where I was gonna go. Andy, when it comes to the Cult of Chucky, he has like emotion behind it, and he's going there ready to kill. Like he's got his game plan already, just like Sarah. So like they both were so fucked in their head by the thing that they just both were super focused on it, and so Andy has a different. Obviously, he has a supernatural thing he's going against, but I feel like he's just as hurt by it. Not hurt. What is it? Like revenge. Like he's got
personal?
that same. Yeah, he's got that same
I
kind
think
of
his stuff with Chucky's
vibe
more
for.
personal.
Yeah, he's done with it. He is done running, and so that kind of gives him a little bit of an edge too.
I agree. That's a good
A little
point.
bit.
That's why I said a little bit.
But I
And
still
agree
think
with that.
like he's got like dad bod. So obviously he doesn't care enough to like get himself into like Sarah Connor shape. Where even when she's an old lady, like how many years has it fucking been?
I know.
And
That's crazy.
And I actually read an article saying that Linda Hamilton wanted her to be fat, and that I think that would have been interesting, but it would have kind of changed the character because I think the fact that we see her, she's still ripped. It's like Jesus, you never missed a leg day.
No.
Like,
no.
not once.
Mm-mm.
Like, that takes something, because I miss leg day every week. I don't even know what day leg day is.
You make it up yourself.
Me too.
What day is leg day?
What day you want it to be.
I know what day's candy day.
Yeah, today's chocolate day. Tomorrow might be chocolate day, too.
chocolate.
For us, chocolate movies day.
Ah.
Yeah, so I feel like I like what you said there, because I feel like he does have the heart. It is personal for him.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But
it's personal for her, too, but
it
I
is
think he's
personal for
just
her.
done. He's been going through it for 20-some-odd years at that point.
But
Also-
I think it depends on their opponent too, because I don't think he needs to be in like.
Yeah, the dad body's fine to
I don't
take on
think
a doll.
he needs to be in Hemsworth shape to go against Chucky. Because look at Chucky. Chucky's got a little
He
doughboy
can-
body.
Exactly.
Little doughboy
If he
body.
was up against Arnold Schwarzenegger-sized robots, maybe he would be more driven.
But that's not who the fight is.
exactly.
The
So
fight is between Andy and
we have to go
Sarah.
based on what they are, not what they
can
possibly be. Yeah. So,
I mean, if we go against their opponents, I think. Okay, so based on what they're capable of doing, do you think Linda Hamilton can handle an army of Chuckies? It's the worst thing Andy's faced.
Yeah, I do think she could.
I think she could.
She's faced an army of Terminators, so I think so.
she wouldn't have it. She wouldn't wait for Chucky to say something funny. She'd just.
On the flippity
Yeah.
flop, do you think Andy could handle Terminators?
Not
No,
so much.
Not as much.
Not I think he could possibly
I
survive
hate
a
to say
Terminator
it 'cause I'm an
movie.
Andy fan, but I don't think.
I'm an Andy fan too. That is my favorite horror franchise is Child's Play.
I don't
Oh,
think
I
he
love
would
it.
fare as well in her world.
They're funny. They make me laugh.
But we're doing this on who would win a fight, and I have to say, I think Sarah Connor would be like, what? A doll? I just feel like it would be laughable to her after everything she's faced.
Yeah.
Probably roll her eyes and then shoot.
She'd probably be like, it's probably
And
just a Skynet doll.
I feel like Andy, I think, honestly, especially like looking at Sarah Connor in part one, I think he would fare as well as she did. I think he could kill that Terminator and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he would be able to do what she had to do to be ready for part two.
Right.
I don't think he could have handled Terminator 2. I think that's as far as Andy would have gotten.
Yeah.
Based on, like, you know, his
Now, are we counting both Andys? Because that one has a little cyborg robot Skynet type doll.
Oh, fuck that! No!
The buddy doll.
You go to hell! You go to hell and you die! You do that outside! You do that outside!
God, you dirty,
I'm just
dirty
saying
boy.
that doll would make more sense to Sarah Connor.
You're never wrong in this debate unless you do what he just did. Then you're fucking wrong. We don't talk about the fucking Child's Play remake here. We don't do it. I'm upset.
It's
Pull
okay,
me back.
it's okay,
Pull me
it's
back.
okay.
That
It's
one's a
okay.
killer robot.
Don't get him.
I think Sarah
I
Connor
sit
would
at your
easily
house
handle that
tonight.
robot.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But I'm just saying, she could easily take out that robot too, because it's nothing compared to the Skynet robots that she does take out.
Right.
It'd make a little more sense to
I
her
want to
head.
say Andy because I like that franchise better, but I believe Sarah.
I think she would win. I love Andy. Trust me, if it came down to what are we gonna marathon tonight? Oh, it's Child's Play.
Oh, way over Terminator.
It's so Child's Play. I love Terminator 2, but as a franchise, it's
The
Child's
first
Play
two are
every
great,
time.
and then after that,
think
not
I've
so
watched
much.
But it's
the
not
Child's
about
Play.
which one we like
I know,
more. It's about who would win. And,
Exactly.
you know, I actually think it's kind of cool, you know, that I think Sarah Connor, who's this woman who's, like, not a very big woman, but that she's that fucking badass, you know?
Made
If you
herself-
look at, like, action movies, even in, like you know, way back then, it was very rare that, I mean, even in wrestling, they don't really pit women against men very often.
No, not so much.
So, you know, I think it's kind of cool that we have a fight here where
Intergender.
Sarah
Main
Connor,
event.
who's, I guess, physically smaller than Andy, I think she's going to whip his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna give him a chance to. I think she's just gonna be, you know, it's a death match. She's
But-
going in for the blow.
Especially, like, just say no weapons.
Did they do one of those celebrity death matches? That little claymation thing. Wasn't Sarah Connor in that one too? Wasn't there
I
a
think
match?
she was, but I don't remember who
I
she
kind of
was.
remember a
I
match.
don't remember a Sarah Connor in that.
Well, that's why I'm asking because I'm pretty sure you.
Because
Would...
they went celebrities, it would have been the actress.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right.
And I don't think they did.
I just,
have her.
I swear, I remember something.
It might
like
have been
that.
Sarah Connor.
Well, maybe.
I don't know.
Or no, I guess it would be Linda Hamilton then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Huh?
Maybe they did do Linda
Maybe.
Hamilton, and
But-
that's why I'm thinking it.
But yeah, I mean, I like this just because it goes to show that you may be physically smaller than somebody, but with enough training and with the right weapons, you can kick some ass.
And I think
like
her-
Linda Hamilton, Sarah Connor does against Terminators.
Let's say no weapons. I mean, I think she's more experienced with all weapons. So even if it counts guns, I think she's a little better. He's great with like handguns and whatnot. It seems like in the new in the show, but she's great with all kinds of weapons. Plus, take away any weapons, I think she's gonna choke him out and break his neck, like, pretty easily.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I believe Sonya Blade is strictly based off of Sarah Connor. Like, it's pretty much the same character, just in a different universe.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, she may not be as big as him, but she is just more skilled at fighting, and she
And
is
I
more
think-
muscular. He is a doughy boy.
She's in better
He's
shape.
doughy.
She's in better shape. Like, she might
He's
not have...
handsome, but he doughy. I'm
Yeah,
doughy. Bitch, I'm doughy as
I'm
fuck.
more than
His
doughy.
handsomeness isn't going to help him win
I
this
I'm a
fight.
whole donut knot.
His handsomeness, as we said, doesn't determine the fight. He can be handsome and still be a badass. I mean,
But-
No, that's what I'm saying.
But-
As much as I love Andy, I vote for
I
Sarah.
think she's just
She's
more
I
of a
turned
just
her-
badass.
think she's gonna fuck his shit up.
She's
Yeah.
turned her body into like an ass-kicking machine.
Well, and her mind too. Her mind is very focused.
I mean, yeah, that's one of the things I love about Andy is even though it
He is
sucks,
focused too.
he goes on a date, you know, in the later movies. Like, I like that he's trying to
Mhm.
have a life. She gives up having a life at the end of Terminator,
Yeah,
and
she's
which
just-
sucks. I don't think she's as healthy mentally as him. But
She's
yeah,
obsessed.
Mhm.
she's
Whereas he's
gotten
not.
very good at this one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And it's kind of like, you know, when you think of Johnny Mnemonic,
Mm-hmm.
you know, how he dumped his childhood memories so he could have more room for stuff. She's dumped everything that's not killing Terminators
Just
for
for
this.
that.
So everything in her brain, in her body, everything is trained to do this. She is, like I said before, she is basically a human Terminator. Like
Yeah.
how Kyle Reese explains the Terminator, like it has no feelings, it has no thoughts, it has just one goal, to
It's-
kill. She is the same way. And
Basically.
I just feel like Andy
Tunnel vision.
is going to hold up. She's going to look at him and be like, oh, cute little doughboy. But I think she's going to think it's going to be easier than it is.
Oh, of
Mhm.
course.
I
do.
think he's going to surprise her with that military training. He's going to surprise her being a lot stronger mentally than he looks.
And
That's
better with
true.
a weapon than he looks.
He's going to be better with a weapon than he looks. I think he's going to surprise her, but she will win.
She's expecting like a
My whole
two.
life-
That's what I'm
Impressive.
saying. I'm wondering if, like, because
She's expecting a fight with a 2, and she's gonna get a 7. But
That's-
unfortunately, she's a
thank
10, and she's still gonna win.
Oh, she's still gonna win, but he's not. He's
Exactly.
gonna give a run for the money.
Exactly.
He is. It's going to be a
Not gonna-
surprisingly difficult fight for her, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think the audience is coming here for this final fight, and they're thinking, oh, let's put our money on her. And yeah, you're right. But I think they're expecting it to be, what do you call it in wrestling?
A squash?
They're expecting a squash. They're not expecting this to be the battle it's going to be.
Yeah, like I said, she's
Right?
gonna look him over and think, okay, this guy's a 2, 3 max.
Yeah,
he's
she's
gonna
gonna
bring like a 7,
underestimate him.
almost an 8, but unfortunately, she's a 10. So
Yeah.
Let's check in with the chat. we are so into this.
It's like,
I hope
We have gone into like another world of just like it's almost like we're not even on a stream right now. We're so into this argument.
we're just
yeah,
arguing with
she
each
is.
other.
super
She's
fun.
very
It's super
scary.
fun. I hope
Movie
you're having
massacre,
fun.
very
It's
scary.
really fun.
Danny and I love having arguments like this.
America's F robots.
I feel like Andy went up against Terminators, he'd get killed. Sarah went up against... Yeah, we agree, as you know. Movie Massacre, great point. I also think that Sarah is better when it comes to hand-to-hand combat and with weapons, too. I don't think it would be a close fight.
I think she'd choke him out.
I think it'd be closer than you might
I think it'd be closer at a gunfight than she'd expected. He knows how to use a gun.
Yeah.
Well,
Like a lot
also
better
remember
than-
his very fast reflexes. I think she
Yeah.
can come up behind him and she thinks she's got it. And he's going to turn around with a gun and she's like, what the actual
But
fuck?
I think she would have
she's going to
counters.
be like, where the fuck did that actually come from? Like,
Exactly.
I think he's going to hold his own better in this than she thinks. It's not
Exactly.
going to be a squash match.
No, definitely not a squash.
I think she would just have more counters and more training.
I think Sarah versus Andy would be a short fight. I disagree. Zygmunt says he went to military school. She did not. She was trained by a soldier sent from the future, but he died. Actually, he didn't even train her. He was
Just
there.
opened the door of what her
He
reality
opened
is.
the door to her reality, but he died before she did any real
She
training.
saw-
She's not trained by the
She
end of that movie.
dated a lot of other people who were in the military, as John Connor put it. She dated a bunch of
Yeah.
them and learned from them.
Little Sick Boy says Sarah, because fuck the robots. Fuck the police. Fuck the
he has a very
Terminators.
unnatural hate for robots.
Fuck the Terminators.
Robots.
I feel like she has much more self-discipline too. I agree.
Yeah, that's.
And she's taller than Andy too, possibly.
She would beat him in a push-up contest. That's for sure.
But I don't
Yeah.
think, honestly, I don't think being taller than someone helps you in a
No.
fight. I'm taller than, a
Me.
lot of people, and I think arguably you can kick my ass.
I don't know. I think that would be a pretty fair fight, honestly.
But, I'm taller
If
than...
it's pillows, I'll watch. Don't fight for real.
Danny,
No.
I've seen Danny in a ring against people, sometimes a foot taller
Almost
than
always
him.
taller than him.
And honestly, I feel like
Right?
he would kick some
Why
ass.
not?
So
Shorties unite.
Right?
sometimes being short just means you're scrappier and able to do
Better
more
center of
things.
gravity.
I think the people who
sometimes.
are short have put up with a lot more shit growing up, and so you learn to.
We're always fighting up.
Yeah.
Also, look at our derby days. Remember May May? She's the
Oh,
tiniest little
my
thing ever,
gosh,
and
yeah.
tough as
Oh, yeah,
balls.
she kicks
She
ass.
is.
So yeah, I don't think
Love you, May
Even
May.
what's her name, who was always really pretty MVP, Giggles. She wasn't very tall.
No, Giggles
No.
was tiny.
but
was
she
tiny.
was still really
Tough.
kicking ass.
Tough,
A lot of them
tough.
were.
Sorry guys, we're talking about roller derby. We're in roller derby together. Sarah Connor fought in an actual war. Sarah's not good mentally at all. She cray.
But
That's another reason she's so scary. Agreed. Love
Yeah,
my
if she
boy
thinks-
Andy though. Andy in the show doesn't come across like he was that good with the military training. I think so. I mean, just how quick he is in the draw in that stinger, I would say he's learned a thing or two.
yeah.
I agree, though. He does have balls. Like,
Plus, Andy has balls. One kick and he's down.
Right.
I love that because whenever you say that someone has balls, it's supposed to mean like they're tough.
It's a weakness.
But to be honest, balls are so fragile. They have a tiny little bit of skin
Wear a cup.
protecting all the soft stuff. They curl up and hide next to their daddy when it's cold. They try to get away from him when it's hot because it doesn't want to be smothered. Whereas vaginas,
they're all
you
tucked
can
up in
pierce
there.
them, you can
Slap
stretch them
'em.
out, you can push human beings past through them, you can kick them, you could
And just laugh.
you cut into a ball and it's done. But a vagina, you could cut into labia and it's still going strong.
I have.
It's
Granted,
like-
I mean,
it's
your
like
ovaries would
silly
probably
putty.
be sensitive. If your ovaries were on the
It's
outside.
silly putty, right?
I have a feeling if ovaries were on the outside, they'd be sensitive too. But
Fun
they're not.
fact-
They would
They're
be.
tucked away.
They
Fun
would
fact with labia, you can also do that thing where you pop onto a comic strip and then it's there.
But
something to read when
as
you
you
pee.
saw on Jackass, the penis, because if you're gonna go with labia, the penis can be flattened on those like weird. Remember the glass like panels? They made
Yeah,
the big
yeah.
flat penises.
You can do that with a labia too. You can do
Exactly.
that with vaginas too.
I'm just saying
Gross.
the genital parts. They have their strengths and they have their weaknesses.
If you go to ERs, women have survived having some really weird shit shoved up into their vaginas.
Yeah, they have. But guys with their buttholes, the same thing.
That's true. So I guess vaginas.
Actually, I
should
had
go
a
against
friend.
buttholes.
I had a friend whose mom was a
Because
nurse.
they're both something you can stick in.
I had a friend whose mom was a nurse, and she would always tell us about what got stuck up what.
But
But
yeah,
yeah.
my mom, it was a nurse too, and she's a nurse practitioner
I
of
know.
gynecology.
Oh, well, there
I
you
know.
go.
She
Your
would
mother
tell me
has
some
looked
stories.
under my hood.
Oh my
Right.
gosh, she said there was this one lady who came in, and I'm not even joking. She had been using some sort of a meat product to do
Salami?
herself with, and
Oh,
part of it got
Actually, I
stuck
kinda
up
like-
in there,
Molded or something.
and it's the
that's why you
the
put a condom
stench.
on it.
Yeah.
My mom, I know. The stench of it was so bad. My mom was trying not to barf. Now my mom has seen 100,000 boobs, so that means 50,000 vaginas.
Nice.
Oh my God.
I mean,
They're
literally,
so
they did it.
pretty.
They
One
did
for
it-
each.
Yeah,
two
exactly.
boobs,
And so
there you
there's
go.
been some serious stories, but man, if it makes my mom gag from the smell, like she had to get that. There's a special spray they have that cuts that kind of stink because girls, woof.
Don't you like it when nurses give you the drive-in totals?
Well, then.
Or when girls they'll have a tampon in there and they'll forget it's in there and have sex and it gets shoved all the way up there.
You get toxic shock, can't
You
you?
can, not as much now because they changed the cotton. See, now toxic
Okay.
shock syndrome came
shit.
from a type
I
of
didn't know.
type of pad, and it was makes a bacteria grow,
Oh, shit.
and that's what that would get it. But
Oh, I wasn't sure what caused it.
But
I just knew that.
they-
We're learning
they
a lot
stopped
about
using it.
vaginas right now.
Right.
oh, I
The
know
more you
all
know.
about vaginas.
They're
We'll
tough
save
as
this.
shit is the
We're
point,
gonna
right?
eventually have to do a killer body part stream, like the killer eyes, vaginas. I'm gonna need you for this, dude.
Okay, I'm
We're gonna
down.
need you.
I got the science
Your
behind it.
expertise is crucial. Crucial.
And one quick story about the guys with the
Oh, no.
balls. She's also seen those too. No, but this one is a family member who I will not say. I'll tell you guys later, but I won't say it on here. Who I know,
Saucy.
one of his balls got twisted
Oh, yeah.
completely away, all the way around inside the sack, and he didn't tell this other family member for like 3 days because he didn't want her to see what was going on down
Testicular
there,
torsion.
and it had turned black.
I need a beer.
This is
And-
what I was yelling at 11 to do at the end of season 4 of them. Like, yeah, just torque his balls with your mind. Come on. Don't.
Give him the old dick twist.
Yeah. Got telekinesis.
No, but like
Use
it made him pass out, and
Oh,
when
I
he was
imagine.
having it twisted back around, they were able to save
That's
it.
intense.
Yeah.
That's intense.
No,
so
I know.
I guess what you're trying to say is balls are stronger than we think they are.
They are, but they really hurt.
But they're a weakness.
They really hurt.
They make you pass out in pain.
Or
And that's
throw
why
up.
you're my tough
Blech.
vagina.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Dana
Oh,
De La Renza.
We got the
Yeah.
corned beef curtains.
I got Kelly from Ash versus the Evil Dead, Dana De La Renza, to sign that I'm her strong vagina.
Yes.
Because that's what she tells Pablo in the show.
Aw,
It's like,
that's so
vaginas are
sweet.
strong as shit.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Rich
Off the topic. Let's get back.
Rich said he had a tube of pain a while back. Actually, you know, my son, he had to have that done when he was less than a year old. But he used to really love the ladies. Like, whenever he saw, like, a pretty girl, he'd be all smiles. He smiled through the whole thing. I have no idea how, but my son is a tough kid.
Oh yeah.
Maverick says, grab his dick and twist it.
Right.
Give him the old dick twist.
anyways, regardless of, even without going to a low blow, I think Sarah Connor had that one. So, Andy, like I said, Andy is a lot more surprising. He made it this far. He surprised us all, I think, and he would surprise her a little bit, but
He's a badass,
she
but not-
would eventually, okay, this is what he really is, and treat him like the threat that he is, and take him down quickly after
I
that.
want to ask you guys, now that we're to our end, so we have our winner.
Yeah, let's give Sarah Connor her victory.
She's got her victory.
Oh, that's funny.
So, what fight surprised you guys the most?
Surprised me the most. Let me see here. I think Kirsty and Stretch was pretty surprising, but at the same time, I didn't put a lot of thought of it beforehand, so I wasn't sure. Lori going out in the first is a surprise because
Yeah.
as much I really appreciate everybody kind of going on what they believe and not what they favor because a lot of people just love Laurie Strode and love Halloween. But then again, Laurie becomes a real badass at the end of her arc. So I was actually kind of surprised she did win in a sense, if we're counting all of that.
I love the
material.
trap that how she changed. That was a great twist on the
So
story. I love
that was actually surprising that that. And once Nancy got that going, I think the ball was rolling pretty good for her afterwards.
Did you have any big surprises?
No.
No, she's like, bitch, I got this figured out.
I kind of.
Oh, you mean on here? I'm just
Andy
like,
was my big surprise. Like I didn't.
Yeah.
I was surprised by how well he did.
I didn't expect him to make it. I did actually think.
He came from up the bottom, and he fought and fought and fought his way to the end. I did not think he was going to make it to the finals.
No.
I was really
Though,
impressed.
when I looked at it, I figured it was going to be either Ellen Ripley or Sarah Connor. I don't even think Ellen, fucking whatever.
Degenerate.
That degenerate. But anyways, I figured whoever won that round would make it to the finals. Though granted, as Sarah progressed, like her opponents never got like to the point where it was easy for her. Erin is a very capable fighter who
Absolutely.
I actually thought, okay, she could take it to Sarah in a lot of ways. And then Sherry Darling, like I said, there's almost a bit of a Toon Force there, and she's got a machine gun leg. So yeah, I thought, okay. Sarah actually had harder fights going to the finals than I thought she would have by just the first glance. I didn't actually think about who she would fight next. I just figured it'd be pretty easy for her or Ellen Ripley to get to the finals after they beat each other.
I feel like Andy was the underdog.
He was.
In all of his fights. I would have, at first glance, without thinking about it, I probably would have picked any of the people he went against as the winner.
Exactly.
And then when you think about it, you realize, no, I mean, he may not look like a badass.
You may not even think of him as one, but
He
when
looks
you
like
really...
he looks like an average guy.
And when you put it all together, though, he is a
He
badass.
looks like an average guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
He's
and
got the whole Clark Kent thing.
You
going
need
on.
to research him, like, to actually think about it. Like, to really...
And
Like, at first glance, it's like, oh, he's just Andy.
I think it's easy to dismiss him. I think it's easy to underestimate him. But, yeah, I'm surprised by how well he did in this.
He made it to the finals as an underdog, and that was my big surprise from it all.
Because, like, you look at Tommy Jarvis or Sidney Prescott or any of these people who's gone against, and you're like, oh, yeah, they're scary.
Mhm.
They're intimidating. Andy's not intimidating.
But
But
that's
he
like
is
that's like a
skilled.
hook, though. Like
And I
Exactly.
agree, yeah.
That's like
it throws his
a
opponents
cloak.
off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really impressed with him. So let me check in with the chat. Laws is a badass.
My
I
money
thought
would
Sid
not
was
would have
going to
been
take the win. And Andy getting as far as he did, I think it's probably just us all.
Yeah. My money would not have been on him making it
And a
to
lot
the
of people
finals.
thought Sydney had this. And honestly, I think I would have thought Sydney, had a really good shot at a shoe.
First
What would
glance.
Chucky say about this? What would Chucky say about this?
He'd be very proud of Andy.
Andy.
Andy,
You're all grown
I knew
up
you had it
now.
in you. Where was that killer instinct when you were a kid? Now I want
You do that so well.
not as good, not
He
as well
really
as his daughter does. It,
No, his daughter's so good.
she laughs like naturally, like she just bursts into
She-
laughter, and it sounds like Chucky hysterically
I
screaming.
interviewed her at Crypticon.
Oh,
It's recorded
Fiona-
too. You
Fiona
can
Dorff.
watch
I
it.
gotta watch that.
Yeah, Fiona Dorff, she does her dad's voice perfectly. Like,
Andy is
Granted, she
4
grew up with him.
feet 6 inches of rage. Wow, he's not even 5 foot.
I'm pretty sure.
Wow, y'all are so. Yeah, actually, we're wrapping it up now. Popping the popcorn. But thank you for checking in with us, guys. I'm exhausted. I feel like I've gone 10 rounds. How
Alright.
y'all feeling?
I feel like it
feeling
was
good.
a successful death battle tournament.
I'm feeling really warm. This room is very warm.
It is. I think I'm ready to call it good.
Yeah.
But not before I tell you guys what to expect next week. So,
Oh, yeah.
same time next week, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time on Sunday night. So that's 10 o'clock Eastern.
Same Gory time, same Gory channel.
And next week, we're going to be doing... Oh, I'm excited for this one, guys. Next week, it's Hunters. So
Ooh.
this week, we did Survivors. People who did not seek out danger, but survived it.
Some of them kind of morphed into hunters later, but this one's more known
Next
for being
week,
hunters.
we've got Hannibal and Abigail from Blade versus Sam and Dean Winchester. Buffy the Vampire Slayer versus Cassie Hack. Nick from Grimm versus Creighton Duke. Ernest, as in Scared Stupid, versus Bert from Tremors. The Ghostbusters versus Constantine. Mystery Incorporated versus the Monster Squad. Ash from Evil Dead versus Abraham Lincoln. He fought zombies, guys, and vampires. Guillermo from What We Do in the Shadows versus
Yeah.
Van Helsing. You do not want to miss this. It's going to be insane. and I have it on good authority that Lawrence is at least going to pop in to argue for Mystery Incorporated because that's what he's passionate about. You do not want to miss this show. It's going to be great. I feel like this is like turning into like the wrestling.
It is.
You make a great announcer.
This is why we watch wrestling, to prepare you for your live stream battles.
Wow. I'm really into it, though. Are you guys excited?
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm hyped.
I'm excited.
And you, of course, are always welcome to join us again if we haven't scared you off.
You haven't scared me.
Because we love her. She's my best friend. I love her.
I
so pretty.
at first glance, this one though, I have to say about this bracket.
I just want to touch your face.
At this bracket, I see people and I think that they could very well win. Like a lot more people I have that feeling about. Last time, the only people I really had the feeling about was Alan Ripley and Sarah Connor. I feel like one of them is going to make it to the finals, obviously. This one, I'm looking at them, I'm like, oh shit, a lot of these people could very well make it to the finals. So
it's going to be intense. Do not miss it. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you ring that bell so if you do forget about the live stream, you get notified. And please, please, if you've had a good time tonight, hack that thumbs up button. It definitely helps me to keep these streams going and pleasing the YouTube gods. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. It's awesome hanging out with all of you, like Rich and Denisha and Maverick. I love you guys who come here week after week, like Mandy and Zigma, and support the show. It means so much to me. I have so much fun hanging out with you guys. And those of you who are new, it's always great to meet new people. Awesome to always see Kevin and Fairpoint Station. I'm missing a ton of names here, but thank you guys. You know who you are. Ariel, who come here every week and hang out with us, and we just have a blast arguing about horror movie stuff.
And
so
who would beat up who?
absolutely,
My dad would kick your dad's butt.
I was thinking that same.
Creepy Clean makes awesome horror products. I think you're gonna be launching an Etsy store or something.
Yeah, I've actually kind of switched my gears a little bit. I'm making reusable sanitary napkins.
Oh, really?
There you go.
And pots and pans, pot holders and oven mitts. And
That's cool.
there's one other thing I'm spacing out because you asked me. I always do this right when I get like a deer in headlights.
You made beard oils too, and like awesome soaps.
Yeah,
Are you gonna start an Etsy store?
I really want to, but I'm trying to
I
get
will
my.
help you.
Anyways, it's gonna be horror themed. Like I have not always funny and horror themed because like my first ream of pads that I'm gonna do are all they've got sushi fabric on them.
Also, I kind of might want to hire you to make a mask for my movie.
Oh yeah. I can do that.
So she does all the. She's
I'm
so
artsy.
creative. She helped me so much for like when we got married, and she's always just doing amazing stuff. One of the most crafty people I know. I did the witchcraft. She does all the other crafts. Together
You're
we're
both
Voltron.
witches.
And of course, you guys know my better half, Danny, the host of Horror Addicts. We just did a review over on his channel of Nope. Absolutely check it out. Anything else you want to say, baby?
Yeah, find us there, and see you next death battle.
And until we meet again, blessed be.